And we are live. Good morning, everyone. Round two, Tyler
Yeah.
Robinson preliminary hearing. We have Valhalla's back again, VIP. We have Bays in the house as well. I think Jesse on Fire might be joining us as well as Mr. Let Go at some point. And we'll feel this out and see how it feels with all these people on here. But I think we're gonna let you guys listen to everything. We're only gonna talk during the breaks and the recesses and stuff like that. So don't worry about that. Come on in, welcome.
We'll keep Jesse to a to a minimum on the talking. We know our homie can talk.
So this is for the Tyler Robinson hearing for the assassination of Charlie Kirk at UVU. And we're going to go over evidence, timeline disputes. They're going to do it live. And we basically are just going to watch them and observe. Yesterday, we had some very interesting information come out, and we got to see all their mistakes, some major mistakes. And if you didn't see those, check out Valhalla's video he did last night on the debrief. He basically nailed it. So, yeah. But we're going to be starting here in about 30 minutes. So the hearing starts in 30 minutes. But in the meantime, we're going to be here hanging out with you guys, and we can kind of recap, too, what happened yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good idea to get everybody brought up if you hadn't been able to watch yesterday's live.
Yeah, and let me see. I might be able to just pull this up to do it. Yeah, I'll just bring this up. Let me share a screen. And we're good. Okay, so pulling this up here. So day one was about mostly probable cause, and the judge is deciding whether there's enough evidence to send Tyler to trial. So the whole point of this, I know a lot of people were saying that the defense wasn't really doing a lot and that kind of stuff. I think Nestor was killing it.
Yeah. Yesterday, I think she did great.
And I think she's only going to get more intense as things go on. But the whole point of this entire preliminary is for the prosecution to prove that they have enough probable cause to move forward with trial. And again, the bar is low.
Mm-hmm.
So they just have to show enough of a few things to look interesting enough that maybe there's something there. 10 charges. So we had Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk's parents. Apparently they were sitting together. And apparently at some point, Erica and the mom were holding hands. And when they went to show one of the videos, it was kind of gruesome of the shooting of Charlie. They left. And that's when we saw Erica Kirk get up and cross the camera. And then we also had Jack Posobiec, and we also had Donald Trump Jr.
Yeah. And Stacey Sheridan was there too. Correct. Did you guys catch the video that showed that she was kind of got the cold shoulder from Charlie's dad, it looked like?
Yeah, I don't think they came together, though. She just kind of came up behind him. But that was interesting. The other interesting part is they only allow 14 public passes per day. And those passes, apparently, some of them are being used right now by Donald Trump Jr. and some of the crew that's with him, some of his Secret Service maybe or something. So he's only supposed to be there today from what I've heard. And then tomorrow, the rest of the week, he won't be there. So that should free up a few more spots. But we still can't get any podcasters in there. People are going at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Do we know about today? About if there any of the people we're connected with are able to get in there?
I don't think so. Kelly Raybon tried to get in. She couldn't. Brandy and them weren't able to get there soon enough. I think people are sitting there overnight. I think people are camping out, waiting the next morning to get their spots. And we talked about this yesterday. Is there any kind of nefarious piece of that? You know, are these like paid actors sitting there to make sure they take the spots when the podcasters get in? I don't know. Not sure about that piece of it. But we had Chris Bagley. He talked about the rooftop position. There was some very strange things with him. Surveillance footage was missing. His body cam turned off, or he said the battery might have died or something similar. Only when he got to the roof, which is interesting. He was the first one there. He's the one that said he saw all the prints in the gravel. He's the one that found the screwdriver and all that stuff. So a lot of people are like, oh, it's kind of sketchy. He's also the one that found the pistol holster and just kind of ignored it. I didn't think much of it and just moved on past it.
And wasn't it also early on in the shift?
Yeah, I mean, it would have been a fully charged battery when he started.
Yeah, that's just asking.
Real quick, all my moderators, I see Pumpkin, I see a bunch of you guys in the chat. Check our Instagram group chat, guys. We've got some issues with potentially people trying to get our streams shut down by spamming bad things in the chat, guys. So check real quick. Check the moderator chat so you guys are tracking.
Yep, and same for the Triggersmart mods. I see Lindsay and Dulcinea and a few other people in there. Anyone today who is spamming anything language-wise, even if it's our greatest ally, that would get this stream banned or brought down. I have it set up in the bot right now to get some of it, but if you see it, just kick them. Don't even think about it. Don't hesitate. Just kick them out.
Yep, they're trying to bring down channels like ours and Barron's from streaming this, guys. So be on the lookout for bots spamming racist shit and stuff like that, because they don't like us very much out here.
And not to say that we'd want the racist stuff there anyway, right?
Yeah,
we're just saying if they're doing it to try to mess us up, then let's get rid of them. And then the other thing,
am I too loud, or what's going on? I see people saying he's too loud. Is that? Let's make sure we're all good on our audios, because I can turn my mic up and down. Who's too loud, guys?
In chat, can you guys put who is too loud right now? I think we're all automatically set by StreamYard, but
sounds good. Okay. All right, maybe not.
I might be too close to the mic.
No, I don't know. It's not you for sure.
Yeah, see, a lot of sounds good to me. Okay,
right, everybody says we're good. Okay. But somebody said I thought Bays was a federal asset. Just, everybody's a Fed, man. Everybody's a Fed.
Special Agent Bays reporting for duty.
All right, cool.
Okay.
So let's keep going through this. Again, we're going to be
cool.
starting in about 20 minutes going into the hearing. And we're expecting Jesse, I believe, here shortly. We have, so we talked about surveillance and that same agent. Okay, now we have Agent David Hull. He's the one who was in charge of the investigation. He was the trust me, bro guy. Do you have any thoughts on that, Nate?
Is he Mr. Blinky, or was he the other one?
Yeah, he's Dr. Blinky.
Dr. Blinky. Yeah, look, man, I mean, so I went back in my video and like zoomed in on him, and maybe it's a tick and he's nervous, but like anybody who blinks twice a second while they're being questioned and trying to answer questions is typically, if you know a lot about interrogation like I do, that's usually a sign that they're either super uncomfortable or that they're lying about something, or they feel like they're misleading. It's a very natural human response to like spam blink. So he had some very, from an interrogation standpoint, very sketchy mannerisms and behavior, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. He could be just super nervous or super anxious. You know what I mean? I also, with both witnesses, I'm a little bit confused how they're witnesses, right? Me and Matt and Bays are all just as equally qualified, and Candace and everybody else that's covered us are equally qualified witnesses. All these guys were not there, other than the first officer was there, right? But the second officer wasn't there. He just led an investigation. So to me, that's not a witness. So I'm not really sure why he's again, the prosecution. I don't know about you guys. I couldn't really tell what the prosecution was trying to get across the goal line yesterday. Was it just establishing who, like, the area? I mean, again, I thought we were going to get was tying Tyler Robinson to the scene at least.
What about that great video they played at the end?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, his Dodge Charger pulling up and the Ring doorbell camera in the middle of the night. Yeah.
Well, do we even know it's his Dodge Charger? It's a Dodge Charger.
I mean, that was. I showed
it's
that
a Challenger.
I showed it to my wife because she's not, tracking any of this, and she was like, "What the fuck is that? You can't see anything." And I'm like, yes, that's the point. So I think the prosecution. I don't know what we're looking for out of the prosecution, but what's crazy though is I went and looked at like Megyn Kelly and Officer Tatum and all these, and dude, they had it portrayed like the prosecution already solved the case.
Yeah.
And he's guilty. Now you go to the comment section of them and people are like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know what I mean? But they're already playing that game. You know what I mean?
Looks like we have Aaron in here as well. Mr. Let Go, how's it going?
What's going on, y'all? What's going on? I came in late. I was working on some stuff. I was like, oh shit, we're live.
Yeah, we were just talking to mods and stuff. So if you have mods on your side,
I'll try not to curse, guys. I know I censor all my stuff in my regular videos. I'll do my best. It's the military in me that is hard to turn it off.
But yeah, we're trying to keep conspiracy stuff, cussing, all that stuff out of the stream, so we have no excuse to flag us.
Okay.
No videos of graphic nature. We did good yesterday. Our 9.5 hour streams is not pulled down. So
and no CK still with us. None of that stuff. That stuff is like
right,
that's for a separate time.
Got it.
People saying, "Hey, Mr. Let Go."
What's up, everybody? What's up?
People asking about Jesse. He is coming shortly. He said about 30-40 minutes, about 20 minutes ago. So shouldn't be too long. All right. Now we were talking about David Hull. He's the guy that was Dr. Blinky. And he was basically saying with the medical examiner, especially, was a trust me, bro. He said that I saw it or they said it and I heard it. And they're like, okay, enter that in. Hearsay accepted. Right. Everything that Kathy Nestor was saying, that's hearsay. It's not constitutionally correct. They just let it in, except one thing. What was that one thing, Nate? You remember?
The videos that they had edited and doctored that they wouldn't allow in.
Which we're supposed to see this morning. Yep.
The raw footage, supposedly.
Yep. They had a TikTok basically that was zooming in and out and had like the circle, like the Project Constitution videos, where it has like the creepy music and stuff and zooms in on things. And they're entered that as evidence. And judge said, I don't think that's not happening. Not in my court.
Now, you mentioned raw footage. I just want to bring up the whole Terrell Farnsworth thing. Didn't they say that the footage that he gave was edited, that it wasn't the actual raw copy?
It was clipped from what they said.
Clipped.
Yeah.
Okay.
And go. Sorry, Matt. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, so basically, like, it's not much different than what he gave to Candace, right? Like, he zoomed in and gave her just the portion he wanted to show her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, somebody said they skirted over the new bullet. I think both of us, the second we heard that, were like, wait, you said what?
Yeah, that was Spidey senses were definitely tingling when I heard that.
All right, I am torn on that. Let me see if I can pull up the clip. The way she asked it, she asked it in a way that it could go one of two ways. She said, were you aware of a bullet casing or another, casing on another building? He said no. Then she said, were you aware of another casing somewhere else? And he said no. So I took that as either she knows that there are some, and she's asking if he knew about it, or she's literally just asking him, like, were there casings anywhere else? So I don't know which one it is.
Yeah. I was assuming that the defense had something or knows about something there, because like that would be a bizarre thing just to say, randomly if it wasn't the case. But we do know that there was pistols on the ground, there was holsters on the ground.
Yeah, so I think if you look at the way she asked the DNA questions, when in the prelims, not prelims, the pretrials, she said, were you aware? She said the exact same type of question. Were you aware that there was other DNA that was found with the rifle? So that's why it made me think immediately that there was a bullet casing found somewhere else, because that kind of seems to be her style. But So some people said Baron talked about it last night. I was so worn out after 2 streams yesterday, like 13 hours total or something. I didn't catch it.
Yeah, I seen a little bit of what Baron was saying, and he brought up unconstitutional hearsay objection and reliable hearsay. And what he was explaining was, to a certain degree, because I'm not him, but certain things are not going to be like kicked out, and they just kept literally just objecting on everything. And there was something having to do with reliable hearsay, where even though somebody else said it, even though somebody else seen it, they're going to accept it anyway. So I was a little confused on that.
I think we kind of all were at first, but
yeah,
that's how it is. And
I gotta do some more research on what this actually meant. But of course, Baron said it eloquently, but I was trying to get a better understanding of it, because I think that was a huge part of all of this, because everything is hearsay. I don't think they have any evidence. So due to the assumption that reliable hearsay is going to have something to do with this, is going to make everything a little more murky, because they don't have any evidence. So everything is going to be this reliable hearsay thing, which will actually push it through. So this young man may end up getting, a penalty. I'm not going to say the word, but, getting something off of reliable hearsay. because they don't have any evidence. And I think that's not fair at all.
Yeah, I mean, so far that's what it looks like. Again, like me and Matt talked about, you know, what are they holding in their back pocket, if anything? I don't know. You know what I mean? Are they going to have some gotchas in the actual trial where they show us the footage that they haven't shown us? But I mean, this would be like questions for Barron. It seems like the prosecution would want to lead with their strongest evidence to show the judge, like, hey, this needs to go to trial. He fucking did it. Here's the proof. Let's do this. Rather than like, oh, let's show a little bit of the evidence, but not the evidence. But again, I don't know. You know what I mean? On how these things work.
I mean, what I found really disappointing was that, I mean, this whole time, what has it been, like 10 months that they keep saying, just wait. It's an open shut case. They have all the evidence. So, you know, there is a high expectation regardless of what side of the fence you're on what happened. And then when you get to day one at the preliminary hearing and the prosecution that's been so confident this whole time is now coming out with the whole trust me, bro stuff. And then you're hearing that there might have been a shell casing on another roof. The body cameras turned off, like all these things that people that haven't thought that Tyler Robinson did this, or at least did this alone, and have been questioning the narrative. Like all these like little data points are coming out that it's like, oh, like, yeah, like it's, you know, like I'm not even surprised about any of this. It's like, oh, the body camera, like why would the body camera be on? Like, of course the battery died. You know what I mean? Like it's just, it's not surprising, but it's still disappointing.
I think that on screen, that was just Diligent Dennison, I think, with Kelly Raybon. Diligent's out there too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just seen him. Yeah.
They're just waiting to see who's showing up. Probably same people as yesterday, I would assume.
But I think as far as Utah goes, no matter what is said and what isn't said, they're going to proceed with this situation, no matter what is said, to be honest with you. And like I said, they're going to use this strange Utah state law 1102 reliable hearsay in order to just push everything through without evidence. So in the way it's looking with this 1102 situation, they don't need evidence, which is weird, but there's a specific Utah law 1102, and I think this is the reason why Charlie Kirk was unalived in Utah in particular, because they have certain laws that other states don't have.
Well, isn't one of those laws like relatively new?
Yeah,
May of 2025, I think.
Yeah, they just passed it in May, right before, like 2 months before, Matt? 3 months before he was killed.
Yep, nice and fresh.
Yeah,
that's convenient.
Yeah, we do, Aaron. We got a lot of people that made that same comment yesterday about, you know, and we do know from prior cases, Provo explicitly, the police department has a lot of corruption issues. The legal system has a lot of corruption issues. Utah in general is one of the most corrupt states in the United States. If you guys didn't know that, so was
it you guys that said yesterday that the prosecution and the judge have some sort of history that they used to work together in the same office as well?
Correct. That's what Matt was telling us. Yeah.
All right, it's another data point.
But just real quick,
just keeping score.
Yeah, just real quick for everyone coming in, hit that like, subscribe to all the various channels, whichever ones you're interested in. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to be starting here in about 10 minutes. But what we're going to try and do today is, I know day one is always going to be bigger because it's kind of fresh. Everyone's excited. But it's throughout this whole thing, you know, share this around, like, if you can watch us on multiple devices, you know, things like that to kind of boost the stream. We're really trying to get this to blow up like it did yesterday. I think we had 23,000 people at one point in the stream. Actually, for quite a while, we had more than 20,000 for like 4 hours. I think a lot of the other people who are streaming this, you know, like Gary and some of them, I think they maybe had like 1,500 or, you know, something.
TPUSA had 2.7 thousand. So
yeah,
we about 10x'd them yesterday. So thank you all for supporting us and not the billion-dollar companies.
So I have a question for you guys. Do you think if Charlie Kirk would have skipped Provo and would not have went to this particular school to speak, do you
would
think
they still have done it?
He would have still been alive to this day?
Maybe for a little while.
Yeah, I think once the decision was made, I think it's just a matter of time.
Yeah,
because the way it's looking, I think Utah in particular had to be the place in order for everything to work out the way it's working out, because the cultish dynamic of this may have only worked in a place like Utah.
I'd actually disagree with you.
Yeah.
I think Utah and where they did it was actually not beneficial, considering it was a campus that was extremely pro Charlie Kirk, and it made the narrative that they want to push, the deranged furry leftists, really never hit, because people were like, maybe if you would have been in San Francisco, you would have been in one of these places where you would have expected it. But I mean, I think the big problem they had here is people were like, you want us to believe that Tyler Robinson, a kid from a rural area with Christian MAGA parents, decided all of a sudden that he's a trans furry, whatever all this crazy shit is. Maybe, but I think it makes the official narrative a lot harder to press on people than had this happened in a, like deep blue. Because again, that's, keep in mind, the official narrative they're still trying to push. That's what this was, right? This was a leftist hit, right? And it's like, okay, well, he doesn't really fit the bill for that, so
Looks like Danks is going to be joining here shortly, as well as Jesse.
Nice.
I don't know how that looks. I don't know how that looks on the screen. We might all be.
Yeah, it's probably going to end up being too many people. That's okay. You want to hit super chats before we start, so we don't fall too far behind?
100%.
Before the trial gets going.
Let's see. Ray Draper, thanks for the super. We'll do a poll. Weird or not weird to write Tyler in jail? I'll expose my vote. I think it's weird. Did someone write Tyler? I haven't heard of anyone.
Let me say this, right? You only think it's weird because Tyler Robinson's not attractive. Because if you go to the Luigi Mangione case, what you'll find is that dude is getting thousands of mail and donations, and women are just fawning over him. So I would say it's might only be weird based off of who this kid is comparatively.
Yeah, do you remember that model? He was found on a bench, and he was got arrested, and he had the chisel, the blue eyes and all that stuff, and he blew up and became a supermodel and became rich and everything.
That's crazy.
Same thing. If he was ugly,
Luigi's getting very different coverage than Tyler is. That's all I'll say.
All right, I don't know whose this is. You guys might have to check your supers.
Yeah, I don't know how to tell what's what. All right, we'll just ready for day 2. Thanks, stream guys. Gets working on shit boxes much easier. Ready for Nate to take multiple poops again today. Well, I am drinking my coffee, so we'll get there.
Funny.
Yeah, all the MAGA cult was on a totally organic and definitely not organized. So much evidence. I did see this yesterday. Presented propaganda blitz on X last night. Totally not F and G. Yeah, I saw this everywhere. This is what I was talking about earlier. It's like if you would have just looked at Megyn Kelly or Officer Tatum or TPUSA, you would have been like, wow, the case is closed. This was the most evidence anybody's ever presented. And then you go to the comment section and people are like, what the fuck are you talking about? That was 9 hours of hearsay. Wasn't
Officer Tatum in there as well?
Yeah,
we heard that, but I don't think we got any confirmation. Matt, did you get any confirmation from the people there?
No,
I don't think he was. But
Another
I believe
Salem media guy.
Definitely Salem media people there. Jack Prosobiak or Pussy Boots or whatever his name is.
Barron said I think Barron said he's seen. He called him Officer Tater Tot. I think he said he said he's seen him in there. So I don't know.
All right, let's keep going with these supers so we don't get behind.
Yeah, so far we don't even realize suspicion that TR was anywhere near campus, much less probable cause. Yesterday was a complete waste. We definitely didn't establish that yet. One of his debates, Andrew Wilson implied he was briefly in the Army and was released due to injury. Would love to know the full story there. Well, people always want me to debate him, and if I ever do, that'll be the first thing I ask him.
Gina P, thanks for the super chat. What day should we hear from Lance? We're not going to hear from him directly at all, but his statement, I'm sure, will be at some point during this week. I'm not sure when. Maybe today. Can we show support for our ally? Yeah. You guys can show support for our greatest ally. Just don't be dropping. You can criticize a government all you want, man. But, you guys know on this channel, we stay away from anything racist or actually xenophobic or anything like that. But criticizing a foreign nation's government, you're free to do that all you want, man. It's freedom of speech. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that.
Nate, I've been watching your videos, all your videos since you were on Anti-Hero. You're killing it, brother. Unlike TR did, making combat vets look good. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that. That's I like how your name's Brent Buff as well. But yeah. Yesterday, y'all said if anyone thinks Tyler's innocent, guys, Tyler is innocent until proven guilty. Love y'all. Ready for another 10 hours today. Yep, that's true.
Nana T, thanks for the super. Good morning, guys. I'm asking that y'all don't speak when witnesses are answering questions. We appreciate y'all. Yes, we just spoke about that. So our goal is to only speak during recesses. We might be like, oh, or what? We may do something like that.
Breaks.
We're
yeah.
We're gonna make sure that we're respecting that. So thanks for the message. Laser Queen. Unfortunately, in Richard's trial, Nestor did that a lot. Random unsubstantiated comments. Also, she leans towards gotcha moments that fizzles out.
I don't know anything about that, Matt. You've covered that more than, well, maybe not that trial, but
yeah, not Richens. Teeter, thanks for the super. Don't forget Farnsworth named his file YOLO on his computer. Okay, so that whole thing, there is a device used for video switching and stuff like that in professional environments called a YOLO Live. And that's what they used at the Charlie event. So that makes sense.
Okay. Oh, another thing. I'll wait after you guys are done.
To help in Florida in a prelim, a report or video filmed by a witness would need to be supported by the person who made it. Utah 102, cop is sufficient. Yeah, we're seeing that. We're definitely seeing that. Reliable hearsay, we're learning.
Bonnie Lynn, thanks for the super. Good morning. You guys did great yesterday. I was with you the whole time. Congratulations. That was a long day. I'm here for it. Thank you guys for streaming live and for the commentary.
All right. Paulie says that guy on the roof said he went down and took 30 seconds to get to Kirk after jumping over people. Said by the time he got down, they had already moved him in 30 seconds. That's not what happened. No, I think they did move him that fast. They shouldn't have. That was the dumbest thing ever, but I'm pretty sure they did actually move him that quick. Then again, they didn't stabilize him. Stabilizing the casualty in an arterial wound is step one, which they said, they said, F that. We don't need to stabilize the casualty in an arterial wound. We'll just bounce. But I think they did move him pretty quick, didn't they? As far as I remember.
Baron clocked
irresponsibly, but
I believe it was under like 20 some seconds. It was pretty quick.
Irresponsibly, which is panic, right? And again, as somebody who's treated people real world while being shot at, it is high stress. But if you're well trained, they wouldn't have had any issue like that. That's why I think the security detail is just a massive failure all around.
Yeah. We have Danks in the house. Danks, we're just getting set up, trying to run through some supers real quick before we start here any second for court. Kit's Cat. I'm a liberal person watching this channel because I know y'all speak the truth about what happened to Charlie. He's bringing both sides together for justice. Much love to truth seekers. Good to see that. It's great to hear that people are just about truth.
Hunter says most of the time that they show, most time they show what will show probable cause to not perjure a jury later, sadly. Interesting.
Thelma McGahee. All the objections can be used for an appeal if it goes to Supreme Court in death penalty cases. Baron explains it better. Okay. That's really important, actually, then. So she's setting herself up for later in case she needs it.
That makes all the sense in the world.
Kyle is just who I am. Kermit radio voice. Good morning, everybody. I can't do it. Can anyone do that? The Kermit voice?
Not my voice is not built for Kermit.
All right. Let's do this. I don't care if we have gotchas at this point. I'm ready for the long game either way. We know way too much. Praying for all. And that's the thing. All you people that are here, you're looking for truth. You want to keep track of what's going on. That's great to see. We didn't know if people would actually show up or not for these.
I think I've already got 4,000 people here on my end. This before the trial started. This looks like it could be even more than yesterday. Brian said, I'm not trying to bust y'all's balls about things, but words matter to make sure we aren't infringing on due process, even though we know it would. No, Brian, you're 100% right. Like my dad would smack me around for that because he's been an attorney for 40 years. He always says words mean things in law, and oftentimes very different things than they mean that people realize. So yes, words are extremely important in court of law and trials like this.
Just me, 23. I hope defense keeps up the objections on hearsay. Large amounts of Appellate cases in Utah based on hearsay evidence and other cases. Thanks for covering this, guys. Yeah, so what was that thing yesterday? Hearsay maxing? Hashtag hearsay maxing?
Yeah, hearsay maxing.
Yeah.
Kathy
Nate,
Weinsickle.
how much, Nate, Nate, too much money for Israel to make you know? Or I'm thinking, you mean how much money would it take? If they spent probably 25 million, and then you might hear me.
We're starting.
All right, here we go.
Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Counsel, please enter your appearances.
Yeah, let's turn that up a little bit.
Bride, David Sturgill, Lauren Hunt from the state, Jeff Gray, the county attorney, as well as Chris Miller are also present.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor.
For those watching, they adjust the volume as we go. It's maxed out.
Richard Novak, Stacy Visser here for Mr. Robinson, who's seated to my right.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Mr. Robinson. And for the record, the court also recognizes the presence of victim representative, Ms. Erica Kirk. Good morning. First, with respect to courtroom protocol to maintain security and decorum, any individual who exits the courtroom during proceedings will not be permitted to re-enter until recess. All counsel are expected to take reasonable measures to safeguard confidential communication. Such measures may include the use of screen protections on electronic devices. All right, is the audio working?
It's going in and out for them, not for us.
All right, let's just take a brief moment.
At least they're paying attention to it.
And just let me know when it appears to be working. While we're waiting, if you have any water bottles or such, feel free to drink them. It is a little bit warm in here today, so I will be drinking from my water. So don't hesitate to use that if you need to.
This is Tyler right here on the right side.
It's kind of a weird random thing to say about the water, no? Like what?
He said that
talked
yesterday
about that
too.
a bunch yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Get everyone dosed up on some,
The judge is a little melodramatic. We've seen he's got a little bit of theater in him.
Well, that live reaction to Charlie getting shot or whatever it was, that seemed pretty authentic. That was crazy. I guess his first time seeing it.
I doubt it.
Yeah, I don't think so.
You think it was theater? Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I think that was an act.
Oh,
You know this man seen it.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody's seen it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm a sucker then. Nate,
like
do you
they're
have a
ahead.
Twitter account?
No, brother.
Oh,
I
you
don't use
don't?
Twitter. Not that.
Sounds
I
good.
well, I like have a generic one that I can use Twitter to browse stuff for, but I don't actually have like an account where I post or respond. That's the toxic world I'm not interested in.
I was trying to tag you.
Yeah.
Nate's more of an IG man like myself.
Yeah.
I try to get on X. It's so toxic. It's crazy. I try though. I try.
So for anyone that wasn't here yesterday, anytime you see these little polls pop up, you just type in the number in chat and hit enter, and then it will do a real time
You
update.
send them a link to the where this is being streamed so they have something to look at.
I don't know. I don't have an OnlyFans either, guys. Sorry.
Oh, come on.
Continue.
Not yet. Not yet. I don't. Maybe if the channel
Let me
burns.
repeat it just because the audio may have cut out. All counsel are expected to take reasonable measures to safeguard confidential communication. Such measures may include the use of screen protections on electronic devices and care to avoid the inadvertent capture of privileged or private discussions by recording equipment or by those present in the courtroom. Second, the court will address the camera operator and still photographer, and I will invite you to come forward. All right, the purpose of this is to ensure clarity regarding the expectations governing today's proceedings. Could you both state your name for the record?
Yes, Trent Nelson with the Salt Lake Tribune as the pool still photographer.
John Wilson from KSL Television, video photographer.
Good morning to you both. Have you reviewed the court's standing decorum order?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Do you understand the requirements set forth in that order as they apply to your activities today?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you require additional time to review the order or to adjust equipment to ensure compliance?
No.
Do you anticipate any difficulty complying with the order or with the court's instructions?
No.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate your
Thank you.
cooperation today. As we begin this morning, the court wishes to acknowledge the importance of the safety, dignity, and well-being of all those who are present or who may be present during these proceedings, including the parties, counsel, witnesses, court staff, and members of the public. The court is also mindful of its solemn obligation to protect and uphold the constitutional rights of both Mr. Robinson and Ms. Kirk. In furtherance of those important interests, all persons attending these proceedings are reminded that portable electronic devices are not permitted in the courtroom or on the fourth floor. The court also expects every person in attendance will be treated with the dignity and respect to which they are entitled. Consistent with the court's standing decorum order, all spectators shall remain quiet, civil, and orderly during all times. Spectators shall not engage in conduct that is distracting, disruptive, provocative, disrespectful, uncivil, or threatening in any manner. Spectators shall not make audible comments of any kind, shall not shake or nod their heads, and shall not make gestures or other visible reactions during today's hearing. Spectators shall also not wear or display pins, buttons, signs, clothing, photographs, or other items expressing support for or opposing to any person connected with this case, or expressing any position concerning the status of this case as a capital offense. The court appreciates the cooperation of all present in maintaining a courtroom environment that is safe, respectful, orderly, and faithful to the rights and dignity of every person involved. Turning now to counsel. Before we begin, I wish to acknowledge the professionalism, civility, and competence demonstrated by counsel for both the defense and prosecution during yesterday's proceedings. It is evident to the court that each of you approach this matter with seriousness, preparation, and a deep commitment to your respective responsibilities. The court appreciates the care which you have taken in advocating for your positions and the respectful manner in which you have done so. Thank you. Do either party require the benefit of the record before we proceed?
The state does, Your Honor. Mr. McBride will address the court.
All right, and just as a reminder, the microphones at counsel table are turned off to prevent the inadvertent capture of any communication. So if you would like to come forward, thank you. And turning to Mr. McBride.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before this hearing, the defense moved to find Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, Rule 7B, and Rule 1102 unconstitutional as it relates to the admissibility of hearsay and reliable hearsay at this hearing. The issue was extensively briefed and argued. The court denied the defense motion to exclude the use of reliable hearsay at the preliminary hearing. That ruling is at docket number 631. In addition, defense counsel filed a standing objection on July 3rd. That's docket 678. The standing objection reasserted the arguments made in defendant's previous motion. Defendant continues to make these same objections throughout the testimony of each witness. I believe both the state and the court and everyone present knows that the defense objects to the use of hearsay or reliable hearsay at this hearing. On the point of preserving the objection, that has been done. Defense counsel has filed their motion, they filed their standing objection. Throughout the proceeding, they have continued to make objections. At this point, further objection is unnecessary to preserve the record.
Well,
Causes undue and unnecessary delay. This is needless delay, and we'd ask the court to acknowledge and the record to reflect the standing objection. And we also ask the court to give an instruction that continuing objections on this ground are unnecessary. Of course, if it relates to some other ground or is some item that's particular to a particular statement, that objection may be appropriate. But at this point, we feel that the repeated objections that have been made and already been ruled upon are unnecessary and cause undue delay.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. To defense.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Burt for Mr. Robinson. We have no objection to that procedure as long as the court makes a ruling that the objections are preserved. We do think it would expedite matters if we didn't have to repeat the standing objection. There may be particular objections that are not covered by the standing objection we've made, and so we ask permission to be allowed to make those objections as needed.
Thank you, Mr. Burt. Thank you to both sides. I appreciate the presentation and your argument about this. The court takes no position in regards to whether the objection is made again and again or not. I leave that to the parties. I recognize the need to expedite this, and if both sides stipulate, I will adopt the request that the standing objection as it relates to 1102, Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, and all relevant authorities that have been cited have been noted, and the standing objection by defense is in place. However, if defense feels the need to do that in order to protect the constitutional rights of Mr. Robinson, the court will not prevent that, nor stand in its way. This court is not is acting in the role of a magistrate and will allow the parties to move forward as necessary. But as noted, I will make that note that the standing objection has been noted for all of the yesterday's proceedings and will be in place throughout the rest of the preliminary hearing. Anything further or any need for the record given the court's statement?
Not from the state.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, the court acknowledges that the exclusionary rule is in effect. At this time, any witness who is subject to exclusion should be excused from the courtroom. And again, I will leave it to the parties to monitor the courtroom to ensure that if a witness has come in and they shouldn't be, that they are redirected. I invite Agent Hull to return to the stand to resume direct examination. And Agent Hull, you are still under oath. Mr. Sturgill?
Thank you, Judge.
And before we begin, is there a way to dim these lights just a tad like we did yesterday?
A little hungover.
Yeah. He seems more feisty today, too.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. As of yesterday, there is also a water bottle to your left. And if you wouldn't mind just making sure that microphone is directly in front of you, we want to make sure that the record picks up your testimony today.
There he
Sturgill,
is.
your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Hull, we're going to return to what has been marked State's Exhibit 12.1. There was reference to it yesterday.
What's up, you guys?
Again, have you reviewed that?
Shut up, Jesse.
And if you wouldn't mind, just briefly remind us what that exhibit consists of. Okay.
Your Honor, excuse me, we can't hear the witness.
That's what I hear. So let's go ahead and
Yeah.
stop. I'm not. So let's. I'm gonna have
Technical
you-
difficulty.
Let's test it. Go ahead.
Check.
All right. I believe that. Mr. Sturgill, if you wouldn't mind restarting.
I
so
can do that, Judge.
Thank you.
Maybe bring the mic
Welcome,
the base
Jesse.
a little bit closer to you. I don't know if that will help. All right, let's go ahead and go back to what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.1. I'd asked you a moment ago if you'd reviewed that exhibit.
Yes, I have.
Okay. And would you just remind us what that exhibit consists of?
It's a compilation of videos that were part of the overall footage that was obtained from the Utah Valley University as part of the investigation.
And does that compilation video, from your point of view, capture Mr. Robinson arriving to and visiting the UVU campus?
It does, yes.
On September 10th through the 11th, 2025.
Correct.
Okay. And again, I asked you this question yesterday, but did you prepare that video compilation?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know who did?
The Utah County Attorney's Office.
Does that video, and I'm referring to 12.1 exhibit, State's Exhibit 12.1, does it include all of the footage collected by the SBI from UVU?
It does not, no.
Does that video, again, 12.1, include all of the footage you collected from UVU that captures who you believe is Mr. Robinson walking around campus?
Not all of the footage, no.
You reviewed this compilation with Mr. Olson, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in its entirety?
Yes.
And he actually, and then you collected an 1102 statement from him?
I did, yes.
And I believe that has actually been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 12.3. Did Mr. Olson refer to that exhibit, 12.1, in his statement?
He did, yes.
Okay. 12.3. I'm going to put on your monitor State's Exhibit 12.3, and I ask that you scroll down towards the very bottom. And I would ask that you read from the statement specifically what Mr. Olson said about State's Exhibit 12.1. And I want to narrow your focus. So I'm going to draw your attention about 3/4 down the page. There's a sentence that begins on the left margin, "I have reviewed." Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay. Would you please read that sentence?
I have reviewed State's Exhibit 12.1, and the recordings are true and accurate, including timestamps, dates, and camera labels. The only changes are some zooms and red highlights, which were not part of the original recording.
Yeah.
Would
Have
you like
you, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I didn't know if you wanted me to continue.
No, that's good enough. Have you had a chance? Well, you review the raw footage yourself. Is that correct?
Correct.
And does that comport with your viewpoint of that exhibit?
It does, yes.
Have you had a chance to review what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.4?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you review that exhibit?
This morning.
And who did you review that exhibit with?
With Kimberly Durfler.
Okay. Was there any conversation about that exhibit?
No, I was just shown the video.
Okay. Nobody asked you questions or suggested anything to you?
They did not know.
The did you prepare that exhibit?
I did not.
Do you know who did?
The Utah County Attorney's Office.
All right. And I'm referring specifically to what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.4. What is depicted in that video?
That video is, again, a compilation of videos from the overall footage that was obtained from Utah Valley University for September 11th and September 12th.
And how does it compare to what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.1?
It appears to be the same footage. However, on this particular version, there were no circles or blurs that had been made to the video.
How about zooming in and zooming out?
No, there was no zooming or zooming out.
Does it appear to be identical to the raw footage that you've seen that portrays this particular part of the UVU surveillance video?
It does, yes.
Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.4.
Your Honor, we just object to the publication of this for all the reasons we argued yesterday. We think this video is going to play a big role in the trial, and to allow the public to see it now would seriously impact our ability to get a fair trial, and we're asking the court not to publish it.
Thank you. And Mr. Surgeon, and to all counsel, as it will apply to all counsel, when you are moving a piece of evidence, it's the three parts, whether admissibility into the record, Right. To be published in the courtroom, and captured by the media. So, Mr. Sturgill, as it's your request, what are you requesting?
Just, first of all, I'd move to admit the exhibit. I'd ask, and Judge, the presumption is that this is a public record and should be published. And so the state's position is that it should be published here in the courtroom, and it should be published in such a way that the media can capture it on video.
All right.
Your Honor, can I be heard on that very quickly?
You may, if you would approach the lectern, please, and state your name.
I'm David Ryman. I represent the news media. I didn't make an appearance because the news media technically aren't parties, but as you know, they do have the right to be heard on issues like this, and I've tried to keep that to a minimum. But since this is the first one coming up today, I thought it might be helpful to just address it again. There is a presumption not just that it be published in the courtroom, as we talked about yesterday, because the participants or the spectators in the courtroom have a right to know what the court is viewing so that they can understand how you're making your decision. This seems like a very important piece of evidence. It doesn't seem like there is a basis to keep the people who are standing why it's being introduced. It is not like the videos yesterday, and my understanding at least is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we didn't object to the videos that weren't published yesterday that were graphic. We didn't object to the non-publication of the autopsy report. The argument here that Ms. Nestor just made is this seems really relevant, and that is precisely why it needs to be public. With the last thing I'll address is just EMC. There is a presumption, it's a rule presumption, not a constitutional one, that EMC is allowed. And I think that for all of the reasons that we've briefed this for your honor several different ways, there needs to be a really good reason why. If it's being published in a public proceeding in the courtroom, it should not also be, it should not also be allowed to be published to the media. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sturgill, do you wish to respond or perhaps give a little bit more detail on what this video purports to show?
Well, do you want me to proffer that, Judge, or have the witness?
I'll defer to you.
Okay. Well, first of all, if I could take one step back, let me ask you, I may have misheard, but let's just be clear about this video, the compilation video. It includes video surveillance from UVU campus from what dates?
September 10th, 2025 into the morning of the 11th, 2025.
And if you wouldn't mind just describe in a bit more detail what this compilation includes.
The compilation shows the movements of the individual believed to be Mr. Robinson on Utah Valley University campus, arriving and leaving in a vehicle, arriving and leaving on foot, and then returning and leaving, and then attempting to gain access again in a vehicle. And his movements throughout the day are included in the videos also.
Is there any footage of the alleged shooting?
There is not, Judge.
Okay. Want to clarify that. Ms. Nestor, given that additional information and anything further from defense.
Mr. Burt's he's the one who's been litigating all of the First Amendment issues. If he could address Mr. Ryman's argument.
Yes, Mr. Burt, if you wouldn't mind coming forward.
So they have footage of everything but the shooting.
Yeah,
we've seen all that. One argument that was made by counsel for the media yesterday, and that was the rules. The rule 4-202.02 does not apply to the situation we're in right now, and that is wrong. The rule says that this rule applies to the judicial branch, and 4-202.02J says the judge may regulate or deny access to exhibits to ensure a fair trial. So I think that rule does apply to our situation, and the Supreme Court in the Algier, ALLGIER case, 258 Pacific 3rd, 589, applied the rule in the context of an evidentiary exhibit. And I know the court has not mentioned, since counsel made that argument, this particular rule, but I think it does apply here. And also applicable is the Supreme Court's decision in the Kearns case, which we talked about when we argued the motion for denying access to the cameras. And that case, Kearns versus Tribune Corporation, 685 Pacific 2nd, 515, says that the standard the court ought to apply in determining whether an exhibit at a preliminary hearing should be sealed is one of a, quote, realistic likelihood of prejudice. And we rely on the evidentiary showing we've made in connection with our motion to exclude cameras, that there is a realistic likelihood of prejudice in this way. The court knows and has access to the media coverage up to the time when we litigated the motion concerning closing this hearing to the cameras. And the court knows that one feature of the media coverage has been a very pro-prosecution bias of every story that has been published on this account. The court also knows from that coverage that information is being widely disseminated, and you have found in connection with the shackling issue that the publicity in this case is likely to reach jurors who will be part of our jury pool. And we've also submitted to the court a public opinion survey, which shows that the prejudicial publicity that the media has already generated in this case has affected the jury pool. And so those are all factors the court can point to and rely on and conclude that publication of this particular exhibit should not be allowed because there is a realistic likelihood of prejudice to Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. So under that standard and under the rule, the court ought to deny publication.
Thank you, Mr. Burt.
Thank you.
Any final argument from the parties before the court issues its ruling?
Your Honor, can I be heard on that briefly?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. David Ryman. I just wanted to clarify. I don't know that Mr. Burt and I necessarily disagree about what he said about the rule. What we were talking about yesterday was something different. That is the portion of the rule that classifies records that are in the court file. You know, it's not the same as what happens in a public hearing. And Mr. Burt referenced the portion of the rule that essentially just tracks the constitutional standard, which of course, you know, controls here as to whether in this public proceeding, it can be closed in any way, and non-publication of exhibits as a form of closure. So I don't necessarily disagree. I would just underscore a lot of what Mr. Burt just said has been briefed ad nauseum at this point. Their position that publicity is incompatible with a fair trial. The Allgaier case he mentioned, you know, I know that case. I litigated that case. It involved a confession that the court found public because you have so many other tools to seat a fair and impartial jury. And we have cited that case repeatedly, and so has Your Honor, I think, recognized it in your ruling, saying pretrial publicity can coexist with the defendant's right to a fair trial. So the last thing I'll say is just that the constitutional standard that I think we're all agreeing applies here is weighty and difficult to overcome. And it is never satisfied, as we've explained, by just generalized assertions that there's a lot of publicity out there. It's got to be something really specific, and they just haven't made that showing. And I certainly don't think that a video that apparently just shows the defendant walking around the UVU campus qualifies.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Anything further?
From the state, no, but I think I'd like to be crystal clear. You asked if there's any portion of this video that captures, I believe you asked of the actual shooting. There's no video of that. There is video, however, and you've heard testimony related to this, where the shooter goes to the top of the low-C building, goes out to the edge of the building, low crawls, and then leaves after what we assume is the shot being fired. That's as close as it gets. I don't know if that makes sense.
He just admitted it.
Wanted to make the record clear.
They don't have footage of the shot.
There with Your Honor.
But they do have him crawling.
I appreciate that.
Does he have the gun in that?
clarification,
I don't know.
as it is guiding for this
They,
court.
they just admitted it though. It's the first time they've admitted they
Making
don't
this
have
ruling.
footage of the shot.
That's a headshot for their case.
Utah.
Mhm.
Well,
Wow,
let's-
that's
let me pull
crazy.
this up.
All this time, all this bullshit
Wow.
they fed us for a
Rule
year.
4-202.02. I go down to, well,
Wow.
first it says statement of the rule. 1, presumption of public court records. Court records are public unless otherwise classified by this rule. 2, public court records. Public court records include but are not limited to. I'm going to go down to 2J, exhibits. But the judge may regulate or deny access to ensure the integrity of the exhibit, a fair trial, or interests favoring closure. And the court recognizes the importance of the constitutional rights of Mr. Robinson being upheld and protected. At the same time, the court also recognizes the importance of transparency and a proper balance to ensure that the constitutional rights of all parties are upheld. As it relates to this exhibit, I believe it's 12.4.
12.4, yes.
Based off the representation of what is in that, the court differentiates this exhibit from the exhibits from yesterday, namely Exhibit 7, Exhibit 8, and Exhibit 9, as those are different in nature. And those go to issues relating to Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 28, as it relates to the Declaration of the Rights of Crime Victims. And the court also recognizes Utah Rule of Evidence 1102, as that is the foundation that's being laid for the admission of this exhibit. Having taken in consideration all factors, the court rules that Exhibit 12.4 is admitted into evidence and shall be played in the courtroom and may be broadcast by the media. We can proceed.
Thank you, Judge.
Wow.
Jason Hull, before we actually watch State's Exhibit 12.4, I have just a few questions. Yesterday, you testified at the very beginning of your investigation that you focused on the video that captured the shooter on the top of the Low-C building. Is that correct?
Yes.
I believe you also testified that you began by working your way, and this is what I remember you saying, so correct me if I'm wrong, but you in essence testified that you began with that video and you started working your way backward and forward with the UVU surveillance video in an effort to trace the shooter's steps on campus. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Would you mind explaining just in a little bit more detail what you meant by that, tracking forward and backward on that video?
Yeah, we had a known when the shooting occurred, and as the officer testified, there was a video of an individual on the roof at the time of the shooting. And so the philosophy that we applied was to take what we knew and then work that forward through the timeline and backwards through the timeline to try and establish where the individual had gone from the rooftop or how the individual had come to be on the rooftop.
And did that, for lack of a better term, did that bear fruit?
It did,
you
yes.
actually see from, at least in part, where he came from and where that shooter went?
Yes, more so where he came from. It was very limited after the fact.
You testified yesterday that in reference, I believe, to what's marked State's Exhibit 21, that you believe Mr. Robinson visited campus at least 4 times on the 10th and the 11th.
Correct.
And I think you reaffirmed that today. Did you do the same attempt, that is, to track Mr. Robinson through UVU surveillance video during each of those 4 visits?
Yes.
Or those other 3 visits, I guess.
Yes, on each occasion, we attempted to follow the movements of the individual throughout campus.
And did you in fact see Mr. Robinson on campus in surveillance video that is not included in State's Exhibit 12.4?
Yes, there is additional footage of him on campus, yes.
Okay. I'm going to have displayed on your monitor what you're going to see is a paused or a still image. And I'm going to ask if you recognize what you see that now, Agent Hall?
I do, yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what's displayed on your monitor?
Yes, it's footage from the university that was provided to us, particularly of the parking structure.
Okay. Does it appear to be State's Exhibit 12.4?
It does, yes.
So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to have this video run. And if you don't mind, as it's running, I'm probably going to be asking you some questions. And so this video has no audio. Is that right?
No, there's no audio on the cameras.
Okay. Let's go ahead and start the video.
Your Honor, it's just not up on the screen yet.
So they don't have a picture, or
Let's
they don't
go
have video
ahead
from
and put it
taking the
on all
shot,
screens.
and no audio of a gunshot sound, right?
No, I appreciate it.
Nope.
It is, so it is admitted and may be published to the screens. And just want to make sure it's on your screen, Agent. All right. All right, Mr. Sturgill, you may proceed.
Appreciate that, Judge. Thank you. Go ahead. Okay, what are we seeing here, Agent Hall?
That's the vehicle that is believed to belong to Mr. Robinson arriving in the parking garage on campus.
At what time in the morning? What time of the day?
It's approximately 8:30 in the morning on September 10th, 2025.
And what leads you to believe this particular vehicle belongs to Mr. Robinson?
Information that was provided regards to driver's license and Department of Motor Vehicle records. The vehicle fits the description of a vehicle owned by Mr. Robinson.
Is
What about
there
the
anything
license
about
plate?
the vehicle that stands out to you?
The shape of the vehicle is very distinct, but predominantly the wheels were very distinctive on this version of the vehicle.
Now what do we see?
The driver of the vehicle exits the vehicle and then walks on foot to exit the parking garage. It's the individual in the red T-shirt and the shorts and the shoes.
And do you believe you recognize who that person is?
Yes,
Who is that?
I believe that's Tyler Robinson.
All right, where does he go from there?
Shorts.
With a backpack.
He heads out of the parking garage on foot into the campus and actually goes to the quad area of the campus. At that time, he makes contact with some representatives from TPUSA.
By quad area?
Sorry, the amphitheater is what I
What?
previously
Oh, no.
referred it to.
So he goes up on campus, visits the amphitheater area, the courtyard or quad.
Correct.
And then what do we see here now?
He returns on foot back to the same vehicle.
And what time is he returning back to the vehicle?
It's about 9:25 a.m.
They kind of skimmed over the made contact with TPUSA part.
Yeah, what was that?
And where is this parking structure located on campus?
It's just off of Campus Drive. It's a short walk from the amphitheater.
They need to ask if there is footage of where the shot was taken and then ask why they don't have the
Mr.
shot.
Robinson driving the vehicle.
Okay.
Now what do we see?
Oh, well,
This is Mr. Robinson returning to the campus on foot from
This is a different outfit.
the neighborhood to the northeast. You can see he's wearing the same clothing as in the previous video. And he's carrying a blue backpack.
Describe the clothing.
It's a maroon colored T-shirt with gray or olive colored shorts and then Converse shoes.
And a blue backpack.
Mm-hmm.
This guy is a toe walker.
Time did he
So watch other footage of
Just after 10 a.m.
Tyler. This is a toe walker.
Does he leave?
See
the
if he
parking
also walks
structure?
on his toes later.
He does, yes.
Okay. And during this visit, do you know where he goes after he leaves the parking structure?
Yes, we were able to track his movements on campus. He went to Chick-fil-A,
What?
Johnson Building,
Mhm.
and purchased some food, sat and ate the food.
Now he's limping in this
Then
video.
And
Yeah, we've seen this
where
picture
did he purchase the food from?
or this.
Chick-fil-A
we've seen
in the
this before.
Sorensen Center.
And
So-
where is that in
But
relation?
that's it.
the amphitheater or the courtroom?
Chick-fil-A, Dairy Queen steak.
Hold on,
on the
guys.
northeast
Guys,
side of
hear
the
this.
amphitheater. It would be on the upper back edge of the amphitheater, furthest away from where the tent was that Mr. Kirk was in.
And from there, where does he go?
From there, he moves across campus, out across Campus Drive into a wooded area on what would be kind of the northeast side of Campus Drive. Then returns back onto campus. We noticed at this point that he's no longer carrying the backpack that he was originally wearing. He moves through the Gunther building and the computer science building. And then, I'm sorry?
And then goes where?
Then goes across to the railing that gives access to the roof of the Losi building.
He's not a student at UFU, right?
From there, he comes back down the stairs and walks off campus from that point.
And about what time was that he left campus that second time? Do you know?
I believe it was approximately 11 a.m. or just after, if I recall. I could verify from my notes if you need an exact time.
Yeah, if you don't mind. That'll help you remember, refer to it. Don't read it out loud. Let me know when you've had a chance to look at that, would you?
No wonder MC Search was so nervous.
Were you able to refresh your memory as far as the time?
I was, yes.
And what time was it?
It was just prior to 11 a.m. when he walked off campus.
And before we go any further, the parking structure that he left initially, where is that parking structure in relation to the LDS Institute building?
I'm sorry, in relation to?
The LDS Institute building on campus?
I think it would be just to the north of the LDS Institute building, if I recall.
Do you recall whether it was adjacent to the LDS Institute?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. What do we see displayed here now? Go ahead.
This is a video of Mr. Robinson returning back to campus the same way that he did previously on foot.
And this takes just a moment.
Different clothes.
And why? Well, let me ask you this. You believe this is Mr. Robinson returning to campus?
I do, yes.
Okay. And why do you believe it's Mr. Robinson?
The shoes are the same, and the images that we have from my viewing and seeing Mr. Robinson on the video, it's the same person.
He's noticeably wearing different clothing.
He is wearing different clothing, and he also is walking with a gait or a limp in this video.
With a gait or what?
A limp.
Still, there's no 30-06 in those skinny jeans.
His knees are bending.
Yeah, his knees are bending.
And they're saying that he's supposed to have both parts of the gun in his pants. The stock on one side.
Mr. Robinson
Hold on.
coming up the stairs of the parking structure.
No, we've seen this.
Again, he seems to be having issues walking.
He is hiding his face on purpose.
And again, were you able to track? Were you able to track Mr. Robinson when he leaves this parking structure?
Yes, we were able to.
Okay. So when he leaves the parking structure, where does he go?
He comes up around Campus Drive. As you can see on the video here, there is a cut through there north of the Losi building, and that's Mr. Robinson coming up the sidewalk. He has the noticeable gait or limp in his walk. And then he moves south across the front of the Losi building.
On the sidewalk?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
He would be the rear of the two individuals in this particular video.
So right now, if you were to break this picture into quadrants, where would he be?
I would be in the top left quadrant, walking to the left of the image.
Now what do we see?
This is an image looking across the parking lot to the Losi building, and Mr. Robinson is appearing on the exterior staircase, which gives access to the Losi building roof and the area where the railing was.
And again, let's break that image into quadrants. Where would he be located if you broke it into quadrants?
It's in the top right, and the individual can be seen moving under the notations that are on the video.
You're saying he's up here?
And what time is this?
It's just after noon, about 12:15
On what day?
on September 10th, 2025.
What just happened, or what did we just see happen?
The individual actually kind of rolls over the railing onto the roof of the Losi building.
All right.
Sorry. And again, in the top left corner, the individual is now seen running across the rooftop of the Losi building to what would be the southwest corner of the building, crouching down and then crawling to the corner of the building.
This is the footage.
And this is at what time?
Around 12:23. I think the timestamp on the video is 12:22.
On the 10th.
On September 10th, yes, 2025.
So we're clear, this is the roof of the Losi building.
Correct.
Can you still see that individual?
Yes, you can, laying prone.
You believe this to be Mr. Robinson?
I'm sorry?
You believe this to be Mr. Robinson?
I do, yes.
And how long is he out there on the edge of the building?
Just until the reported shot was fired at 12:23 and 28. Individual then stands up and then moves across the building to the north.
Is that what we're seeing happening right now?
It is, yes. They move behind the
We've seen
the atrium area on the rooftop to the northeast corner where the white triangle is.
Do you see Mr. Robinson now?
I do, yes. He's just arriving at the corner of the building, almost the top center of the image.
What are we seeing now?
And Mr. Robinson lowering and jumping off of the roof of the Losi building onto the grass area, and then moving away towards Campus Drive. And he appears to be carrying some kind of an object in his hand at this time.
So he's approaching,
Campus Drive.
and again, broken into quadrants. Where is he currently?
Be in the top right quadrant.
And the time?
It's 12:24 and 42 on the timestamp.
What do we see now?
He then crosses Campus Drive and drops down into the wooded area on the far side of Campus Drive.
And that is located in what part of the video? What quadrant?
It would have been just off center on the top left side.
What do we see now?
This is the intersection of Campus Drive and 800 South. There's a vehicle attempting to turn right onto Campus Drive. That's the vehicle that's driven by Mr. Robinson.
And on the screen, where is that vehicle that you're referring to located? If you broke it into quadrants.
It's on the left side, on the upper side, the upper quadrant.
Now what do we see?
That vehicle's now pulling away and heading east on 800 South.
And why do you believe that vehicle is Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
When that vehicle was stopped, it actually made contact with an officer who was doing security detail.
And do you know who that officer is?
Officer Goforth.
Okay. And do you know which department he works for?
Spanish Fork Police.
And did you have a conversation with Mr. Goforth regarding this interaction at that intersection?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what time was that interaction? I'm sorry. Did I ask you that?
It was approximately 12:30 a.m.
On the 11th?
On September 11th, 2025.
So you talked to Officer Goforth about that contact on the corner on that, or during, I guess, during the early morning hours of the 11th.
Correct.
And what did Officer Goforth tell you about that interaction?
It was an interaction that I guess cop intuition, but there was something about the interaction that made him make a note of the license plate of the vehicle. And then subsequently, when information was available that vehicle or a vehicle matching the description of that was involved in the incident, he ran the information that he had obtained from the stop and was able to identify that it was registered to Mr. Robinson, and he had in fact had contact with Mr. Robinson on the morning of September 11th, 2025.
The information that he ran, do you know what information when you say that, he ran information?
Yes, he ran a partial plate.
Okay. A license plate?
Correct.
And based on that partial license plate, he was able to identify the owner of that vehicle?
Yes.
And did he tell you who the owner of that vehicle was?
He did, yes.
Okay, and who did he tell you that it belonged to?
Said there were two registered owners of the vehicle, Tyler Robinson and an Amber Robinson.
Did he say anything about the person that he actually interacted with?
Yes, it was a male that he believed to be Tyler Robinson.
Let's return again to what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.1. Again, you've reviewed that video.
Yes.
And the difference between 12.1, or what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.1 and 12.4 are, if I understand you correctly, are these enhancements that we've been talking about.
Yes.
And specifically, what be specific? Be
No.
specific about the enhancements, and let's go one at a time.
Okay.
I think there's a reference to either red circles or red highlights. I think
Correct.
That's how Mr. Olson described it. Red highlights.
Yes.
Do you know what he's or what is he referencing by the red highlights, or what do you believe he's referencing?
I believe he's referring to red ovals or circles that were placed over the image to identify specific individuals of note.
And these red circles, are they permanent red circles? Are they temporary?
I'm
different.
I would assume they are temporary. I'm not very technological, but I believe they would be overlaid over the image.
And that is a bad question. What I mean by that is do they appear and disappear quickly, or do they linger or last for a period of time?
They're there for a notable period, but I believe they come off the video. But
all right. And other than, well, and you said that the circles, what do the circles do?
they identify an area or a person of interest within the video.
And other than do that, do the circles or the highlights, do they do anything with regards to the video itself as far as its accuracy?
Not to my knowledge, no.
I think the next enhancement that has been mentioned that we've talked about is there's some blurring.
Yes.
Do you know what that? Tell us what that is. What blurring do you see in what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.1 that you now don't see in 12.4?
If I recall, there were some individuals in the parking garage footage, and their faces were blurred.
Is anything other than faces being blurred?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. And how often do you see the blurring throughout the video?
I believe it's just in the original sequence in the parking garage.
The other than the blurring, does the blurring, other than obviously blur out part of the image, does it change or impact the accuracy in your mind of that part of the compilation video?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And then the last thing is, I believe, is there's some zooming in and zooming out that's in 12.1 that has been removed
Yes.
from 12.4. What can you tell us about the zooming in and the zooming out?
Predominantly, it's in the area that was referred to as viewing the Losi building rooftop. I believe it focuses on the area where Mr. Robinson comes up the stairs and onto the rooftop. Those portions of that particular footage were zoomed in for clarity.
Other than zooming in and zooming out, does at least that enhancement to the video, does it change the content of the video,
No,
the accuracy in of the video in your mind?
no.
Okay. Are the enhancements in State's Exhibit, well, it's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.1, are they helpful in any way, or what do they add or take away from that video?
I think for people who are not familiar with the area and what's trying to be shown, they allow an opportunity for people to look at an individual who we believe to be Tyler Robinson, and also specific movements with more clarity than the original focal point gives.
So let's talk about the zooming in and the zooming out. It sounds like it's specific to the low-C rooftop, if I understand you correctly.
Yes.
Okay. And I think we've all watched that exhibit.
Correct.
And although you can see Mr. Robinson and his movements, is it fair to say that it's difficult to really see what's going on?
That would be fair, yes.
Okay. And the version that's in 12.1, does it facilitate at least that part of the video, seeing Mr. Robinson and tracking, I guess, his steps?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Judge, at this point, I think in combination with yesterday, the foundation that was laid yesterday, including the written statement from Mr. Olson, which has been admitted into evidence and is, well, it's already been admitted into evidence. We believe there's enough foundation that at this point we'd also ask the court to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.1. We think it would be well, beneficial for Your Honor to view it.
Ms. Nestor.
We object.
Thank you, Your Honor. We renew our authenticity objection, and we also object to for admission purposes. And then we also object to the publication for the same reasons, the fair trial issues that we raised with the unaltered version that was just submitted.
And Judge, sorry, I neglected to mention the other two. Again, Judge, we believe that the presumption is that this is a public record, that it should be not only admitted, but it should be published here in the courtroom, and it should be published in such a way that the media can have access to it.
All right. I do have a question in just directing your attention to the Utah Rule of Evidence 403, to the last phrase, the last 4 words in that. Do you wish to address that?
Judge, I'm going to have to look at 403 specifically for those last 4
Well,
words.
I
unless
can
you
read.
want to share that
I
with
can
me.
read that. Or
Okay, go ahead and read
needlessly
that.
presenting cumulative evidence. So the court may. Let me just read the whole rule for completeness. The court may exclude relevant evidence if its probative value is substantially outweighed by a danger of one or more of the following: unfair prejudice, confusing the issue, misleading the jury, undue delay, wasting time, or needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. I'm not looking at anything else other than that last portion. I recognize there is no jury. I am the magistrate. I am the fact finder, but just addressing that last point of Rule 403.
Right. Judge, well, I don't believe that the evidence is cumulative. I think that each of the 2 videos, although they portray basically the same footage, there's characteristics of the one that has been enhanced that I think makes it easier for Your Honor to truly see what's going on, and for the public to see what's going on. I mean, we've displayed 12.4 on the video, and unless you have very, very, very good vision or you've zoomed in on that monitor, you really can't see what Agent Hull has just described. The character of 12.1 is it simply it enhances that at least important parts of that exhibit, and it just makes it easier to see, not only by Your Honor, but also by the public. And specifically as it relates to the zooming in and the zooming out.
Okay. Anything further from the parties as it relates to 12.1? All right, well, I will admit 12.1 into evidence, but as it relates to playing it in the courtroom or on television, well, for the media, I find that it is, well, as the fact finder, I will look at the evidence and weigh it as a magistrate is required to do, but I do not find it is I don't find it's necessary to replay this video, given the representation that's the exact same video, difference being enhancements made. If it was different in any way, or if it added to or subtracted from, that would be one factor. But because it's simply the same video, simply zooming in with circles or notations, the court does not find that the interest of justice requires it being played again. But it is received into evidence and will be reviewed by myself.
I agree with that.
Will cause determination.
And I appreciate that, Judge. And just so we're clear, State's Exhibit 12.1 has been admitted.
It is received into evidence, yes.
And your intent is to review it in its entirety, but not here in the courtroom.
Yes.
Can I make one suggestion, Judge, or maybe one request? I believe the most important part of the most helpful part of this video is the zooming in and the zooming out. And that is a portion that, if you want, we could isolate that and only play that portion of the video if you'd be willing to publish that portion of the video. And that's really the thrust of why we are trying to introduce that exhibit, because we believe that it's helpful to see it up close. And unfortunately, because of the way it's formatted and the way it's been recorded, there's no way any of us can zoom in and zoom out on this video to get a better look at what's going on. And that's the reason why we did what we did. But we had to memorialize it and save it, and then present it in that way, rather than just present it in its raw form and then have the ability to zoom in and out, if that helps Your Honor understand why we're doing what we're doing.
All right, Ms. Nestor, to the second request of not playing the whole video in its entirety, but simply the portion with the zooming in. How long is that, Mr. Sturgill?
I think it's a couple of minutes.
All right, Ms. Nestor.
We object to the prejudice of that, Your Honor, and ask the court to stand by your previous ruling on that.
All right, thank you. I appreciate both parties. What I will do is review this video in court, and it will be displayed to the monitor's counsel table and to the court's monitor on any portion that you wish to play for me to look at, so all parties can see clearly that the court is reviewing it in court. But I do not find that it is necessary for its publication, because this is the exact same video. I recognize it's zooming, but in balancing constitutional rights, there is nothing on this video from what's been represented that the public hasn't already seen. It's simply, I don't find that is necessary, or and so in balancing the constitutional rights of all parties, I'll view it on the monitor. Counsel's free to view it with me as I'm looking at it, but it will not be broadcast in the courtroom or by the video camera.
I appreciate that, Judge. I respect that. I think there's a natural break where we can start. And what I'm going to ask is just we simply play you will have this entire exhibit in evidence, though.
Thank you.
Is that right?
Yes, I will. All right, whenever you're ready. Counsel, as it relates to your monitor, just as a caution, if you don't want it to be wished to be picked up, and I'm not saying it will.
For anyone that's watching right now, real quick, we are probably going to be doing a recess here shortly in the next 20, 30 minutes, I'm guessing, just so you know.
Take care of your screens if you feel the need to do so.
So if I could just have one moment. Hold on, Kimberly. I'm not sure where the power button is on this. There we go.
All right, Counsel.
Yeah, we can probably.
Are we prepared? And for the state?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Thank you. Having heard from both counsel, I'll go ahead and review it on my screens. It is not being displayed in the monitor in the courtroom. And you may present 12.1, the portion you wish for me to view.
Probably knock out super chats. I know it's got no audio. He's just going to be watching this for the next couple minutes, I think.
Yeah, I'll listen to it. And if any audio comes back on, I'll switch over.
What a joke.
I mean,
this is bad.
The whole time they didn't have the footage. They've been stringing us along the whole time. Acting like they got it on camera.
We didn't.
It's insane.
Yeah, we didn't see anything there. We've already seen that footage for the most part. Well, you got him walking through a parking garage. We already see him walking up the steps and everything. We've covered that a million times. So
yeah, but now that we actually see the footage and we see how much his knees are bending and how he's changing pace depending where he's around. And dude, now they're saying Tyler was wearing shorts. We got a third outfit and Chick-fil-A, three outfits, 3 restaurants, 2 roofs, and 0 footage of an actual shooting.
So can we disseminate why in the world they would say him limping is assumed him having something down his
They got to try to make that connection, right? Because if they don't make that connection, there's nothing that suggests he has a firearm. And a random kid on the roof with no firearm doesn't do much for the prosecution. So
and they're trying to say that he had 2 parts of the guns in each pants. They're trying to say that the stock was on one side of the pants and that the rest. Oh no, that's not what they said.
No, I think they said the stock is in the backpack. But either way, we can all agree that walk was not normal for any human being. Correct?
No, he definitely is walking a little funky. There's no 30-06 in his skinny jeans. I can tell you that. But
so let's look at it from the other side, and let's just say, okay, it was him. Why in the world was he limping when he had pants on, but he wasn't limping when he had shorts on? What is the
because
they're trying to say that he's limping because he has a weapon in his pants,
right?
But they haven't even identified that individual as Tyler Robinson.
But what the fuck would he be doing there in shorts? Period. Then
that's my question, because it's like, okay, if you're planning on doing this, why would you come there and then leave and put on some pants?
Exactly. The whole
change the color of his backpack.
If the defense does not beat this case, I would laugh my fucking ass off. It's like, dude,
keep in mind though,
all you have to do is prove that one of those guys is not Tyler Robinson.
It's not Tyler Robinson.
Be like, wait. So this guy, you said this was Tyler Robinson, but now this is not Tyler Robinson, but this one is. It's like, the door is anyway. I mean,
there's also so much. Hold on, there's something your guys are not paying attention to. What did Governor Cox and what do the charging documents say? They say he arrived in his purple outfit, walked to the roof, his maroon outfit, walked to the roof, changed into black clothes, right, and then puts the gun together, takes a shot, takes it apart, gets off the roof, changes clothes again. He's going to the roof in his same outfit that supposedly the shooter's going to the roof in. So we're already seeing an example of what they've put forward in the charging documents not being true. So that's a little bit wazoo as well.
That was also pretty early on though, too.
But let's hit some super chats. We're gonna fall way too far behind if we don't cover these on breaks like this.
Chevy Twice, thanks for the super. Baron last night at that specific time discusses rounds found on another rooftop. Yeah, we don't know if that's confirmed or not yet. Like we heard defense say it, but she never officially said there was one. She was just asking were there, cartridges on other roofs, and he said no.
Did they say real quick that Tyler Robinson went to UVU to meet with TPUSA representatives? Is that true?
Yes.
They didn't say he went.
They didn't
say he went there to meet with them. They said he interacted with them while he was there.
He said he met with TPUSA, or interacted with them when he was first there in his regular outfit. But again, that was in another one in passing. That was like wait, what'd you just say?
Yeah,
right.
Surprised that never got brought up.
That was like a little layup right there.
I'm sure it will later, but
no, I mean by the people connected to TPUSA, like Andrew Colvat, Blake Neff. They left that detail out.
Let's get back to the supers. We got a lot to get through. Love for the Finlanders. Hello from Finland. Lane Beecraft. Baron was saying the hearsay laws won't be relevant in the actual trial. Correct.
Good point.
The Bells. I don't think they expected TR to live to make it to trial.
Agree.
Looks like they're talking again. Or
Off subject. Did you see our press introduce Nicki Minaj yesterday? Crazy, can't make
talking
this up.
again.
Are they?
Yeah.
They back. All right.
All right, we're back in.
Was there anything that stood out watching that zoomed version?
For me, on the zoomed version, it's apparent that Mr. Robinson, the individual jumping off the roof, is carrying an item.
Is carrying an item.
And you can see clear the clothing that he's wearing. Strike that.
Mr. Sturgill, do you want to respond to the objection?
Judge, it is leading.
I'll go ahead and sustain the objection, and that you may move forward.
Is it easier to see? Oh, strike that, Judge. I'll let the video speak for itself. Judge, I have nothing further with Agent Hall.
Ms. Nestor.
One moment, Your Honor, if I may have the court's indulgence.
I'll be back, guys. You can bring me down, but I'll be back in a minute.
All right.
Thank you. Do you want to take your...
And I was just going to suggest that. It
Recess,
seems like
okay.
right now is a good time to take our morning break.
Yep.
It's 10:15. Let's come back at...
All right, Nate, you ready? Did Nate step away too? I think he
Yeah.
Yeah,
did.
Nate stepped away.
Might as well just read them anyway, though, no?
Yeah, we can just keep going. You want to take that one, Bays?
Okay. Oh, Sheila is here. $5. Thank you. Says off subject. Did you see our prez introduce Nicki Minaj yesterday? Crazy. Can't make this stuff up.
What?
I did not, but I want to hear about it.
Well,
I didn't see that.
She's been supporting Mako lately, so you know
Mhm.
they need all the help they can get for good PR.
But
I guess.
introduce her as what though? Like, she's not
Who
even a
knows?
citizen.
All right, Jesse, you got this one.
Has Tyler's boyfriend ever been seen in public? They say that they've seen him in public. Like there's a picture of him, like one picture of him from a gas station, supposedly in Texas, and he looks exactly opposite from the transferee pictures you guys have seen. He looks like Taylor, whatever his name is, if he was ugly and had bad skin.
Taylor Lautner?
Yep.
Yeah. Agreed. Jesse?
Remember, he was never meant to survive more than a couple of days. So all of this stuff is trying to retrofit a fake narrative active to save face. But I mean, I certainly think that is very possible. And that would make sense why there's so many obvious blaring holes in the story that they're trying to prove at court.
Lifted Lebo. Shabbat Shalom. Good morning, brother. Good morning. Someone get Nate a Frankfurter MRE so he won't be taking so many poop breaks. Every time he goes, they say it's number 2, but all right, Bays.
Kirsty B90. Good evening, all. 5 p.m. in South Africa. Have my wine and ready to watch the show trial of the year. Moon Goddess, I feel obligated to ask, how's the PT?
Well, Moon, let us know. Let us know how your PT is going. Buff like Jesus. Let's go.
Buff like Jesus. That's
Buff
I like that.
Jesus
dude.
is crazy.
Yo, does anyone else think that David Ho looks like MC Search, though?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does.
Big time.
Jesse?
I'm surprised nobody has pieced together both Crooks and Robinson were caught on surveillance video at ice cream shops.
Ice cream shops.
Huh.
Now they're
Crooks.
at a damn ice cream shop.
Interesting.
Is that right? What's and
I didn't know that about Crooks, but with Tyler, it's the DQ.
I would have to look that up, but that's interesting.
that is interesting.
Huh.
They're like, ice cream shops are notorious for having lax security that we can hack into their cameras.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Annie
this is
J, timestamp for Baron 3323 explains objections. Okay, yeah, I still have to watch yesterday's. I was streaming for.
I'll
like
look that
13
up now
hours.
myself. That's good. 33-23. Okay.
Chris Sanders, I bet the cam cop self-deletes or something soon. I mean, you hope no one does that, but you never know. Little Saigon, we ever going to get evidence Lance is really trans? Yeah, that's a good question. They never proven it.
I mean, they should, like I've been saying in the chat, if their defense is not built around Lance framed Tyler Robinson, it's the lowest hanging fruit of all time. If they watch one of my videos I did on that, one of them, and I did 4, it's like, this is your defense right here. They will not be able to prove that it's not Lance doing all of this. He's got a history of violence. Tyler Robinson did not. It would be easy. It's the easiest defense in the world.
Basic Niche, thanks for the super chat. Couldn't y'all just pause it for commentary? When catching back up, we would eliminate the downtime created by breaks. I don't know.
Break.
I'm still on OCD. Pause it for commentary. We could, but the problem is it's already going to be like 8 or 9 hours to start. So if we pause it during commentary, this could end up taking 13 hours. You know, that's a long day. And I think most of you guys wouldn't even stay that long. So Jordan Whitener. Def didn't take opportunity to ask Bagley if you can see the shot taken in the video. Smart move. Let it go to trial. No shot equals no case. No chance to retry the case.
Well, I was just talking to my wife about this. Doesn't necessarily mean they can't try to, find him guilty, but I'll say this, in the court of public opinion, if that's the best they have, vast majority of people will never believe Tyler's the shooter, no matter what. Like, if you can't show us anything beyond that, what we just saw, it's gonna be a tough sell to a lot.
And they want to put him to death.
Well, that's the thing. Like, if they can't prove it to a certain point, then they may drop the death penalty and drop some of the charges, but still make him guilty of something else,
like a murder too or something like that. Yeah.
Yep.
And I got a timestamp with Barron speaking on the objections. If you guys want to see it, just so you know,
they can't convince him. They can't convict him of murder too. That they can't do. Like, this is either premeditated murder or he's innocent.
Yeah.
There's no.
You're probably right there. Yeah, you're probably right there, Jesse.
Yeah.
Anybody looking for coverage and stuff, it's hard to do because of what Matt said, but we are all doing different things. Like, I'm doing the morning show. You can catch me in the morning, Bays, and others will be at night. Valhalla did a great recap, so you can look for that later in the day.
Oh yeah, that will definitely be a late night RealBayes rant. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, I've been streaming at 9:30 Central. It's 9:30 p.m. Central, like at least 4 nights a week usually.
I'm streaming.
Eagle Checker says it's Big Tata Tatum. Hey, Carrie says, when asked to clarify, didn't the cop say the sound of the shot, in quotes, was synonymous with CK falling? I was sure there was a delay before he was pushed. It was a delay, for sure.
Oh, and did you guys want to hear what Barron was talking about as far as the objections, or y'all good?
We can do something like that on lunchtime. We
Okay,
gotta try to
All right,
blow through these. Otherwise, we're going to be here for 2 hours after the show. So
Yeah, we couldn't get to all of them yesterday, so we want to make sure we're trying to avoid that.
Okay.
I got to run over.
Nate, this is you.
Like during lunch, I'm going to run out of here, but I'll be back after.
I got a buddy that can help identify what a courtyard is if you need help. Yeah, we've spent most of the trial so far identifying that.
Yep. Put that on Stacks. I just came from Dank's channel. I like that name.
Hey.
Should we look into who voted for the new 1102 laws? Then see who gets money from APAC. It would be interesting. Yeah, that's pretty bizarre.
That sounds like a Baron show.
Yep.
Moon Goddess, thanks for the super. Morning, guys. Just want my objection to be awake this freaking early. Noted. I'm staying in bed in my jammies as my active protest to this early crap.
Nice.
Respect.
And people were also asking about your PT. So, Ben Zyamic, I hope my boss doesn't find out I'm listening to the stream in the background while working. I appreciate you guys.
We got to get the meta glasses, bro.
That's funny.
Hey, guys, we just hit 19,000 in chat.
What's up?
Hell yeah.
All right, this is Nate.
Thanks for the play-by-play on this case, gentlemen. I work a 100-plus degree sandblast booth in Phoenix, and you've been making my days enjoyable. Woof. That's rough.
Wow. Let's see, Nana. Morning after seeing that Jesse on Fire was interviewed by Jones, and I'm spreading Charlie being alive still. I think he's possibly paid off just like Jones. Not saying for sure, but feels off. No, it's just
I'm just much smarter than you are, Nana.
well, and Jesse sees things very different than most people, which is actually the biggest strength he has.
Hey,
So,
I've been on Alex Jones' show 5 times too, so that doesn't. you gotta blame all of us that have been on there if you can do that.
yeah, I've never been invited. So, but anyway,
I actually hosted his show yesterday.
Yeah, that's
which
crazy.
is awesome. Yeah. Let's see. Heather Pandola, is EK and Donald Trump Jr. there today?
Erica
As well as
is.
parents? I think they're all there, as far as
Yeah,
I've heard. And
Erica's in there.
I think Donald Trump Jr. will not be there tomorrow or the rest of the week, from what I hear. Which frees up spots for podcasters to go in, which is a good thing. Veronica Kelly, love the way you cover events. I get to really get a feel for what is happening in real time. Thanks. And yeah, I mean, we're witnessing history together, whatever way it goes, and that's huge.
Yep.
Real
This
quick,
is
did
our
you guys see
JFK.
that Project Constitution dropped today? That Erica Kirk has had a secret, like, covered by the government phone number in New Zealand since February of 2025. He sent that to me because he was always like, dude, you're crazy. And then he actually hit me up yesterday. He's like, I can't believe I'm going to say this. I fucking think you're right. And I was like, told you, dude.
You must have loved that one.
Charlie's in
I
New
didn't.
Zealand.
Project Constitution, you know, like, I mean, I'd love it much more if Nate said it, dude. I feel a lot better if it was Nate. Dude.
We ain't
Yeah,
there
we'll see how
yet.
the trial goes. Jordy says, I wish all of Candace, Barron, and all of your evidence could be sent to the defense. Go Max, keep up the good work. Christ is king. I think some of it has been sent, and I know John Bray's stuff has been sent over as well.
Well, at this point, it doesn't look like they even need it.
Yeah, at the moment.
Blessed to be true. FYI, preliminary equals we heard. Trial equals prove it. Yeah.
Dude, I wonder if they, like, based on what I just saw, do you guys even think that? I don't even know if this merits a fucking trial. Oh, never mind. Sorry about the F-bombs. But maybe, like, with the DNA evidence, I keep forgetting about that.
In Utah, I think from what Barron was explaining, like, it's the bar for entry is insanely low. If you can even like tie Tyler Robbins to the area, then you're.
That's what I was saying is to put someone on trial for their life, it shouldn't be that easy.
No, I don't think so either.
Exactly.
Terrible.
Agreed. Nate.
I know Barron is at a funeral, but where's Coach and Zach Costello for your group viewing? Well, I mean, Coach was given the invite, so
yeah,
he's got
probably busy. He streams before this, doesn't he?
Yeah, so that's the thing.
So
So Zach streams around 2 p.m. Central, and that's pretty consistent. That's his regular schedule. Plus, he has other businesses, so he can't just freely kind of jump in like this, I don't think. And then Coach does his own show, and like we said, he was invited if he wanted to come. So let's see, Metarioskara. Free in afternoon, first time, no alarm to join, real life, all of my favorite guys. Bless y'all, love from the Netherlands. Pronounce OE as OO.
Joe says that's a contradiction. Hearsay is not reliable. Utah is such a strange place. Yeah, to me, isn't that kind of like the point of hearsay?
Yeah,
is that it's not reliable?
Right.
It's like in the definition of the word.
Hearsay is definitely not supposed to be reliable.
Yeah, no, I know my last super was off subject.
Yeah, hearsay just
and
means it's like you just heard someone else say it. So it's like, yeah,
The
it's
telephone
Utah
game,
is
dude,
admissible.
which is notoriously not reliable.
Yeah.
Well, imagine having a law that allows that. That's even worse. But
it's crazy.
I
Wait,
know my
they
last super was
allow
off
hearsay in
subject.
Utah? Is that what you said?
Yes,
Yeah,
it's
for
allowed.
The entire
It's
trial has
called,
been hearsay, dude.
It's called
to get-
1102.
But it's allowed, like in trying cases in
Yes.
in
In
Utah,
preliminary.
hearsay
In
is
preliminary.
allowed.
only. Preliminary
Trust-
only. Not in
trust
the
me,
actual
bro.
Preliminary
policy.
only, okay.
preliminary only.
Yeah. And then they have to prove in trial that hearsay is it.
Yeah.
You know.
Preliminary only.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Nana says, I know my last super was off subject, and Jesse's your friend, but he feels off to me. It sucks because I like Jesse and used to listen to him. Hey, I mean,
Well,
people go
Jesse's
in and
here.
out
I
all the
could have
time.
just
for himself.
pretended that I didn't break the case, you know. I thought about it. I was like, dude, I realized that it took me 4 months, and I'm really good at this. And when it hit me, I was like, I'm not going to be able to get anyone to be able to see this. This is probably going to be murder on my channel, but I can't pretend I didn't fucking figure it out because I did.
All right, Bays.
Who felt like the witnesses were more calm during cross, like they want the truth out? We're about to see who is a puppet and who is a patriot.
Thanks to Trael and Mama Nani B for becoming new channel members. Much appreciated. Nate.
Shelster says, this hearsay apocalypse is so insane. I say avoid going to Utah at all costs. You could be accused of a crime with zero evidence, so dangerous and unconstitutional. Thanks for streaming, fellas. Again, I don't know how many times we're going to talk about it. I think me and Matt were both, like, we knew hearsay was allowed, but I think we were both shocked at, like, what that really meant for the trial, as in, like, hey, Tara Farnsworth said this video's good, so put it in evidence.
Even though it's edited.
And the judge is like, yep.
And they're allowing their star witness to just send in a video. He's also, here's what happened. They're like, you know.
Yep.
Trust me, bro.
Watching with my wife from Beaverton. Hell yeah. Thanks for the coverage. That's just north of us, man. Very cool.
I made my mistakes and have been on both sides of the law. This isn't justice. This is a conspiracy masquerading as a circus.
Well, the good news is if I'm right, Tyler Robinson almost certainly is a consumer of like torture stuff, and that's how they picked him out. But you know, so he got no.
That's
there's
definitely
no
how they. Anyway. That's definitely how they target people.
Yeah,
people that have CP and stuff like that they can very easily blackmail.
He was just kidding. YouTube. Dorothy Emery. Barron showed Tater. He called them Ozempic American.
Well, he did.
Yeah, he did. He said, looks like
I showed that clip on my live stream last night. That was hilarious.
He needs to up his dosage because it's not working very well for him.
He looks kind of skinny. He needs some Adderall.
This guy's a bad cop. Pudgy blonde is a good cop.
Why do they keep calling her Pudgy? She's thick. Kathy Nestor's thick.
Hey, leave it to a black guy to know.
Mixed. All right, here we go. This is Nate.
Have they interviewed the bomb sniffing dogs yet on why they missed the rifle? They must have been up all night before clogged up on the C word. Nah, nothing yet on that. I imagine we'll have to wait for the trial. That's going to be on the defense to bring up stuff like that. The prosecution ain't going to say a goddamn word about anything like this, man. So that'll be on the defense.
Someone said big boned.
Thanks for becoming a new member. This is Nate.
So was it the guy with the gun walking with the cop? May have shot CK. Well, that was afterwards, right? Yeah, if you guys didn't see that yesterday, the first officer who talked about going up to the roof and was like, yeah, saw a random guy with a gun. And so we just went up there together. And defense was like, was it another law enforcement officer? And he's like, I don't know. They had a badge, I think.
They had a badge, I think. And that was it.
Oh, no. Yeah. That's not great.
I remember somebody pulling out a badge like in the footage.
Yeah,
so
I know what you're talking about.
Just with badges. I remember that.
Yeah. Well, it starts to get a little sketchy when you realize there was probably undercover feds at that event. So
yeah.
Watching the prosecution point out how their video evidence is basically insignificant is wild. That was. I mean, it's great that you showed somebody walking through the parking garage. Right. We have that.
And that's it.
Whatever that means.
Judge must have a secret chat going on the monitor to his right. LOL. He's always checking it before, after rulings. I was watching yesterday. Anyone else?
He's bringing up legal doctrine that he's citing from when he's doing that. Oh, I can't speak German, but thank you. Anybody speak German? I know you said thank you at the end, but
Gruß aus der Schweiz. Danke.
Danke.
Danke, thank you. But I don't know.
You're welcome. I think unless it's danks or thank you. I don't know. I didn't say I could understand it. I could just say
he stopped saying the times of the spottings. All right,
Dr. Tetanus.
Tatum just said that they have video of him taking the shot. That guy is telling
not according to the prosecution.
Yeah,
anything.
Prosecution literally just said that he crawls to the area. We are assuming he took the shot.
Yeah.
You don't say that if you have video evidence. You show it.
Brought to you by Salem Media.
Well, they said they show him prone. So we'll see. I have to zoom into those pictures. I took screenshots of it, but I can't tell.
There's no way you're going to be able to see from that far away with that fidelity of a camera him taking a shot of anything anyway. Keep in mind, we've seen the zoomed in footage that they're talking about of Tyler running off the roof. We've all seen that.
Yeah.
Well, it makes sense now why they're not identifying whatever's in his hand as a weapon.
Exactly, Bays. What did he say? Did he say the rifle is in his hands, or did he say it looks like there's an item in his hands? Because I've said a million times, it's a fucking black backpack.
If they had the footage of the shot and they saw that, then they'd feel much more comfortable identifying it as a rifle in a different shot.
I don't think they have anything that's even going to show definitively he's got a rifle with him.
I don't even think they could put Tyler Robinson on that roof.
I don't think they're going to be able to put him on the roof either if they're smart about creating like they get. It's the guy in the picture doesn't even look like him. The one
I don't think that's Tyler Robinson. Period.
Three
I don't
different
think he was at
outfits.
UVU at all.
I think, guys, if you actually look at the best pictures to put next to each other are the picture of Tyler at Dairy Queen next to the picture of the kid in the black as he's coming down the stairs.
The stairs,
Those are not they're just
not
not the same person.
Exactly.
And it's a lot of video of Tyler Robinson, so it's not difficult. And we have AI to be able to detect face, like facial recognition software. It's not even that
I honestly think it
difficult.
still looks more like Lance Twiggs than it does Tyler.
I
don't even
totally
think, I
agree.
think
I
he's
do too.
the guy coming through the parking garage looks too skinny. Like if you
And I
Tyler's
did a video where there's actually on the shoes of the guy who they did who they say is Tyler. I found a bunch of pictures of Tyler Robinson and of Lance Twiggs, and they're both wearing those same Converse, and they look like they're the same, but they're not. And
Yeah, I remember
the shoes that are on the shooter are Lance's actually, which is hilarious.
All right,
By
we're
the way,
back in.
everybody who's talking trash in the chat, literally we agree on everything except all I've done is gone. If all of these TPUSA people are involved, I think it's more likely that they were faking it than actually killing him. That's the only thing that we differ on. That's it.
Oh, Jesse, you should see
All
what
right,
I
we're-
saw
hey
the
guys,
other day.
we're back in.
You guys
We're
gotta
back in.
chill out. They don't want to hear us blabbering on during the
So-
witnesses.
When did you leave the SBI?
Cross examination, hell yeah.
The State of Investigation?
Yes,
March of this year.
March of this year.
Yes.
So you were involved in this investigation from September to March, basically.
Yes.
And your new position at Post, what is your new position?
I'm an investigative sergeant.
So you investigate potential wrongdoing of police officers?
Correct.
Okay. So when you were first brought into this case in September, is it my understanding from your testimony that you were not engaged in any way with this event prior to getting a call after the shooting? Is that correct?
Correct.
Does the SBI on occasion assist other agencies with preparing for big events like this or not? Is that not typically something you do?
Not something that I've ever been involved with, no.
Interesting.
Okay. And what time did you arrive on campus that day?
I believe it was shortly after 1:30.
So approximately an hour after Mr. Kirk had already been removed from the...
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And were you involved in putting up any drones into the air? Were you part of that or were you not
It's
involved in
not,
that?
no.
So how quickly after you arrived on scene did you become aware that you were actually going to be in charge of the scene?
I believe it was approximately an hour after, so what would have been approximately 2:30.
So for the first 2 hours, you were not in charge.
For the first 2 hours, I wasn't. I didn't arrive till 1:30, so no.
Okay. And once you came from on high that you were basically going to be in charge of the scene, what was your first priority? What were you focused on?
We were focused on, through our major crimes team and our lieutenant, putting together an investigative team and developing initial assignments and a plan as to what we were going to do moving forward.
And part of that is protecting any potential forensic evidence that may be found on the scene. That's clearly important, right?
Correct.
Preserving the scene, right?
Correct.
But it sounds like that's not really your area. That was more maybe Agent Falmina's area.
Agent Falmina was assigned to process and document the crime scenes. It was my understanding that the known scenes at that time, amid the chaos, had been contained and had been secured by the the on-campus officers who were already on scene.
And what's your understanding of what the known scenes were? In other words, the area where there might potentially be evidence that you needed to process.
I know that the amphitheater area was cordoned off and managed as best it could with the number of people that were there. I was also made aware that there was a rooftop area that had been secured, and also an area off of the side of that building that had been secured by an officer.
And that building was the low-C building.
Correct.
Wasn't there also a bullet found on another building?
I believe an unfired bullet had been found on another building at some point during my time there on
There it is.
September 10th. Yes.
Which building was that, sir?
I don't recall.
Was that considered a scene that was worth preserving?
It was not. My recollection is that that was accounted for as an ejected cartridge from an officer who had cycled his rifle.
Okay, I thought you said it was an unfired bullet. And now you're saying it was a
That's correct.
cartridge?
When a weapon is cleared,
Uh-huh.
an officer would make his rifle ready, which would chamber around.
Oh, I got you.
My understanding was that that's how that was accounted for.
So an officer claimed that bullet belonged to him or her?
That's my recollection, is that was how it was accounted for.
And when was that accounted for?
I don't know specifically.
Do you remember what type of bullet that was?
I don't.
Was it a 30-06? Do you remember?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know where that bullet is now?
I don't.
Okay. So you had the amphitheater area that had to be preserved. And how far out did that stretch? The entire amphitheater or just the area around the tent or what?
My understanding was the entire amphitheater area was cordoned off, and there were attempts to secure the campus itself with a perimeter of officers who were monitoring or preventing people coming and going.
When you arrived on the scene, were you aware that an individual had been taken into custody?
I had heard that, yes.
Did you ever have any interaction with that individual?
I did not.
And were you advised at any point that that person was no longer a person of interest?
Information was passed down that the individual was not considered to be a suspect in the shooting.
And when was that, time-wise?
I don't recall specifically, but I know I was on campus when I had heard that.
So whoever arrested him as a potential suspect got that wrong. He wasn't the actual suspect, right?
So he got what wrong?
That he was the shooter.
The person I believe to be the shooter was not the individual who was taken into custody, correct?
And then was there anybody else taken into custody as a person of interest?
There were several people who were detained for questioning and who were interviewed throughout the investigation.
And none of those people were all ultimately cleared by you or somebody connected with you.
Correct.
And were there any other guns confiscated on the scene that day?
There were other firearms that were located on the scene, yes.
How many guns were confiscated that day?
I don't know specifically confiscated, but I know that there was a firearm found in a backpack that was accounted for during the day.
What type of firearm was that?
It was a handgun.
Any other guns that were found on the scene?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall an individual named Noah Gonzalez being interviewed?
I don't recall that name specifically.
Let me see if it refreshes your memory that he was an off-duty, I think maybe trooper that was on the scene that day and that was involved in recovering the holster. Does that refresh your memory?
I know that a trooper was interviewed having been on scene. I don't recall if it was Gonzalez. I don't recall the name, but I do know there was a trooper that was interviewed, yes.
Okay. And just a moment, Your Honor. And do you recall the trooper that was interviewed saying that there was actually a gun found in that holster?
I do not.
You do not?
No.
Okay. Can we pull up? Exhibit Hole 13 and just show it only to the witness for right now? right, can we go to page 2 of that report? Do you recognize this report? Have you reviewed it as part of your investigation duties?
I do recognize the report now, yes.
Okay, and this is a report prepared by actually Mr. Davis, who's going to testify later in this matter. Is that right?
Oh. Correct.
Okay, and on page 2, this is the interview of Noah Gonzalez. Is that right?
That's what it stated on page 1, yes.
And he's an off-duty trooper who happened to be there that day?
Correct.
And do you see on the second paragraph, does that refresh your memory about whether Trooper Gonzalez believed there was a gun found in a holster in that area of the amphitheater?
Trooper Gonzalez included in his report that there was a gun, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. When did you first personally go up to the roof of the Losi building? Do you remember the time of that?
I don't recall. I know it was dark when I went up to the roof, so it would have been later that evening.
And at the time you went up there, there was already crime scene tape that had been placed around it?
There was an officer standing security.
Right. And to your knowledge, as the head of the investigation, did they ever find any bullets or casings anywhere on the Losi roof?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did they ever find any bullets or casings anywhere around the Losi building?
When you say around the Losi building, do you mean how close? Like immediately around the Losi building?
Correct.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And then you've been talking a lot about a timeline here that seemed, you talked about it when you were watching the video, but you also talked about the fact that you developed a timeline. Is that right?
Correct.
And can you pull up hole 1, please? I'm pulling up on your screen your report that you prepared. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And what's the date that you drafted that report?
It looks like September 14th. It says date created.
And that's the place where, if you could go to page 2, please. Do you see down at the bottom where you summarize Sergeant Bricker's report listing the timeline?
Yes.
Okay, and so it was actually Sergeant Bricker that prepared the timeline, is that right?
He prepared a timeline.
And you incorporated that into your report?
No, I created a timeline.
You created your own timeline?
Yes.
Separate from the one that's in this report?
Yes, using information obtained in the investigation.
And when did you create that timeline?
Over the course of the investigation, over a long period of time, after a lot of reviewing video and investigative time.
So as of September 14th, Tyler Robinson had already turned himself in to the authorities. Is that right?
Yes, I believe he turned himself in on September 11th.
So prior to the time that Tyler Robinson turned himself in, had you all prepared a timeline?
A documented written timeline?
Yes.
Not to my knowledge. I don't know when Sergeant Bricker produced his specifically.
And isn't it fair to say that as of the moment that Tyler Robinson voluntarily surrendered to authorities in Washington County, as of that moment, you all did not know who the shooter was. Is that right?
We had identified a person of interest, but we did not specifically know who the shooter was at that time.
Okay. And you became aware that Mr. Robinson was voluntarily surrendering how? How did you become aware of that?
That information came originally, I believe, from the Washington County Sheriff to the administration at the control center at the university on the evening of the investigation,
Okay.
or the second evening of the investigation.
Right, we're going to get back to that in a minute, but I just wanted to get the timeline down. All right, now I want to go back to the videos that we've seen and the question that I just asked before, which is it fair to say that nothing about the video of the individual on the roof revealed to you, you couldn't see facial features, you couldn't see what they were wearing, correct?
Of the individual on the roof.
Correct.
I know that there was a meeting to discuss perhaps a pattern on the front of the shirt that was observed when the individual was jumping off of the roof.
Okay, that's fair. But at that time, as of the 11th, before Mr. Robinson turned himself in, you all had not been able to determine that. Is that right?
Excuse me. Determine who he was or
No.
determine distinguishing features?
Determine distinguishing features of the video
Yeah.
of the person on the roof.
Yes, we had a person of interest and those images were released to the press.
You're talking about the ones in the stairwell from the
Correct,
from the parking garage.
correct.
But the video on the roof was not distinguishable. Fair?
That video as a standalone
Yes.
was not, no.
Okay.
Okay.
And in fact, the video on the roof, well, I'll strike that. Is it true that you had some spectators that you interviewed that had gotten a photograph a few seconds before the shooting of someone on the roof?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Did you at some point in your investigation collect from two young men who were present at the event a video that they had taken of someone on the roof about 10
Inside.
seconds before the shooting?
Yes, a video, yes, not photographs. A video was collected from an individual who had a video
And ultimately, some screenshots were taken out of that video. Is that right?
by,
By you?
not by me, no.
Okay. That's fine. It could have been someone else.
Okay.
But did you see the video that those young men took?
If you're referring to the video that is looking north and shows an individual dressed in dark clothing on the corner of the roof,
Yes.
if that is the video, I have seen that video, yes.
Did you review the interview of those young men?
I did not.
Do you know how they described the person on the roof?
I don't know if I read it or if I heard it, but my understanding was they believed it was Overwatch or some kind of a police Overwatch for the event,
Okay.
if that's my recollection.
And do you remember anything specific about the person's build that they discussed when they described the person on the roof?
I do not.
Uh-oh.
Okay. There is a portion of the video after the individual jumped off the roof, which we all saw here, where the individual crosses, I believe it's Campus Drive. Is that right?
Correct?
And there's a moment where the individual waits and there's two cars that pass in front of him, right in front of him.
Correct.
And is this the moment where you are submitting that he was holding a gun in his hand?
As he crossed the road,
Yes.
from my observations, would show that he's carrying an object in his hand that's concealed or in a bag.
Object.
And it is long and has the appearance, based on my training and experience, it could be a firearm.
But do you see a gun anywhere? The actual gun?
In the video?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Oh,
Anybody that was driving by on Campus Drive that day report to you or any other investigator,
I fucking told you.
hey, we just drove by a guy with a gun.
For all we know, it could be a sex toy.
Standing right by my car.
We did not receive any reports to that effect.
I said
no.
the exact
No
same shit
video
in my
was shot,
videos
no
covering
witnesses
this.
to see him with a gun.
Also, when you were revealing the timeline, exactly how long was there between when the person was prone on the roof and when the shot was taken? Do you recall?
If you would like to replay the video, I can time it for you, but I don't recall. It was my guess, I would estimate between 15 and 30 seconds.
So between 15 and 30 seconds to lay flat, take a shot, and get up and run off, right?
I think you asked how long he was prone. I
Right.
think it took longer for him to crawl into position
Okay.
and then establish a position
Oh.
and then take the shot. He appeared to be in prone for approximately 15 to 30 seconds, but the video would verify. that.
Wow, that's fast.
Thank you.
I was just going to say,
That's so fast to
That
take a
makes no
shot like
sense.
that. That's this dude's an insane shooter.
I don't think he even knows.
I'm telling you, as a dude that
I
does
want to
this,
talk to you for just
that's
a minute
crazy.
about the video that was taken. And I'm not going to get into I'm not going to show it, just so that in case anybody's concerned about leaving the courtroom, I'm not going to show it. But there was a video that was taken by Mr. Ty Phillips from behind the individual that was speaking to Mr. Kirk.
Correct.
And it showed like a dead-on view of Mr. Kirk and his parts of his security team. Is that right?
When do you put the gun together,
And then
guys?
you also have video that you described that shows the back of the tent at the moment the shot happened. Is that right? Behind Mr.
Are
Kirk.
you referring to the UVU video in the breezeway?
Yes.
We have that video, yes.
Okay. And can we pull up the last video, the last clip, 49? I want to show you, just you, this clip. That is a little clip from that video under the breezeway that's behind the tent, right?
Correct.
And just to be
Matt, you just got a
clear,
warning. Did you
this
see that?
area behind the tent would not have been visible
Warning
to
for what?
anybody that was on the Low-C building.
Look,
Is that fair?
scroll up.
I can't answer that question.
It was from one of the platforms said it was going to kill the stream. If people are being disrespectful in the chat, scroll up.
Did YouTube give a warning?
It went fast. I think
Miss
hang on.
Nestor,
It looked like it came from Streamlabs, but it was
Are you just being caught?
Was it a comment?
Sound is on or not?
it's
I
in
don't
the
want
it's
to
in the
I just
Just
want
in
not-
the
Thank you for
chat.
bringing that. Thank you.
Well, here
Here it is. I got it. Oh,
I just want
it's at-
only the witness to look
it's
at.
at 11:51.
Can you just watch this clip for just a minute? This one little clip of
Well, hey,
behind the
mute,
breezeway.
There's
mute it
so
real quick,
many.
Matt. Mute the stream real quick. All right. Hey, again, moderators, we talked about this before the stream. So moderators on all channels, if you've seen anything disrespectful, anything racist, anything xenophobic, you ban those people immediately.
Yep. Zero
Like that.
tolerance.
YouTube, that banned immediately. Like, sorry, but yeah, we can't have stuff like that during a stream this big. So anything
Jesse-
like that, they got to go, guys.
Just yes, I don't see it. What time was it at?
He said 51 minute, but there's a bunch of messages. I don't know. I don't see anything.
That's all right. With again, moderators, anything crazy like that, auto ban on the streams like this. Don't even wait. Immediately ban them. So we avoid anything crazy like that.
No.
All right.
The thing that's weird is I don't see a message anywhere else. I see nothing in Streamlabs. I see nothing in YouTube. Nothing anywhere.
I'll be back
See
in
no
an hour,
warnings.
guys.
Or
Sorry, it came from Streamlab and it was in Streamlab chat. I'll
should-
find it. I'll screenshot it and then I'll send it to you.
Now, make sure you differentiate. Is it Kick or
I
is
think it might have
YouTube?
been Kick. I think it's it says Streamlab and then there was a Kick thing next to it.
Oh, I don't care about Kick. We're good.
but again, for moderators, that still
Here
stands.
it is. I got it.
Let's not worry about it. We can get back to it.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. We just want to make sure that we weren't going to get the stream killed. So, all right, cool. Back in.
And so just as a reminder to all the parties, if it's on your monitor, please be cognizant of that. It will not be displayed on the main monitor. Ms. Nestor, you may proceed.
Thank you. Is it playing? Okay. Do you remember that? Does that refresh your memory of what's in that clip?
Yes.
And having reviewed that, at the time the shot was fired, there was no one standing directly behind the tent. Is that correct?
You'd have to show me it again. I wasn't specifically looking for that.
Okay.
But I can answer that question if I can view the video again.
Okay. And just before you do that, I think you testified before that Mr. Kirk would have been dead center behind that banner. Is that right?
Approximately.
Okay. So what I'm asking is if anyone behind that banner, dead center behind Mr. Kirk, if there was any people standing there. Go ahead.
So there's a videographer on the right side of the tent. And then I can only see as far as the video allows me to. So I can't speak to whether there's anybody out of frame who could have been behind the tent.
But what you can see, is there anyone directly behind the middle of the tent?
Yes, there's a videographer stood behind the tent.
To the right.
Yes, behind the tent.
Correct. But directly in the middle of the tent, is there anyone standing?
There's no one stood in the middle behind the tent. No.
Thank you. All right, I want to talk now about the TP. You can take it down off of the screen. Thank you. I want to talk now about the TPUSA video that you got. That was the angle that was taken from behind Mr. Kirk while he was talking, looking out at the audience during when the shot was fired. Do you remember that video?
The visual impulse videos?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Is it true that Visual Impulse provided 4 videos?
Yeah, I believe there were 4 total videos that encompassed everything that they provided to us. Yes.
But the one that you showed, that's only one of the 4 that they provided to you?
That one that was shown had a Bates number. It was an item that was provided by Utah County Attorney's Office.
Okay, but were there more that you haven't seen in this courtroom, in this prelim, that you got
There's the original footage.
Okay. But were there other angles that are not shown here in this prelim?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get to. Thank you. All right. Were you involved when the gun was located in the forest area?
I was not involved in the search for the gun, no.
Did you get notice when it was located?
From the footage that we reviewed, we identified an area that we believed could be potentially of evidentiary value, and then it was secured. And then I was notified that as a result of that search, a gun had been located, yes.
Were you involved in the processing of that gun? In other words,
I was not.
boxing it, shipping it, sending it wherever it was going to go to be
I
analyzed?
was not, no.
Okay, thank you. All right, now I want to shift to the autopsy for just a moment. You were not present at the autopsy, is that right?
I was not.
Okay. So anything you know about the autopsy was not from personal observation?
No, other than from my meeting with the medical examiner and his report. No, I was not present.
Did you meet with the medical examiner after he had conducted the autopsy?
I did, yes.
And when you met with him, did you provide him information about what you all had learned in your investigation so far?
We didn't have any reason to provide any investigative information to him. The purpose of the meeting was to establish what information he could provide to us.
Well, in fact, on the front page of the medical examiner's report, he talks about the investigation and information he learned. Did he learn that from you or did he learn it from someone else?
It would be my recollection that he did not learn that from us, but I couldn't speak to how he did learn about it.
Okay. So you didn't share with him your conclusions about what happened or how Mr. Kirk was injured or anything like that?
That's my recollection.
Okay. Thank you. And isn't it also true that fingerprints that were taken from Mr. Kirk and autopsy photos were provided to you on a CD?
Yes.
Was there anything else provided to you from the autopsy other than that?
Other than the CD and the report?
Yes.
Not to me, no.
You did mention not to you. Were you aware of anything else from the autopsy going to anyone else?
I believe standard practice is anything of evidentiary value that the medical examiner collects is transferred through a chain of custody.
And are you aware of anything that was transferred after Mr. Kirk's autopsy?
I'm aware that there were items transferred for evidence, yes.
What items?
I believe some fragments of a bullet casing. I know Mr. Kirk's personal items to be returned to the family. That's all I can recall off the top of my head.
Do you know how many fragments from the bullets?
I don't.
Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about the Ring camera that you obtained. And you interviewed a woman named Ms. Noble, is that right? To get that Ring camera that we watched with the car on the outside?
We interviewed her to verify the authenticity of the video, yes.
And were you involved in that interview?
With Miss Noble,
Mhm.
yes.
And do you recall what they told you about what they remember seeing in and around that car that night?
I don't recall. I just know we were there to verify the video. I didn't conduct an interview with Miss Noble at that time.
Okay. Can we please bring up whole? Sorry, just a moment. Let's see. Whole 48. This is Miss Noble's interview? Do you have it? All right. Do you remember that? Looking at that interview, does that refresh your recollection?
I remember reading the report at some point, yes.
And do you remember that the Nobles told you that the driver of the vehicle was bald?
I do remember that being in the report, yes.
And you didn't mention that today when you were talking about that ring camera, did you?
Interesting.
I did not.
And did they also tell you there were 3 other people in the car?
Yes, I believe they thought that was the case.
In Tyler's car?
That's what it sounds like. Or a car.
I want to go back, if I can, to the scene itself, the preservation of the actual scene where where Mr. Kirk passed. Did you all have canine dogs at any point that sniffed that area?
This is from independent YouTubers right here.
You know that canines were present, or a canine was present on the day.
But you don't know what task the canine was given?
My understanding was that it may have been used in an effort to track an individual that had jumped off the roof, but I don't know for certain.
And obviously that didn't produce any results, or we would have heard about that, right?
Yeah, not that I was made aware of.
Okay. Do you know when the tent and the stuff was actually removed from the scene?
I don't. I would imagine it had been at least a couple of days, if not longer than that, before anything was removed from the scene.
You didn't have to give permission to remove the tent?
Me, personally?
Right.
No.
So you're not sure when it was removed?
Nope.
And were you involved in the decision to pave over the dirt that was under the tent?
At UVU?
Uh-huh.
No.
Did you know that happened?
Only because it was in the news.
All right. But you don't know when or who ordered that?
Nope.
You're the lead investigator.
It's getting good.
And it's true that during the time before Mr. Robinson turned himself in, you all received lots and lots of tips from the public. Is that fair?
Correct.
You received tips of death threats that Mr. Kirk had received the day before the shooting. Is that right?
I'm sorry, did we receive threats that Mr. Kirk had received before the event, or?
Let me clarify. That
Thank
was a
you.
confusing question. As you were going through tips that the public was giving you, did you receive tips about online death threats that had been made against Mr. Kirk prior to his death?
There was a huge variety of tips and information and suggestions that were being provided by the public.
Okay. And some of those filtered through you, right?
Some of them filtered their way down to us, but predominantly that was being handled by our state information and analysis center that had been set up.
And you also got multiple tips about potential suspects, people who thought they recognized people in the picture, right?
Yes, there were different calls and information provided by the public.
And you had quite a few of those.
Correct.
And then Mr. Robinson turned himself in, right?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that the individual they used to facilitate Mr. Robinson turning himself in was someone known to Mr. Robinson personally that had been connected to law enforcement?
I know he was known to the family. I don't know his connection specifically with Mr. Robinson, but I am aware that someone was used to facilitate Mr. Robinson turning himself in.
And were you aware that he was one of his Boy Scout leaders? Did you know that?
I think I had heard that at some point. There was a connection. I didn't
So
recall
it wasn't the
specifically what it was.
parents.
And
Wow.
Mr. Robinson, in fact, no police went to go arrest him. He drove himself, or he was driven with his parents to the Washington County Sheriff's Department, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And he voluntarily walked in.
That's also my understanding, yes.
And there's no camera
That was the
footage.
first moment you ever knew his name connected with this case.
Yeah, aside from the image that we had, that was the first time that we had a name of an individual who had taken responsibility, yes.
And did you personally ever meet with Mr. Robinson?
I did not.
And as far as you know, Mr. Robinson did what he said he was going to do. He told the police he was coming peacefully, he was coming with his parents, and that's exactly what happened.
I don't know any of the specifics of how he was arranged to turn himself in terms of what you've described. I just know that it was being facilitated with the sheriff's office.
Okay. Court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
She's good.
Well, that's exactly what I said on my Alex Jones debate with Gary, and he said I was wrong.
Can't wait to see how he's spinning this.
Agent Hall, I tender the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. Redirect by the state.
That was well done by her.
Just going to go back to a few things that Miss Nestor asked you about. First of all, the unfired bullet that you referred to. It's your understanding that that bullet was accounted for.
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay, and it possibly belonged to an officer that could have maybe been clearing his weapon.
Yes, that's what I recall being told about that particular item, yes.
Are you aware of if on the 10th there were police officers present that were actually securing buildings and securing rooms there at UVU?
I know prior to my arrival, it was a dynamic and active scene that I believe was originally being treated that there was an active shooter on campus. So there was a large rapid response of law enforcement who were actively trying to clear, secure, and ensure that the campus was safe, if that answers the question.
The entire campus?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And what types of officers were there clearing the campus?
Originally, there would have been probably local units who would have responded, but subsequently specialty teams would have been deployed to do a more methodical search of the campus and what we would call a clearing of the campus.
And those specialty teams and any other officers, how were they equipped? Like what type of equipment were they
I
carrying?
believe most officers carry a sidearm, a handgun, and most officers in this day and age are equipped with a rifle platform as well.
When you said that it was possible that round was from an officer clearing his weapon.
What are they doing?
What exactly do you mean by that?
Our standard practice in our department is to carry a rifle cruiser ready, which is we carry our rifles in a situation which is called cruiser ready.
What does that mean?
It means we don't have a round chambered. So if an officer deployed with his rifle, he would chamber a round. Once he had done whatever task it was that he was doing in order to put that weapon back, he would eject the magazine and eject the round. Sometimes in doing so, rounds are dropped or not accounted for.
Okay. Have you personally done that yourself?
We do that at training, and I've done that in the field as well, yes.
Okay. And you're aware of, is that something that's common among police officers in this situation?
I believe for most agencies, that's how they carry their weapons. But I can't speak specifically to agencies outside.
Maybe in Utah, absolutely.
Do you have any
not.
idea how many officers were dedicated or sent out to clear the campus?
I can tell you I had to park on University Avenue and walk all the way onto campus between hundreds of police cars. So I would say hundreds, if not 1,000 officers.
Wow.
High hundreds would have responded to the campus that day.
None of them had any business taking their weapon out.
And I'm going to ask you about
unchambering
ask you
around
about
in public like that. That's not a thing.
Your
Maybe in
observation
Utah it is, but no.
Seeing Mr. Robinson with something in his hand. And I think she was asking you about Mr. Robinson just prior to crossing Campus Drive, following the shooting. Do you remember that question?
Yes, I think I was asked whether he had a gun or I had seen a gun in his hand in the video.
And you said that you did see something in his hand?
Correct.
Okay, I want you to go back as far as you can remember. At what
an object
after Mr. Robinson stood up on top of the Losi building and ran across, I believe to the northeast corner, when did you first notice in that video something in his hand?
The first time you can clearly notice he has something in his hand without a doubt is when he's on the white triangular portion on the east corner of the Losi building preparing to jump. It is very apparent he has an item in his hand.
Okay. And that's based on your observation of the video.
Correct.
Okay. And is it easier to see in that enhanced video?
The zoomed version of the video makes that a lot clearer to see, yes.
Okay. And then after he drops down off of the roof of the Losi building, is there any time between that point in time and making his way to Campus Drive that you believe you see, again, something in his hand?
As Mr. Robinson lands on the grass, it's almost like he either drops it or goes into a crouched position. And then when he returns up from that, it is again clear that there is some kind of an item in his hand, yes.
A flimsy like backpack type of item.
Specific or describe in more detail?
It
what
appears
that item might
it
be?
appears to be black and it appears to be longer.
Okay. Anything else about that item?
No.
I have an item in
I
my
believe it
hand.
was Exhibit 9, State's Exhibit 9 that Miss Nestor.
He had a black backpack with him. It's like you can
And
see him.
how'd you look at that?
It's flopping
I
around in his
believe-
hand.
I
as he's
believe what
running.
you looked at was beginning a still image, but then a few moments or a few seconds of that video. And that's the UVU tunnel video. Is that right?
The breezeway underneath the Hall of Flags, yes.
And the view is from behind where I believe you testified that Mr. Kirk was on the other side of what appears to be a banner.
Sure.
In that tunnel view.
Yes.
And on the other side of that banner is the tent and then the rest of the courtyard. Is that
Correct.
fair to say? Do you remember seeing the banner
Yes.
in the video? Okay. And
You're referring to the back of the pop-up tent?
correct. Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. And do you remember, what do you remember about that banner?
It has some kind of an emblem on it, and it forms the back portion of the pop-up tent.
Is it opaque? Is it transparent?
No, you can't see through it. It's white,
Right.
and you cannot see through it, no.
And how much of the tunnel does that banner, I guess if it's opaque, obstruct?
I couldn't say. I'm assuming it's a 20 by 20 gazebo, so it would block out the area of the back of the tent that you can see. You would not be able to see through it. You would not be able to see through it from the audience side of the amphitheater.
And what about the tunnel side of that banner? Can you see through the tunnel side in the opposite direction?
You cannot, no.
Can you see Mr. Kirk on the other side of that banner?
You can't, no.
Okay. Well, we exhibited, or Miss Nestor had you watch just, I believe, just a brief few seconds of that video. That exhibit is actually much longer than what we just looked at, or what Miss Nestor had you look at. Is that right?
Correct.
And leading up, and again, I'm referring to that view, that tunnel view of that surveillance camera, leading up to the shot. What's going on behind that banner?
There are representatives, I believe, of TPUSA, but there are representatives of TPUSA. There are law enforcement representatives. I don't know if there's any student body, but essentially people are moving to and fro behind that area. A couple of individuals are retrieving items from a vehicle, but there's consistent movement behind and in that area.
Okay. Directly behind the banner?
Correct.
Ms. Nestor asked you about the wooded area that Mr. Robinson entered. Well, Ms. Nestor brought that up, and I believe your testimony has been between today and yesterday that you witnessed Mr. Robinson enter a wooded area on at least 2 occasions. Is that fair to say?
Yes, on his second visit to the campus and on the visit where the incident took place.
At least on those 2 occasions, did the wooded area that he entered, were they different parts of the wooded area, or was it the same parts of the?
They appeared to be the same.
Where's the video of that?
You're aware that a rifle was eventually discovered?
Yes.
And was it your understanding that that rifle was discovered in a wooded area?
It was in the wooded area where we believe Mr. Robinson entered the wooded area, yes.
And that rifle was discovered on the 10th?
Yes.
Ms. Nestor asked you about a variety of tips including threats to Mr. Kirk, I think before the event.
Yes.
And did you follow up on those tips?
After tips have been put through a process and been analyzed and screened, anything that appeared to have relevance to either the investigation or a credible threat was managed by the various entities involved, yes.
Okay. So managed by law enforcement. So
correct.
Did you personally follow up on any of the tips?
I don't think I personally did, but I worked closely with people who did.
The point is, I guess, is that those tips were followed up on. Is that fair to say?
To the best of our ability, yes.
Okay. And then Ms. Nestor also asked you about tips, I believe, of people reporting to police that they felt like they knew who the shooter was.
Yes.
Okay. So identities of possible shooters.
Correct.
Did law enforcement follow up on those tips as well?
They did.
Ms. Nestor, finally, Ms. Nestor asked you, she asked you whether Mr. Robinson voluntarily went to the sheriff's office down in southern Utah. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was a Washington County Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
Okay. You understood that he turned him. Well, he showed up there voluntarily. Is that right?
Correct.
What was your understanding as to why he was showing up there voluntarily?
He had informed, I believe, his immediate family that he had been involved in the shooting and that he wanted to turn himself in.
Okay. Nothing further. Oh, sorry. In the video that we've already talked about, the video where Mr. Robinson stands up and runs across the top of the Low-C building, do you notice whether at that point, after he stood up until you see him last, at least in that part of the video, do you notice whether he's walking or running with a limp?
He is not. From the time he left after going over the railing, when we see him on the video move out to the position.
Correct.
And then leave the position, there is no longer a visible limp or gait.
Thank you.
Ms. Nestor.
No follow-up, Your Honor.
All right. May Agent Hull be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Agent Hull, thank you.
Thank you.
We have just a minute to meet if
All right, let's take a 5-minute break and allowing parties to confer. Court is in a brief recess.
Woo. Oh, man, I love it. I love it. It's only day 2, guys.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I remember the cult. So, in my opinion, no matter what is said, it's going to go through anyway.
Yeah, let's not use that word on the stream.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Let's clear something up so everybody understands what he said there. Maybe this is a Utah specific thing, but I promise you, every law enforcement officer in the chat just fucking cringed when that guy said they don't carry chambered rounds, and after they're done with the scene, they take their gun out, take the magazine out, and clear their weapon and put it back in while they're out in the civilian populace. 0% chance that is done anywhere. Okay, officers are going to carry a chambered weapon in case they need to use that gun to defend themselves, and they are not going to be fucking with it out in public. Not a thing. So I don't know. Maybe that's a very specific thing to Utah, but in any other,
I'm looking at
anywhere else you look, law enforcement officers are going to tell you bullshit on that. 0% chance that he's clearing his weapon and rounds are falling out. No. And I train law enforcement officers in departments and sheriff departments and SWAT teams. That is not a thing, homies.
And if they cleared it, they wouldn't leave it.
No, 0% chance. A cop's just going to leave his fucking bullets lying around. Because think about this, guys.
Yeah.
His fingerprints are now on a round that if somebody walks by and says, look at that 9mm round, I could throw that in my Glock and I can go kill somebody with it. Guess what? That's a cop who just killed somebody.
Yeah.
So not a thing. Not a fucking thing. I don't know what that was, but that was oof. Anyway, want to do supers? Try to keep up on those while we're on break.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for this. Man, this thing is slow.
I'm excited.
And just real quick, everybody, hit that like, subscribe on the different channels if you're interested. We appreciate everyone being here with us. Mods, you're killing it. You're doing an awesome job keeping everything nice and clean. And we are at 24,000 people live with us right now.
Woo.
That's crazy.
Woo. Beautiful thing.
Let's go.
Quickly
Thank you,
approaching
everybody.
25. So
Thank you.
It's
thanks for
almost
being
as
here.
beautiful as David Hull's testimony. Yo, am I the only one that thinks this guy looks like MC Search? I can't get it out of my head. I posted a couple pictures online about it too. Third base, early 90s hip hop. No, nobody.
He's got a great haircut. Yeah, if you're into 90s white hip hop.
Let me see if I can find what we left
I'm
off.
loving it.
All right, Nate.
No one has picked up on it yet. Tyler is autistic. I mean, wouldn't be surprised. He's got all the signs of it.
Would that help the case? Possibly.
Not necessarily. No.
No.
Can you plead autistic to a crime?
No. No.
That'd be a first.
Yeah, you can submit that you're crazy, right? But autism, I don't believe, falls under that umbrella of psychoticness. Psychotic, schizophrenic, and autistic are obviously two very different things.
Nurse Kate RN, thanks for the super chat. What a panel today. I'm Jesse's girl, but I love you all. Thanks for the amazing work.
Where'd Jesse go? Is he doing something?
Benny Johnson's wife. He has to do an appointment over lunch, and he'll be back.
Oh, cool.
He'll be back in an hour and a half, he said.
Wait, question. Him being autistic, could that make it where he is impossible for him to actually pull this off because he's autistic?
No, it actually would make it far more likely that he was able to pull it off if he was autistic, actually.
Really?
Have you ever seen the movie The Accountant with Ben Affleck? Not that that's necessarily accurate, but no, actually mid-level of autism and attention to detail, things like that could actually make it to where makes it far more likely that he would be able to pull something like this off.
In The Accountant, didn't he have Asperger's?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a form of autism or I don't know? Oh, really?
Yeah.
Now I gotta look at that movie. I never.
All right, let's keep hitting these guys. We have a lot.
Okay.
We got to get through these. This is Nate.
Just came to see Basie to taco. Okay. Does Basie eat tacos very often?
It was a bacon, egg, and cheese.
Oh, okay. Joe says they all have the surveillance. They have all of the surveillance video, but a frame of him climbing, taking a shot, and exiting. Just saying. All they can prove he was on campus. They can prove somebody was on the roof. But again, I like nobody has been arguing that some kid was on the roof.
Yeah.
From day one, we have that footage. What people are saying is, one, you got to show us he's up there with a rifle. I've been saying this since day one. Show me that he had a rifle with him and that he's taking the shot. He said right there, he can't. That's the lead investigator said, I can't tell you. He had an item, a black item. That's all I know. So,
and it's not difficult to get up on the roof, so anybody can be up there.
Yeah.
Dr. Tetanus, thanks for your previous super chat. I couldn't read it. I don't know what it was, some kind of chant or something. But thanks for this one as well. Dude's using his best ASMR voice for the judge, not witness.
Yeah.
Let's see. Friends with Matt. Thank you, Triggersmart, for the live stream. I'm so excited to see everyone tuning in today and all my favorite YouTubers all in one place. Subscribe. And make sure you guys check out Friends with Matt. He has some pretty funny skits and stuff that he does. He has a lot of high energy and stuff. I like some of his stuff is pretty good. Nate.
I think these are from you. I think BM's messaged them to you today.
Oh, that's mine, I think.
Or
So he
let
crouched
go.
down at 12:22, put his piece together, and took the shot in 60 seconds. Yeah, that's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, so that's a big problem, right? Because he supposedly changes his clothes on the roof, puts the rifle together, and takes the shot. Well, he didn't do that in 15 seconds, homies. I can promise you all that. That him even taking a shot, that level of shot under that much stress and duress in 15 seconds after hitting the prone is doable, but that most likely you got somebody pretty well trained to be able to pull that off.
Mm-hmm.
That's fast in that environment. I had a similar gait when I had a groin injury from soccer. Couldn't lift my legs very much. This is probably just some random dude with an injury. He's got a little bit of a limp in those videos, but both his knees are bending. And I've demonstrated a 30-06 in jeans. You can't bend your knee at all. Zero. You have a metal rod going down your pants. So
The only playing devil's advocate, the only other side of that is he was definitely walking slower and more methodical. So that's something to watch too.
Yep.
Zach Costello's show. Make sure you guys go check out Zach. I know a lot of you already have. And also I have an interview coming out with him. It'll be a little bit later this week on Off Script on my other channel. He says, ha, 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 ha. So this is the footage they have of Tyler Robinson getting on and off the Losi Center roof and taking the shot. My goodness, dude.
To Zach's point, you know why? Now, see, I always wondered, why didn't you show us Tyler going onto the roof, getting in the prone and taking the shot? We've all said that. You have that footage. Why didn't you show us? We know now why they didn't show that footage, because it's so bad and it's from so far away and it doesn't show you anything. That had we all seen that from the beginning, nobody would have bought this story.
Okay. Shout out to Zach.
First, the defense needs to figure out where the gun is. Second, they need to have TR put both parts of the gun broken down his pants on the witness stand and make him walk around the courtroom. They did it with OJ, right?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who that is.
It should show you guys a little dash on yours on the super chats.
Do they have the phone data? He had to pay a parking permit via phone to enter the car park. That is interesting.
If it's chargeable, right? Because on campus, like we have parking garages on campus and they're free. So we don't know. We'd have to have somebody verify that. Somebody could check that though. Mary says, VFT, you're literally my spirit animal. Well, thank you. Thanks for your reaction. It represents how we all feel about this complete BS. Sick. Thank you, Mary. I want to know who he spoke with at TPUSA. Yeah, I think we all are very interested in that. That was another one of those in passing. What did he just say?
And what would that prove if he talked to somebody at Turning Point USA? And
nothing, but it would be super interesting.
Who would? But how do they know that that person was from Turning Point USA? Like, that was so weird.
I don't know.
What is?
Yeah, that's. Yeah, I'm sure they'll come up.
Where
later.
did that come from?
Well, we'll probably find out. They wouldn't have brought it up if it wasn't going to be.
Did they have a separate booth or something?
They have people over campus handing out flyers and all that kind of stuff. Jay Jennifer, thanks for the super chat. Please allow this in evidence. Any lawyer would have a field day with this footage or lack thereof, it being Tyler. Yeah, I mean, you have to prove it's him. Whoever this person is looking down in a way. They have sunglasses on and the hat pulled down. Clearly, they're avoiding the cameras. That makes it a lot more difficult to prove it's him.
Yep. In the video of Tyler, not Robinson, that's fake ass limp. He covers his face sometime before this. Someone made the exact route and pointed out the cameras, same at the parking lot to be seen. It's very, like Matt just said, very clear that he was whoever that is, purposely did not want to be recognizable. So,
Lori Nelson Posner, thanks for the super sticker.
Nikki Rock says, where are all the screaming students fleeing the scene? I think eventually they do, but you've seen some do and some don't, you know.
They tell that similar story that once they realized that there weren't more shots coming, not all of them, they just kind of like ran off. So we know Hunter was there. He hung around. He was walking around afterwards.
Mikey McCoy bailed very calmly.
Yeah.
Mr. Let Go, I think that's you.
Cops run partial plates on cars they stop.
They don't run partial plates. They run full plates. I've done ride-alongs.
Yeah.
You got to have the full license plate number to identify the vehicle, which is interesting that they very specifically are saying that they cannot identify his vehicle based off of the license plate. He said that 3 or 4 times. It's based off of the shape and the rims.
So they can't. So they can't identify him. They can't identify his car. They can't identify the gun itself, and they can't identify whether he had said gun. Got it.
So far, this could be any of us. Oh, I was just going to say to Ramona's point, if I went to downtown campus, I could grab 20 college kids, put them in Tyler Robinson's or whoever that was outfit, and have them walk up those stairs the same way. And 20 of those 6 foot tall white kids would look exactly like that. exactly like that. And a black hat pulled down with sunglasses and all black.
Fun fact. This is the reason why not the reason why, but I was told at a young age, don't get tattoos, because if you ever did something, you'll easily be able to get identified by your tattoos. So if you don't have tattoos, you can get away with doing certain things at a young age, not now.
Well, I failed that one. I'm covered.
I was told that a long time ago by some OGs.
You're not wrong now that we're looking at it.
Yeah.
I've never thought the guy in the stairs looked like TR. I haven't either. It looks more like one of the TPUSA guys. Sorry, I didn't know their names. I think it looks more like Lance Twiggs than it does Tyler, to be honest. Always have.
Moon Goddess, thanks for the super chat and for being a member. Only thing this proves is Utah is full of idiots.
Shots fired. Milhog says it's crazy how many people believe the patsies in movies, but they don't think it could be real life. Well, here's your proof. Well, they believe it in every other case. They believe it in the JFK case. They believe it in the MLK case. They believe it in September, the day. But when it comes to this one, for some reason, everybody believes the government all of a sudden. It's pretty wild.
Linda LaBelle says, so he jumps off the roof with a rifle and not one passing car sees this or reports it.
I said this every time I've looked at the footage, Linda. I've said he walks right by. He walks right by people in the street and nobody is concerned. Keep in mind, I keep telling people this. He talks about there's an object in his hand. We're not talking about a pistol. We're talking about a 44-inch long gun.
Right.
It is gigantic. It's almost 4 feet long. It's going to be noticeable.
And just to play devil's advocate.
And real quick, Aaron, wrapped in a towel. It's going to be massive.
Yeah.
Like nobody's going to notice this kid walking with this.
But it isn't, they did make this an open carry state like right before this whole situation happened. So he legally would have been able to walk down the street with it if.
Yeah, but there's a difference between open carrying a pistol or even an AR-15 and just walking through campus with a fucking 30-06.
Right.
People are going to see, any person's going to be like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Friends with Matt, thanks for the super chat. I think he got this wrong, but he says Zach Costello's the most handsome YouTuber in the game right now. Valhalla's probably second.
Thank
Jesse
you.
definitely fifth. Trigger, third. And Mr. Let Go fourth. Bayes didn't make the list, but I think we have a couple of those switched around. But yeah, we all agree Zach is definitely the most handsome.
Damn, Bayes, you didn't make the list.
Let's see. Robin Habitzel. Taking stairs one step at a time is typically due to healing, surgery, injury. No way is it the same person that runs across the building and jumps off. Interesting point of view.
Aaron, I think he's yours typically.
Is the media lawyer sitting with what? Is the media lawyer guy sitting
that
with
guy,
prosecution?
That was weird.
Um,
Why is the media guy coming up there and arguing about the way evidence should be displayed? It sounds like he is an attorney, though. So maybe that's what he's there for, is to be a advisor on the media angle of the legalities of the case. That would be my guess.
That was
Basic Niche just had a comment over here. He said, obviously, Matt doesn't like dark meat. I love dark meat. If you know what I mean. Let's see. Inspector Bubbles, this is not me.
There are currently 10 to 18 gray Dodge Challengers registered on the road in Orem, Utah. Oh my God. If that's true, that's crazy. That muddies their assumption that Challengers always TRs. Yeah, if there's, and again, that's not a rare car on a college campus, especially you keep out all the kids whose rich mommies and daddies like to buy them the fancy cars. There's a ton of these on U of O campus too.
Helen Cressy, why does it feel like there are too many TRs? Reminds me of the Thomas Crown affair. Thanks, Matt. Watching from UK.
Great point. Great point. Thomas Crown affair. That's a great point.
John Daly says, why is the hearing in front of a magistrate instead of a normal judge, given the importance of this case? Is it more of a Utah fudgery? Also, where's the body cam from the Spanish Fork officer who stopped TR on 911?
Yep.
I think it's because it's a pre-hearing, right? It's not an actual jury trial yet. And so the judge is basically there as an arbiter of deciding whether or not this goes forward as a real trial. Correct me if I'm wrong, Matt, but that's.
I think
the way
that's correct. Yeah.
But that Spanish officer, he is going to be a part of this case, right? Because he
I
was
believe
there.
so.
Okay.
I thought that's what they said, Aaron, but maybe not.
Yeah, and I know defense has 7 expert witnesses that are forensics and some other stuff as well.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
6 or 7. I don't remember which number it was. Tiny Dancer Mama. The defense needs to have a lineup of 5 TR lookalikes and have the jury pick out which one they think is TR. Case closed.
Yeah.
Yep, the old lineup.
Yep.
Valerie Cheek. Thanks for the super chat.
He's got dark meat on the mind now.
Are you dark? No, let's see.
It's not meant to prejudice. Why is it so important to show both versions? Great point. I'm not sure. I mean, he even admitted in the zoomed in version, you can't see a weapon either, right? So I guess I think the prosecution understands that video footage does literally nothing in its current form. And so he knows he needs to somehow zoom it in to at least show something. But that'd be my guess.
JD.
What up, JD? TPSA has 890 people watching. Charlie Kirk channel has 2.6. Valhalla has, I think I'm up over 8 now, but together I think we're up in the 20s. So
20,
yeah, we're doing a little
25.
bit better than TPUSA.
Yeah, we're at
That is
24-8
kinda
right
sad.
now.
Shows what people think about credibility. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Heather Pandola. Maybe Lance was limping to try and simulate Tyler.
Don't know. I don't know who this is.
Will the bullet be a debate or a deflection?
Don't know. You don't know enough about it yet.
I really want to know why Tyler was limping, though. I just want to know
Was,
that.
excused.
We're
and,
back.
we are proceeding. Mr. McBride.
Yes, Your Honor. We intend to call Jennifer Falmuina, but before I do that, I'd move the admission of State's Exhibit 5.1, if I can approach the bench.
Yes. Thank you.
Your Honor, there will be an objection, and we want to be heard on the objections.
Right out the immediate objection.
Be a lengthy
All right. Let me just
What was the objection?
identify what State's Exhibit 5.1 is.
Yes, Your Honor. Exhibit 5.1 is a self-authenticating 1102 statement issued by David Engelhardt from Turning Point USA.
Hearsay.
Right.
And
Yep.
yeah, again, I say it's a self-authenticating document. As you can see there, it's got the admonition on page 1. The body of the 1102 statement is there on pages 1 and 2. I would say number 4 is kind of the foundational statement, paragraph 4, but the self-authentication portion is the notary acknowledgement on page 3.
All right. Turning to Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. McBride. So the court, obviously, because the court can decide how much of this we discuss in open court, how much we discuss at the bar, so to speak, sidebar. There's initially a fundamental relevance problem with this 1102.
Here we go.
There are also there are other issues, but I think that just to help the court parse the evidentiary issues, we should start with the relevance. There are sub-issues. There's also a problem under 1102 because if the court looks at the last paragraph of this, Mr. Engelhardt, who is the purported author, refers to himself in the third person. So it's not clear to me who actually wrote this report.
Interesting.
And as Your Honor knows, 1102 says that prosecutors are not to assist witnesses in writing their own 1102 reports. That's not my primary concern, although I think it is an important issue because that's what the rules require. But the real question is relevance. And I guess the question is, does the court want me to do the speaking objection because the court said no speaking objections? Should we approach sidebar? How does the court want to handle it? The people can move their exhibits into evidence whenever they wish. I wasn't aware we were going to do it at this moment. I'm ready to proceed, but the question is how the court wants to handle these objections. I'm prepared to keep going in open court, but it's what the court referred to as a speaking objection.
No, I appreciate that. As it relates to, well, so here's my question for you, Mr. Novak, as you're, and again, I appreciate your discretion and highlighting that point. Do you anticipate your argument being of the nature that would defeat the purpose of, if the court does not admit this, that you've already let the cat out of the bag with your argument? Or do you feel that you can make your argument without compromising what is in the 1102, so the purpose of if excluding it is still preserved?
I'll go as far as I think we can go, and then we'll just see. I mean, I do think I am not trying to conceal from anybody in the courtroom or the public our concerns about relevance. So why don't I, taking the court's lead, go forward publicly with my concerns about relevance. And if we reach a moment where it feels like further argument may deprive Mr. Robinson of his fair trial rights, we can approach.
All right, we'll proceed.
Okay, so then what I'm going to do is I'm going to point out that this proposed exhibit, which is the 1102 statement of Mr. Engelhardt, is basically 4 paragraphs. The 4th paragraph identifies Mr. Engelhardt, although I say in the 3rd person, as a pastor and as an attorney who was a friend and a counselor to Mr. Kirk and was involved in leadership of Turning Point USA. So that identifies who the author is. Beyond that, it's not really relevant to any of the issues before this court. Paragraphs 1, 2, and 3. Paragraph 1 talks about Turning Point USA's status with the Internal Revenue Service.
Oh, what?
The purposes of Turning Point USA within the context of the Internal Revenue Code.
Interesting.
And sort of what I'll just refer to generically as the goals and objectives of Turning Point USA. And it also then talks in the 2nd paragraph about Mr. Kirk's relationship with TPUSA. None of this is
none of this is relevant to the case at all.
Unknown information that he was a founder, that he was the chief executive officer, that he was the president of the board until his death. So I'm still not sure what the relevance is. And I guess actually what I should say is I don't believe there is any relevance of any of this information. Paragraphs 2 and 3 are, and actually I'm going to preface this. My discussion of this is within the context of the rules of evidence. And there's nothing that I'm going to say here that is meant to derogate, criticize, question Mr. Engelhardt's beliefs. What he says were Mr. Kirk's beliefs. What Mr. Engelhardt says he believes are tenets of Christianity. That's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is whether this document is admissible in this proceeding under the rules of evidence. Okay. So paragraphs 2 and 3 include not only Mr. Engelhardt's opinions, and now I'm going from relevance to opinion evidence. It's not clear to me whether it's lay opinion evidence, whether it's expert opinion evidence, but it's Mr. Engelhardt's opinions about a branch of Christianity, his opinions about a portion of the Bible, he quotes the Bible, and he talks about Mr. Kirk's religious beliefs. And I could go into more detail, but the court has the exhibit in front of it itself. So none of this is relevant. If the court looks at the information, that is the document which lays out the allegations against Mr. Robinson, when I use the word information, I'm talking about the court document. There are, with respect to certain counts, what Utah code refers to as a victim targeting enhancement. That is alleged with respect to count 1. It is alleged with respect to count 2. It is alleged with respect to count 7. And may I step away just to get my laptop?
You may.
So I see a lot of questions in chat. This is part of Tyler Robinson's defense team, and they are basically trying to have what the prosecution is about to put forward as a witness completely thrown out because they don't believe it's relevant at all.
Yep.
And as the court knows, but I want the record to be clear, when I refer to the what the information calls the victim targeting enhancement, that's Utah Code Section 76-3-203.14, which the code calls the victim targeting penalty enhancement. The information alleges, and this is, I'm emphasizing this, that Mr. Robinson intentionally selected Mr. Kirk because of Mr. Robinson's belief or perception regarding Mr. Kirk's political expression.
Oh yeah,
and I'm going to focus, if I may, the court's attention on two things.
That's an opinion.
One is, whose state of mind are we talking about when, or whose state of mind is the statute talking about? And what aspect of the victim targeting enhancement is being invoked here? The latter is the state invoking Mr. Kirk's political expression, and now I'm quoting the statute, as the personal attribute that the state alleges is the gateway to this penalty enhancement. And if the court will bear with me, because there's a reason why we have these hearings in public, there are various categories for alleging, I should say, there are various categories of personal attributes, that's the phrase the legislature uses, which authorize the pursuit of a penalty enhancement. And those personal attributes are listed in the statute A through R. I'm not going to read all of them because the court knows the law, but political expression is subsection K. That is separate and distinct from the personal attribute that the legislature calls religion, which is subsection M. So what we have is an allegation that the personal attribute, which is one of the elements of this enhancement, the allegation that Mr. Robinson selected Mr. Kirk was based on his political expression. That's actually the exact same phrase, political expression, as is in the statute subsection K. The 1102 statement is predominantly about what Mr. Engelhardt describes as traditional Orthodox Christian values that he believes in, that he believes Mr. Kirk believed in. And I understand in today's world that there is a crossover between religion and politics. I think we can all acknowledge that. But the legislature and the information here are focused on political expression. So I'm concerned that the 1102 statement of Mr. Engelhardt goes far beyond the scope of what would be admissible if the state has it to prove that Mr. Robinson targeted Mr. Kirk because of Mr. Robinson's belief or perception concerning Mr. Kirk's political expression. The second element of this is that the victim targeting enhancement focuses on the allegation of what is in Mr. Robinson's state of mind, not what is in Mr. Kirk's views or deeply held beliefs, sincere religious beliefs. And so the evidence that the state needs to present is not what Mr. Kirk believed or said or what TPUSA stood for. It's what was in Mr. Robinson's head, if anything, about selecting Mr. Kirk because of Mr. Kirk's political expression, because that's the information. So why TPUSA exists, what its founding beliefs are, what its leaders' beliefs are, what Mr. Engelhardt believes Christianity is or is not relevant. And that's why we think it should not be received into evidence.
This is actually a lot.
The second level here,
we'll explain it,
which is Mr. Engelhardt's statements about what is in the Bible, specifically Matthew chapter 9. And so I would just ask this court the hypothetical question. If the state asked the court to take judicial notice of a portion of the Bible in order to prove this enhancement, because I can't see where else it fits into this case, I think, if I may, the answer would be no, it's not relevant. So instead, what we have is the state trying to use the affidavit of Mr. Engelhardt pursuant to 1102 to get the court to essentially receive into evidence the same information. It doesn't really matter here in this proceeding what the book of Matthew says. It doesn't matter what Mr. Engelhardt thinks. And again, I say this with all due respect to Mr. Engelhardt, who I've never met. The book of Matthew means, or how one reconciles the book of Matthew as he sees it with other views on the topics that are there. I mean, I want to be careful and not suggest what other views are, because I shouldn't be testifying about different perspectives within the sort of the heading of religion. But it doesn't really matter for this proceeding what Mr. Engelhardt's views are, what Mr. Kirk's religious views were, what religious views TPUSA endorses, seeks to encourage others to adopt. None of that really matters. There are multiple opinions in this 1102 from Mr. Engelhardt, and it's not clear whether the state has thought about whether it's expert opinion or lay opinion. I happen to think that it's expert opinion that is not helpful to the trier of fact in this proceeding. That's your honor. There is nothing in this that helps the court resolve with respect to the victim targeting enhancement, whether Mr. Robinson intentionally selected Mr. Kirk because of Mr. Robinson's beliefs or perceptions regarding Mr. Kirk's political expression. If the state comes back up here and says, no, it's lay opinion, we still have the question of whether it's helpful to this court, because the court has to decide whether there is evidence of the target enhancement in the way I think I've structured it. So it's not relevant. It's not admissible lay opinion. It's not admissible expert opinion. There are two aspects of Rule 403, one of which I'm prepared to talk about publicly, and one of which I think is appropriately discussed at sidebar, because it does get into undue prejudice. The 403 here is that receiving this document into evidence is going to create confusion. It's going to create chaos, not by the trier of fact, but by the future jury pool in this case. For this court to make a ruling that Mr. Englehart's opinions about religion, about TPUSA's views on religious matters, that Mr. Kirk's views on religious matters are in any way what this case is about, is going to create significant confusion. And even if this court doesn't show the 1102 in open court, or the reporters who are here don't get to see it, or if the public doesn't get to see it, receiving it into evidence in light of the victim targeting enhancement that the state drafted and charged is just going to create confusion. There may be, outside of this case, litigation where TPUSA's purposes and its mission and its adherence to its mission are important, and Mr. Englehart's opinions about that may be important in some other context, in litigation, in public discussions. It's not important here. When I say important, I'm saying it's not relevant. So there's a 403 issue with respect to confusion. There's a constitutional concern that this type of evidence being sanctioned by the court is going to suggest to the jury pool that this is a case about religion. This is not a case about religion. The state doesn't even allege this is a case about religion.
Very important,
Just
guys.
one enhancement based on Mr. Robinson's perceptions of Mr. Kirk's political expression. So I'm very concerned that this document, even being sanctioned by the court as admissible for any purpose in this proceeding, is going to interfere with Mr. Robinson's constitutional right to a fair trial, which I think is a, sort of an umbrella over parts of Rule 403. If at the time, if there is a trial, if Mr. Robinson is bound over, and if there is a trial, and if the state wants to proffer Mr. Englehart for some specific evidentiary purpose that I'm missing, then we can engage in that. But it seems to me that it's, again, a mixture of lay and expert opinion, which at this stage is more prejudicial than probative. The other part of the 403 issue we can discuss at sidebar whenever the court's ready.
Thank you, Mr. Novak. Turning to the state.
So in other words, don't make it a hate crime is what he's saying.
So, yeah, real quick, guys. So everybody, I see a lot of people confused. What they're trying to do, the prosecution is trying to put forward a pastor's opinion on why Tyler Robinson unalived Charlie, and they want to tie it to his religious and political beliefs. That's a big deal because this is being held in a extremely religious, conservative area of Utah. And if you can take this in as expert witness that Tyler targeted Charlie based off of his Christianity and his political affiliations, it's going to tug at the heartstrings of the jury in this area. And so the defense wants to make sure that doesn't happen.
Relevant to 2 points. One is to the defendant's motive, which is not an element of the offense, but nonetheless is powerful evidence, persuasive evidence. And 2, it is relevant to the victim targeting enhancement, which has been described and appears in the information. The statement clarifies what Turning Point USA, what Charlie Kirk's business was. And I think as you read this statement, it's clear that Charlie Kirk presented both religious and political arguments and positions in his presentations. And that is what paragraph 3 says, that he engaged others in debate, discussion of traditional family values, Orthodox Christian views on sexuality, marriage, gender, sex, America's founding principles, political doctrines, and so forth. He often spoke specifically and attempted to persuade attendees to follow a mindset rooted in Orthodox Christian and politically conservative values.
Excuse me, Your Honor, can I lodge an objection to Mr. McBride reading the exhibit which we are discussing the admissibility of? And I'd ask the court to strike his statements and admonish him.
All right. So as it relates to reading from the actual 1102, because it's not admitted into evidence, I will, well, before I do that, let me turn to you about the objection to make sure that you are heard as well.
Yes, Rule 104 requires the court to consider evidence before determining its admissibility. How can you determine whether an exhibit is admissible without knowing what is contained in that exhibit? That's what I'm putting in front of Your Honor, is explaining this is why the exhibit is admissible, because it contains this language that is relevant and probative. I don't know how I can make an argument something's relevant and probative without saying this is what the exhibit says.
Well, Mr. Novak, and I want to make sure I do see you have a microphone. Go ahead.
Your Honor is not a jury. Your Honor can look at the exhibit and determine for itself whether it's relevant, whether it meets other criteria for admissibility. It's not necessary for Mr. McBride to read aloud in open court an exhibit which the court has available to it. I'm not saying that the court shouldn't read it. I'm saying that it's not admissible. I understand that the court has 2 roles, one under 104 and one as the magistrate, but that doesn't require Mr. McBride to read in open court the exhibit which we are discussing the admissibility of, especially where I have just expressed our concern that the exhibit has a tendency to confuse the issues in this case and create fair trial risks for Mr. Robinson.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Novak. Any final thoughts before I rule on this specific issue about reading from the 1102 by Mr. McBride?
Yes, Your Honor. I have to be able to argue here. I have to be able to refer to the exhibits. I can't do my job as an attorney without being able to refer to the exhibits. If the court doesn't want this to be in public, then we've got to close this proceeding. But I have to be able to argue the exhibits. I don't know how I can make an argument without actually pointing to the language of the exhibits, unless I want to say, you know what I mean, or referring to line 13. It's just so cumbersome to do, Your Honor. And I think my job and my duty to my client, which is the state of Utah, and to their right to fairness, requires me to make a good and powerful argument, and that requires me to refer to the exhibit. And I'll submit it with that.
All right. Thank you to both of you. In looking at this, typically in court, when evidence is being taken, until it's admitted, it doesn't come in. For example, if there's a witness on the stand and one is trying to get a piece of evidence in, that witness cannot read from the document and prior to it being admitted into evidence. And so the court applies that same principle here. However, the difference is, and noting that Mr. Novak was drawing points from this specifically, he mentioned Matthew, I believe, chapter 19, and talking about certain points in here specifically, there is room for it to be mentioned in argument in order for the court to fully consider what's before it. I'm going to sustain Mr. Novak's objection and simply say, if you want to talk about it conceptually, talk about the points, you certainly may, but simply reading from it exactly saying, and I understand, I don't want to constrain either party from being able to make their full argument, but quoting from it in open court, I fear does risk issues to the constitutional rights of the parties. If parties prefer to go into a closed evidentiary hearing on this issue in order to be unrestrained, and it appears Mr. Novak has requested that for a second portion of his argument, we certainly can do so, because I do not want to put out evidence that is not admitted in open court until the appropriate time, until the court has gone through its decision-making process on whether it should be admitted or not. So to the parties, if you feel you can move forward on this first portion of it, I'm happy to entertain that argument. If the parties feel at this point, at this juncture, that a closed evidentiary hearing is needed in order to fully explore all the issues, I will leave it to the parties, because I don't know your arguments, and I don't want to say, constrain you from saying, well, I don't know what you're going to say, but I can't read your minds, and the court will stay in its lane to ensure that it's in the proper judicial role. So the objection has been sustained to Mr. McBride. In regards to your response, the rebuttal to the argument by Mr. Novak, what is your request?
Yes, Your Honor. I do not believe it's necessary to close this hearing. I would argue against closing the hearing on the admissibility of this exhibit. However, the court needs to rule on that issue before I launch into the fullness of my argument, because I do not want to be admonished for discussing an item that I'm asking to be admitted into evidence in public. So I would ask the court to make a ruling on the closure of the argument about the admissibility of this hearing so that I can make that argument unconstrained. And after that time, after the court rules on that, I will make my full argument.
All right. Well, what I'm trying to do is
Told you no, dude.
The reason of the court, I don't want to constrain you. If you're saying, as you stated, that you want to best represent your clients, and every attorney should be doing that, that is your duty. I don't want, if you feel that closing this hearing to the public is necessary in order for you to fulfill your duty, the court will entertain that. But I can't have it both ways. If you want me to close the hearing in order for you to be fully be able to argue freely as you feel you need to, I will entertain that. But I don't want to say, well, I'm not going to close the hearing, and then suddenly the issue is, well, I wasn't able to make a full argument. And so do you need a closed hearing to make a full argument to best represent your client?
I think defense counsel is asking to close the hearing so that the argument can be made without the public seeing it. I do not want to close the hearing. I do not believe it's necessary to close the hearing. That's not my motion. I do, however, want to make a full argument that requires me to rely on the evidence and quote the evidence as I have done. That's my position. If I am
judge has already turned that down.
Quote the evidence in my argument, then we need to decide whether or not this hearing should be closed. I would oppose closing it, but I do think it's necessary for me to quote the evidence.
So it's going to be closed then.
Are you able to make your full argument to the best of your ability to best represent your client by simply referring to the paragraphs and to the lines so it is clear to the court what you're talking about? There's no ambiguity without quoting it verbatim in open court.
Come on, buddy.
This dude's a struggle busser, man.
No, I don't think so.
All right.
Your Honor, you're going to make the closure ruling.
He's playing hardball because he's having a bad day.
All right. I'll hear from you as well. If you would like to come forward, again, just Mr. Reimer, just stating your full name for the record, for the clarity of the record.
Sure. Thank you, Your Honor. David Ryman again for the news media. We have briefed this issue a couple different times so far. Sometimes there is a misconception that I think is running, particularly through what Mr. Novak argued, that suppression hearings, because the evidence may be suppressed or excluded, or in limine hearings, need to be closed unless the evidence is deemed admissible. That is the opposite of the law. That has been settled since the United States Supreme Court decided Waller versus Georgia. You can see it in Kern's Tribune, which dealt with a preliminary hearing and access to a preliminary hearing where, as you know, and as we've heard repeatedly today, all kinds of evidence is presented at the preliminary hearing that may not be admissible at trial. And so the universe of the public's right of access to proceedings is not limited just to what eventually gets admitted at trial, which, you know, if there even is a trial. And we've cited the court to, you know, numerous cases on this, and I don't have the brief in front of me, and the docket is huge, and I can find it for you if you'd like. But I just wanted to correct the misimpression that the public is not entitled to hear argument and to see evidence just because it may not be admissible. Otherwise, we would never have admissibility arguments in public.
Well, then show us all of it.
And I do want to I'll just make one other point. Kern's Tribune also speaks to this, and that is that if you do decide that there's and so let me just make two quick points. To the 403 point, just because evidence isn't admissible is not a basis to close the hearing. There may be a 403 argument. I haven't seen this document. I don't know what's in it. Maybe there is something incredibly prejudicial. You would have to make that decision. I'm at a loss. I haven't seen it. I'm happy to take a look at it and give you substantive argument, but it's the same high constitutional standard that you have to satisfy in order to close it. And then the last thing is just on the scope of any closure. Kern's Tribune speaks, and I know the court is aware of this. If you are going to close it, it needs to be as minimal as possible. And it's my experience, at least, that most of the argument about things in this context can occur in open court. And if you want to have, you know, a closed session or a sidebar or however, you have also done it in chambers. I just ask that it be as limited as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Novak, and it appears like, would you like to respond to that before, and then I'll return to Mr. McBride for any final thoughts, and the court will make its ruling.
Well, I just wanted to mention the Utah Supreme Court decision in State versus Archuleta, 857 P. 2nd 234, where this state's Supreme Court reminds us that the First Amendment right of access is qualified, and that what needs to be carefully judged in light of the qualified right of access with respect to preliminary hearing exhibits, that was the issue in State versus Archuleta, is the defendant's right to a fair trial. So we're in this slightly Twilight Zone situation where counsel for the media is saying, even if the court has decided that the exhibits are not going to be made available for copying and inspection, and the court may decide that this exhibit is either not admissible or admissible for the court's eyes only, counsel for the media is counseling that the court permit Mr. McBride to read the exhibit verbatim in open court. And that basically defeats all of those principles. So I don't think that's the correct path. Counsel for the media is correct that the court's sealing or closure should be narrowly tailored. And the 403 issue, which we are prepared only to discuss because of the sequencing of things in this case, in this proceeding, we're only prepared to discuss at sidebar, has to do with potential future evidence that the court may receive in this hearing, or it may not. So I'm not going to address other 403 issues in open court. If the court wants to defer this entire exhibit and discussion of it until later in the proceeding, then it may be that part of the 403 argument doesn't need to be at sidebar. And I think we're all assuming that sidebar proceedings in this preliminary hearing are going to be part of the sealed transcript until some later point in time. In other words, it's not sidebarred just for the moment. It's because the transcript's going to be sealed. So it very well may be that taking this issue up at a later point in time in this proceeding eliminates the need, from our perspective, for that 403 issue to be discussed at sidebar, or at what counsel for the media says in a closed proceeding. However, I agree with the court that Mr. McBride can't have his cake and eat it too. If he wants to make his argument and he thinks that his argument requires that he read an exhibit in court, which we in good faith are saying is not admissible, then we need to have a closed proceeding. I'm not asking for a closed proceeding. I was asking the court to caution Mr. McBride not to read into evidence exhibits that are not received into evidence, because that's the same as Mr. McBride testifying.
All right. Thank you. Anything further, Mr. McBride?
Just to note, I have not made my full argument on admissibility. That's all.
All right. All right. Appreciate the arguments by the parties. This is clearly something that's very important to you all and is important for this case, as is every piece of potential evidence. I note that Mr. Novak indicated that receiving this could create confusion for future potential jurors. And that he mentioned that it could suggest to a potential jury pool that this case is about religion. However, what is happening at a preliminary hearing is far different than what happens at a jury trial. The magistrate, myself, is the fact finder. And whether something becomes admissible at trial is far different than what is admissible at a preliminary hearing. The purposes are different, the standards are different, and different steps need to be followed. Something could become admissible at a jury trial, but given the nature of a jury trial, more steps are necessary. Under Rule 1102, one of the major differences is that reliable hearsay is allowed in a preliminary hearing under the Utah Constitution and under the Rules of Evidence 1102. That is far different than what would happen at a jury trial. Taking this into consideration, I look to the information going to the very beginning, whether this is relevant. And as noted by counsel, looking to count one, which is squarely before the court, to determine probable cause at the end of this proceeding. And the court is not weighing in whether it will reach that or not. It's not predetermining anything, but what is before this court under count one, aggravated murder, which is a capital offense, victim targeting enhancement in violation of Utah Code Annotated 76-3-203.14 sub 2. Tyler James Robinson intentionally selected Charlie Kirk because of Tyler James Robinson belief or perception regarding Charlie Kirk's political expression. And so if that was not here, this enhancement, and it also goes to count two, felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury. And I'm just reviewing. And then finally, count 7, violent offense committed in the presence of a child, where the victim targeting enhancement also is in play. Because that is part of the information that's squarely before the court, this becomes relevant. Now,
he just overruled himself.
To determine what is political expression versus religious expression, that goes into different grounds. But at this point, the court finds it is relevant for consideration, and if for the very least for argument. What the court is going to rule is that the need for a closed hearing is not been met at this point, because what needs to be shown is prejudice. or that the exhibit contains inflammatory information that would prejudice the jury pool, that begins the path where we can consider closing the hearing from the public. However, that's not what's before the court, nor has the court heard that. And so the ruling of the court is, previously I sustained Mr. Novak's objection, and the court will expound upon that Mr. McBride in his argument cannot read the entirety of State's Exhibit 5.1. Can he reference points of it and specifically quote certain points? The court rules that he can, just as Mr. Novak pulled from this, and it was broad, but he quoted Matthew chapter 19. He stated that this came from the Bible. He talked about the going from paragraph 1 where he quoted, or at least drew from, about the Internal Revenue Service and the type of business. And so there is grounds for that to occur in order for the court to consider the argument fully and making the determination whether it is relevant and should be admissible. Therefore, the court rules that Mr. McBride can continue in his arguments in order that the court can make its determination whether State's Exhibit 5.1 is admissible or not.
That's some bull crap.
Wow, he overruled himself.
Why would he?
That looks super inexperienced for a judge right there.
That's crazy.
He basically just got bullied by the other attorneys.
Explanation of what Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk's organization, is and was on September 10th. The exhibit describes the events that Turning Point USA holds, talking about at least 200 plus of these events featuring Charlie Kirk as a headline speaker had taken place by that time. That's in paragraph 3, that these events discussed political issues as well as religious issues. Most political issues in the portion I previously quoted talked about gender issues, in particular, gender, sexuality issues, the difference, or the Christian and political view regarding marriage and families and gender identity. And that information is relevant to the motive that we are alleging in this case. And it's also relevant to the victim targeting enhancement, which is in part a motive type enhancement. And the evidence will be introduced through, or we will offer evidence through other witnesses that talks about some of the defendant's statements that indicate his gender persuasion, and that he falls into some of these political and gender views that Charlie Kirk argued against. That's the relevance of this statement, is it shows Charlie Kirk publicly in front of large gatherings of people debated and presented his views, his political views, which were tied to his religious views about gender identity, LGBTQ rights type issues. And the relevance to that is the defendant's motive is that he was on the other side of those views. And you'll see
how do they know that
talks about that through other witnesses. It talks about that being the inference and the motive that he had, or the inference from that evidence supports that motive, which supports the victim targeting enhancement, and frankly, motive in general, which goes to identity.
Why isn't anybody objecting?
For that reason, Your Honor, this exhibit is relevant. I don't see the prejudicial effect, unfair prejudicial effect this would have on the fact finder. Whether or not it has, some capability of prejudicing the potential jury pool, I think that's a completely different question. I don't think it does. I think this case has already highlighted the political issues that we're talking about here, but my job here is to present this case to the court, to you, Your Honor, for you to make a decision. This evidence is admissible for that purpose. Whether or not it's public or published for the public to see is a different question, which I'll submit. The media is very capably represented, and I'll let them make the argument on that point. But I would ask the court to admit this exhibit.
Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the state to argue that this exhibit says anything about Mr. Robinson's state of mind should be rejected out of hand. This exhibit does not say anything about Mr. Robinson's state of mind, and that's what motive is, and that's what the victim targeting enhancement adopted by the legislature focuses on, is the defendant's perception. If Mr. McBride wants to propose significant redactions to this exhibit so that Your Honor, acting as a magistrate, can consider things that are narrowly tailored to what the information alleges, which is the alleged allegation is that Mr. Robinson perceived that Mr. Kirk had certain political views, that's one thing. But this document talks, and now Mr. McBride, not to be colloquial, has sort of thrown down the gauntlet. This document talks about foreign affairs, political doctrines, America's founding principles, cultural trends, and what Mr. Engelhardt refers to as Orthodox Christian views on sexuality, marriage, and gender/sex. So this document goes way beyond what the state just flagged for the entire world is their view of Mr. Robinson's motive, which has something to do with gender identity, gender ideology, and sexuality. That's what Mr. McBride has just said this case is all about. This document goes way beyond that. And that's why it's not admissible. There may, as I said, be other evidence which Mr. McBride and the state want to rely upon, which they haven't presented yet, and Mr. McBride hinted at that. So I think that it's not admissible at this point in time. I don't think it's relevant in the sense of has a tendency to make a fact of consequence more or less true. That's the definition of relevance. So how does this court go from what the state has to establish, which is motive, or well, actually the state doesn't have to establish motive. Motive is not an element of the offense, but at least with respect to the victim enhancement, according to the legislature, the question is what is in Mr. Robinson's state of mind? The other thing I want to say is that Mr. McBride did not address the admissibility of these opinions. Now, the court talked about 1102, but 1102 doesn't resolve all of the other rules of evidence. It's just a gateway for an affidavit. So what we have in this document are what I think are purport to be untested expert opinions or at least lay opinions. And the question is, under the rules of evidence, is whether this document is helpful to the court when it makes a determination about whether Mr. Robinson perceived that Mr. Kirk had certain political views. So where is the evidence that Mr. Robinson, in this document, that Mr. Robinson was aware of Mr. Kirk's political views? Where is the evidence in this document that Mr. Robinson had
different beliefs,
disagreement with Mr. Kirk's political expression? None of that appears in this document. There may be other evidence of that we'll have to see, but there's nothing in this document which connects up with Mr. Robinson's state of mind, which is the question in the enhancement. And Mr. Engelhardt cannot, of course, express any opinion about Mr. Robinson's state of mind because he doesn't know him, and because that would be improper opinion evidence under any rule of law. So for a document to be received into evidence that quotes one very narrow piece of religious doctrine, and that involves Mr. Englehart's interpretation of what that means. I mean, Mr. Engelhart at the top of page 2 is basically telling this court what he thinks Chapter 19 means. How could that possibly be admissible in this proceeding? And how could it possibly be admissible for the purpose of this court concluding what Mr. Kirk thought Chapter 19 of Matthew means? So it's not relevant. It's improper opinion evidence. It's definitely overbroad in terms of the evidence that the state is proffering to prove a very narrow point. And it actually doesn't get to that point, which is what was Mr. Robinson's state of mind. It also doesn't say anything that Mr. Kirk specifically said on September 10th that Mr. Robinson may or may not have heard, or anything that Mr. Kirk said before September 10th, specifically that Mr. Robinson may or may not have heard. Nor has the state presented any evidence. And as an officer of the court, I would say I don't think the state can present any evidence that Mr. Robinson specifically heard Mr. Kirk say a specific thing at a specific time. There are some statements which I think that the state will say are admissions by Mr. Robinson, which reference Mr. Kirk, which we will get to later. But none of those reference specific statements by Mr. Robinson about specific statements by Mr. Kirk on any specific issue that would even make a piece of this relevant.
No provocation.
So I'm pretty sure that I've reached that point where anything more I say, I'm going to be repeating myself. And so I'm just going to stop unless the court has questions.
No provocation.
I don't. Thank you. Well, I do have a question as it relates to political expressions. Does religion or gender intersect with political expressions?
I think that's a great question, but probably not a question to be answered by me in this proceeding. That's actually a really, really complicated question that the state wants the court to say is a simple yes.
All right.
Because I don't want to be the expert. I mean, the court's basically asking me to testify. I'm not trying to be flippant. The court is asking me to testify about where religion and politics intersect. And that's a fascinating question. The question here is whether this document, the way it's presented, the way it was written, is admissible under relevance and expert 701, 702 rules of evidence to prove what Mr. McBride says the state, what he acknowledges the state has to prove, which is that Mr. Robinson had a state of mind which was, let's just say, hostile to Mr. Kirk's political expression. And I don't think that this court should be deciding, based on the record before it, where, if at all, politics and religion intersect. That's. I mean, if the court needs to resolve that issue, then the court also needs to resolve the question of which religious philosophy are we talking about?
Boom.
Well, Mr. Novak, I bring it up because you mentioned it, and you said you cited directly to the enhancement. You said political expression, and then you went to the Bible itself. And so it appeared to the court that you put it into play. So I just wanted to get a little bit of guidance from your position. And so that's the reason for the question.
No, I totally appreciate the question. I'm not suggesting, Your Honor, that there's problem with the question. Any question that the court asks is a question that counsel should take seriously. The legislature separates in the statute religion and political expression. The state selected the victim targeting enhancement based on political expression only. Now the state wants to I didn't bring Matthew in. The state is bringing Matthew in through Mr. Engelhardt. Sure. I didn't bring the Bible to this courtroom. The state brought it. Mm-hmm. And that concerns me greatly because the state is turning this into a question of whether Mr. Robinson's views, identity, life are anti-Christian. And that's a huge problem. And the state has created that problem. And this hearing is being broadcast to the entire jury pool. And that's what Mr. McBride just did, is he turned this case into whether Mr. Robinson's life is inconsistent with what Mr. Engelhardt calls Orthodox Christian views. I'm going to just stop right here because I think the court knows what the problem is.
Thank you. All right, anything further before the court makes its ruling? I appreciate the in-depth argument and the passion and the argument.
Why are we taking some opinion from a TPUSA pastor to begin with as evidence?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any
Your Honor,
sense.
I'd just say it provides context for the defendant's state of mind. That's all.
All right, in making this determination whether it's admissible or not, I'm going to start at the beginning, which is this. This is a preliminary hearing. The purpose is to determine whether the state has established probable cause to believe a crime was committed and that Mr. Robinson committed it. As it relates to this case, as I turn to relevance, I turn to the information as previously stated, and is this relevant? What is before me? And without indicating my decision on probable cause, because I am not at that point, I'm withholding all decision-making until all evidence is properly before me. And so in this ruling, it is not indicating either direction that the court is heading. However, the court finds that it is relevant as it relates to the victim targeting enhancement, as it relates to Charlie Kirk's political expression. And the court recognizes the argument made by defense in regards to state of mind. And it is because of both arguments that the court finds that the court is ruling that it is provisionally admitted into evidence. And at such point when it becomes relevant based off what Mr. Novak has talked about Mr. Robinson's state of mind about Mr. Kirk's political beliefs, then at that point, whether it is admitted or not into evidence will be decided upon. So as of right now, it is provisionally admitted. Because of that stance, it will not be published to the courtroom or media, but both parties can weigh in on that when this is brought up again and the request for it to be fully admitted is made by either party. Then the court will re-examine whether it should be published at that time to those in the courtroom and to whether that is displayed or filmed by the camera. All right, let us proceed. Well, let us proceed to lunch because it is 12:40. It seems like a place to stop.
Someone clip that.
Leave everyone looks
put that on X.
they need a lunch.
I'm clipping that.
Go ahead and break
So he pretty much just
go
put it on the back burner
That's
because he didn't want to give a real judgment on that.
He kind of looked like he was reading a script off the screen at one point.
Well, he does. He has a stenographer and stuff in the court that sets stuff up for him and writes stuff down for him and everything. So that's what he refers back to. He has an assistant.
He's literally saying, am I allowed to manipulate the court by using religious verbiage to show motive?
Yeah, that's what. Well, of course, that's what the prosecution wants, right? They want to tie this to a religious hate crime in the state of Utah. They want to make it that this kid or the person responsible, Tyler Robinson, targeted Charlie Kirk specifically because he is a Christian Republican. That is what they want to show this jury in Utah, because they know the overwhelming number of jurors that are going to be in that court case, no matter what they do in that area, will be
Religious.
Christian conservatives. So that's why the prosecution wants it.
But here's the problem. If they make that the focus, whether Tyler Robinson was on here or whether he was in the car or whether he had the gun, it's not even going to have anything to do with that, because it's going to affect everybody's emotions in the jury.
Exactly. But that's what they want.
Yeah.
Of course, that's what they want. Yeah.
Because they don't have any evidence. So they're using manipulation tactics in order to make that the evidence.
Like, let's say, okay, you could have the defense does the opposite of that. Like, okay, well, so they're trying to say Charlie Kirk was anti-gay, trans, Democrat. All right, well, if I fill the jury up with all LGBTQ Democrats, do you think the prosecution's going to have a problem with that? Of course they are, right? So I think you got to keep all that shit out of the courtroom, in my opinion. But we'll see what they end up doing with it.
Crazy.
All right, and just real quick, anyone that's watching, make sure you guys hit that like, subscribe to the various channels. We are in a official break for lunch, so we have about an hour to maybe an hour and a half, actually, based on what he said. So we have the lunchtime happening. So if you want to take a break, run an errand, do whatever you got to do, stretch your legs, this is a good time to do it. And usually during this time, because of how many super chats we have to deal with between all the different channels, we'll probably do that as well right now.
Yep.
But one thing the judge did say is admissible, but he's going to use context to see what is admissible and not admissible. So it's not everything's admissible. At least he's doing that.
Yeah, he basically said, I'm going to wait until we get into the discussion of this specific topic, and then we will
use
make
context
the decision if it's going to be admissible or not. So.
Yeah.
All right, blessed one. He looks like he's limping with shorts. I didn't notice that.
Wait,
I have
he
to
was
watch it
limping
again.
when he had the shorts on?
Yeah, not sure. I didn't notice.
Sado. Let's see. Did TR turn himself in before he was made publicly available as a suspect? That's a good question, actually. Did he turn himself in prior to them picking their patsy, of all of you?
I think
don't know the answer.
First one.
According to the investigator, he turned himself in before even law enforcement knew who he was.
I thought law
that was
enforcement warned him that if you don't turn yourself in, we're going to come in and grab you.
So apparently, yes, but that law enforcement was a retired sheriff's family friend who was Tyler Robinson's, what was he say, Boy Scout leader?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy Scout leader. So technically, he was advised to turn himself in by former law enforcement. But as the lead investigator said to the defense in cross-examination, we did not know who Tyler Robinson was before he called to turn himself in.
So if he wouldn't have turned himself in, what would have happened?
I mean, probably that family friend maybe goes to the sheriff's department and says, I think I know who this kid is. It's potentially this. Then if they can establish enough evidence for a judge to put out a warrant for his arrest, then that's probably how they would have done it. But that's hypotheticals now at this point. Damn. But according to the lead investigator on the case, who was on the stand, he said, she asked him that very specifically. Did you know who Tyler Robinson was? Not pictures of him by name before he turned himself into police. And he said no.
That's the problem.
Sorry, I'm just setting up the banner here so people coming in know that we're on a lunch break. All right, there we go. Pull this up here.
Was there information about the ammunition left in the rifle? Was there a spent shell casing? Was it fully loaded with no spent rounds, residue on the hands? Thanks for the coverage. Not yet. We haven't gotten to anything with the firearm yet.
Jesse, I sent you an email. I sent you an email in your theory. Okay. He is not currently on, but we'll make sure we let him know.
He'll be back later, I think.
Yep.
I think he's in the chat watching on his phone, but
yeah, he's lurking.
It's for one of you guys.
Is there a height difference between Tyler in shorts and the other guy in pants entering the stairs?
We actually don't know Tyler Robinson's height. I actually looked this up specifically the best I could because I wanted to see how tall he was to have a 30-06 in his pants because I'm 6'3" and it does not fit in my pants. So, and from what Google and ChatGPT could find was not a specific listed height, but based off of analyzing him next to other people in the courtroom, they think he's about 5'10".
Isn't
Yeah,
it documented his height when he was arrested though?
Should be, but I don't know. I don't think that's been released to the public.
Okay.
And how long is that rifle? Like 42, 43 inches?
In between 44 or 42 and 44 inches usually.
Okay.
But
Did you take off the stock though?
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. But had he taken the stock off? I think Mauser breaks down into two separate pieces. So even if you take the stock off, that's still what, 38 inches?
At least, yeah.
I mean, that's over 3 feet. That's longer than his legs. So,
but much thinner.
Yes, but thinner. But still, you wouldn't be able to bend your knees at all. I've tried it with a metal rod down your leg. Yeah, it's not.
I think we need a demo of that.
I've done it before, yeah, but now on live streams, I won't show firearms at all, not even for stuff like that. I had 2 live streams yanked down because of that. So,
speaking of demo, did you see the private chat?
I'll take a look.
Yeah, let's get through these. Alex Neves. He met with TPUSA personnel in the first clip.
That's what he said, yeah, but we're not sure what that means yet. That was kind of in passing.
I guess the question is, was his intent to meet with them, or did he just happen to talk to them while he was passing by or something similar? That's the question.
Yep.
Buck Nut. Thanks for the super chat. Even if the gun is broken down, there's no way it was in his jeans when he walked up the stairs. Both knees bent at some point while walking.
Mm-hmm. I've actually got a great image of him going up the stairs, and there's actually 2 separate frames. One where his left leg is bent at probably close to a 45, and another where his right leg is bent at close to a 45 as he's going up the stairs.
Well, we saw the film earlier where he was clearly bending both knees.
Yeah.
I think a good video would be somebody having a 30-06 in their pants walking up and down steps.
There is. It's on YouTube.
Really?
Yeah, there's a very in-depth video of a guy that has himself and someone else. It's like a 35-minute video. He breaks it down. They go up and down steps and everything.
Can you share that in the chat?
If you I'm not going to look for it right now.
Yeah,
it's pretty easy to find. Just type in like Taylor Robinson, stair walker or something similar.
Okay.
In the roof footage, you couldn't tell Tyler from an effing stick figure. Nope, not really. He's just a person in black clothes.
Mm-hmm. Jeremy V. Mrs. Robinson's Simon and Garfunkel song popped in my head, and holy shit, the video is chilling. Must watch, please, someone. It's a good song. Good song.
Thank you, Tron.
Laser Queen, did he assemble the gun and shoot in less than a minute?
According, I mean, he would have had to.
It sounded like he was up there for a minute, right? Like he was kind of hanging out, lurking, got in position.
I guess.
Yeah, I mean, he had more than 1 minute.
Maybe, but I mean, you should be able. That camera should be able to see him getting into a backpack and reassembling a rifle.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't mention that at all. In the order of events, is him on the roof? They never. Now that Governor Cox and Kash Patel talked about that 9 months ago, but we haven't heard that in the trial yet.
So we have no video of the shot, and as far as we know, no video of him assembling it.
We have no video or pictures of him with a weapon yet.
Yep. Just a long shape. Ray Draper, my theory, whoever he interacted with from TPUSA will confirm who they spoke with is Tyler and is the same person in the footage.
Devil's advocate, he could have met them for CK's schedule. True?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, technically, like I said, like what if he went in the first time in the shorts and the shirt, talked to TPUSA, verified where Charlie was going to be at.
Just asked around, yeah. Like, hey, what's going on here? Like,
where's the tank going to be at?
Where's Charlie going to be? I want to have good seats. Yeah.
Where are the cameras, right? I mean, technically, you could say that.
Keep up the good work, gentlemen. A truth finder.
Bonnie Lyon, did they check Tyler for a bruised shoulder? Just saying. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday, too.
They probably didn't.
Yep.
Krista says, maroon shirt maxing. Yes, Tyler. But you know what's crazy is that there's so many people in a maroon short and cargo shorts and a baseball hat. That's like at that event. It's pretty weird.
Let's see. Prez
misspoke and called the leader of SBA Nicki Minaj. Okay. Sending Jesse some love. He'll be back, Jamie. He'll be back. O'Shea says he mistakenly introduced a woman as Nicki Minaj at a press conference. She's a member of his cabinet with a completely different name.
Is that true?
Oh, I'm sure it is. It is. Dementia Donnie, dude. Like,
That
come
is
on.
crazy.
Him
Now,
forgetting
was he
a name
joking?
is- No,
Was he
I
joking,
don't
though?
know. I doubt it. At this
That's
point.
hilarious. Danny V777 are in. Thanks for the super mountains of evidence. Let's see. Hole repeatedly calling figure on video Tyler is messed up. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he kept saying Tyler did this, Tyler did that, Mr. Robinson this, Mr. Robinson that. So
I
he's
don't like
really
that. I noticed
hammering
that too.
home. Yeah, he's hammering home that that's who it is, and that's who's definitively there.
The defense should have tried to object to those. I thought because I heard it too when he said it, and I was like, not supposed to do that.
Because that would have been like leading the witness, but there's no witness, so I don't know how that would have been. But yeah.
I'm looking forward to cross-exam by Nestor. I mean, Nestor's doing great, and this guy Ben Stein that was just up there, he's pretty good too. He seems
Smart
like he's
dude.
pretty sharp. Yeah. Thanks guys for covering.
Nate's pooping again. I haven't even left the studio.
He hasn't even moved.
Good try. Good try today.
Trigger was pooping.
Yeah. Matt was pooping this time, man.
Well, he's the pooping king though. Still, I wasn't pooping, but yeah,
I was gone for
not denying it.
I was gone for 3 minutes at the start of a stream, like yesterday, and somehow that's turned into
that's a really
what
fast
I'm
poop.
always doing.
That's a record poop, Nate. All right, let's see. Lori Nelson Posner, Virginia here. I'm a rare baby boomer that's awake.
It's what, like middle of the afternoon. That's the boomer's time to shine right here. Jesse, remember how shoes don't exact match? Tyler and his BF had similar shoes. Pair had them stripe, other pair did not. Yeah, Jesse actually did show that in those two outfits, they're not the same pair of shoes, even though prosecution said that.
They were New Balance, right?
They look very similar, but they are different shoes. Yeah. Will says perhaps he had been eating tons of junk food, crapped his pants, and changed his clothes. Walking all day gave him a chafed booty. Just a thought. Great shows. Well, he changed his clothes 3 times. Because keep in mind, the Dairy Queen outfit afterwards is a completely different set of clothes. It's jeans with a red shirt and a different hat. So,
and he changed his backpack too.
yes, he's had a lot
First
of
one's
outfit
blue.
changes. Katie says, I don't always have an appetite that requires me to visit every restaurant in town, but when I do, it's right after I unalive someone.
Right.
So no one ever. Yeah. But also like him just driving around campus until like he just stayed at the scene of the crime and like was going to Dairy Queen, just like hanging out.
He was chilling.
It's not what you expect after somebody that supposedly just did that. You know, you'd be getting 5 hours out of Dodge immediately.
Mary Helen Bobo, thanks for the super sticker. Just Jessica, high five. Poor Charlie's mom looks unrecognizable while Erica is glowing.
Mandy says Starstone at panel tonight. Good day from Australia.
So,
oh yeah,
we're Aussie fans.
I almost forgot. Someone asked us to introduce the panel.
So yeah, we should have done that.
Yeah. So I'm Triggersmart. My name is Matt.
Yeah, I'm Nate from Valhalla VFT.
My name's Jimmy, but I go by Bays or RealBayes.
And I am Aaron, aka Mr. Let Go.
Yeah, so make sure all of our audience subscribe to all the homies, you know, support. We love it. Thank you.
They're loving this Nicki
didn't see
Minaj
this.
stuff.
Trump called Nicki Minaj hot too.
That's funny.
Oh, that's not surprising.
Shirani Ginsma. Mama Tatum.
Mama.
No, it's Tata's Tatum.
Oh, Tata's it.
Tatum.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. He's got some
Everybody
heavies
calm-
on him, dude.
Yeah. Everybody calm down. Thank you, everyone. Please
Tatum's
have
got the
Coach.
heavies.
Yeah, so they're asking for Coach to join. Well, I mean, he's in the chat, so yeah, we can, if he's interested, hopefully he'll let us know.
He's got a link.
Mary Helen Bobo, thanks for the super.
Helba Shabalaba Ding Dong says, I need ideas for things to write on a sign to go stand outside the courthouse with. I was thinking something like Mr. and Mrs. Erica Kirk, we love your son. That's a nice one.
That would have been a nice one.
Yeah, that was a nice one.
Mean.
Yeah, I was figuring something super mean was coming. So
yeah. Charlie Kirk, we don't like your wife or something.
Yeah.
Let's see. Moon Goddess. No PT this week because I sicky icky physical therapist is a germaphobe and refuses to come near me. I mean, that makes sense because there's also other seniors and stuff there too, probably. I'm free till Friday. Matt, check your email, please. I will do that. Danny V. How about Tyler Robinson in jail 10 months already based on Lance Twiggs?
Well, I mean, maybe he's got, I was going to say, time spent, right? Like, I don't know. It's not going to matter, though, if he gets found guilty because they're going to be putting him beneath the earth if that happens.
He can't be found guilty. Like, something has to happen.
Oh, yeah, he can.
I think this has to make Supreme Court.
It
This
won't.
has to be
Supreme-
because
Supreme Court,
it's
it
being
can't take the case.
televised.
Yeah, but Supreme Court can't take the case. We
At least
talked
not
about
yet.
this yesterday.
Wait, why?
Well, I forget. Somebody actually like gave us the actual legal statute to it, Matt, yesterday. I forget the exact reason. I think because of the way federal versus state works. We had somebody explain it in detail. We had an attorney explain it in detail yesterday. I forget exactly how it is.
Are you saying in an appeal they can't take the case? What?
Julie May. What an amazing group of guys to stream this with. Happy Tuesday. Thanks for live streaming with commentary. You are very welcome. Sky is falling. Thanks for the super. Miss Legend X Bree. I think Connor Henderson might walk with a limp. I have a Google Drive of stuff I gathered before they locked all the stuff down on the socials and wiped the web. He also looks just like TR, multiple decoy boys. I have not heard of Connor Henderson.
I thought he was one of the 3 guys that was like walking around filming Tyler's footsteps. Like Candace was trying to find out who the fuck that guy was.
Interesting.
Isn't that who that ended up being?
If you have some information, feel free to email it out. We have our emails down in the description.
Michelle says, I think they will unalive Tyler before it ever gets a trial. What's your opinion on that? I think they would have done it already if they were going to do it, but there's still time. There's still time. No geofence information. They should have. Yeah. They should have all that metadata of everything, but.
And Dank says it's a state case and they can't take the case due to federal restrictions.
So probably like a supremacy clause of some type, because there's nothing that could tie it to federal, would be my guess.
Why is the FBI in this?
Whoever's up.
That's not if it's not federal in any kind of way.
Because they're there to assist with the investigation, not to prosecute the case.
I can't help but think that Utahs are full of innocent, unlikable people. If a group of Mormons don't like you, hearsay dictates you are done for.
You are done.
We'll see.
Paul Pearson. At first, I thought it was a 222 fireball. I've heard that from a lot of people, actually. But after seeing all the angles, I think it was just a movie. Thought this for months.
That's the Jesse theory.
Yep. Greg Dahl, proof of death and cause yet presented. Yes. So, well, part of it. The medical examiner, it was officially ruled a homicide, and it was from a gunshot wound to the neck. That is what they testified so far for prosecution.
Yep. As far as we know, right?
Yep.
We didn't actually see the report, but that's what we were told.
No images and no other details about any of the injuries or anything.
Was the coroner a Mormon also?
Well, I'm sure it's Utah. Thanks, brother. Appreciate you, Buff. Those 10 VFT memberships. Thanks, homie.
Paul Pearson, I would like to see a poll of stats on who the audience think done it. Tyler, Zionist, furries, or totally staged, still alive in Valhalla, or other. I'll do a screenshot of that, and we'll get that in there once we get started back up again. All right.
Oh, well, we got to get the Russians in there too, right? Isn't that what MAGA was saying for a while? It was
Russia, aliens too, right? We had the full disclosure. We have to throw aliens in there.
Yep.
Max Deplorable. Do furries hide their faces? Just pajamas / hoodie.
Technically, I guess they do.
New Utah license plate. The trust me, bro state.
Yep.
Hey, Tatum just said they have the video of him taking the shot.
Tatum
Taking the
is a
shot of what?
liar.
Taking the shot of what? Whiskey?
Not according to the prosecution, but maybe they do, and they're hiding it for now. I don't know
Maybe.
why. They showed us their montage, right, of him moving through everything, and I think
I'm not surprised that he said that though.
There's footage of Tatum eating tater tots.
I'm just looking to see if that's verified. I don't see anything on his X that says that, but
I don't think so.
Interesting.
Not as far as we've seen in the court.
SBI agent sounds like Nate from Ted Lasso. Can't take him seriously.
Oh, that's funny.
Coco Elaine, thank you for covering this case. Watching from Milton, Freewater, Oregon.
Hell yeah.
That's in your neck of the woods. Carrie HS, looks like Canada. That first witness yesterday, Bagley. Yep. Remember the UVU video shortly after shot bang of the man, black shirt, light ball cap, put on a sheriff's badge. He noticed he was being filmed and then he removed the badge. Yeah,
I do remember that.
Yep.
I do remember that. Yep.
Yeah, I got that footage.
Well, now we know there was people running around in plain clothes with guns and badges, according
guns and badges. Yep.
Because he randomly met a guy. He had no idea who he was with a badge. So,
but he trusted him.
And trusted him enough to go try to clear the area. Yeah.
With guns out. Yeah.
Seems weird. Not something I'd do, but Wizard watching from Lake Oswego. Hell yeah. I love Tonsi I love, I don't know what this is. That not all of Western Oregon is crazy. Call back to the earlier super from Beaverton. Love you all. Yeah, majority of Oregon's not crazy. It's just the I-5 corridor down the center with Portland and Eugene. That's woo.
Kathy Winesickle, thick is good. Isn't that how we like our milkshakes? Madness BH, thanks for the super. Thank God Jesse is cute. God knows his wife isn't still with him for his brains. Ouch.
Jesus.
Jesse on fire. Ex Jesse on fire. High gang. Wow.
That's a backhanded compliment.
Like, you're attractive. Thank goodness.
Because you're dumb as shit.
Well, at least he made the list. I heard I didn't even make the list before.
Yeah, Bays, you didn't make the list.
I didn't make the list.
But maybe it's a compliment because she said he's good looking. Because I would rather be good looking and dumb versus being dumb and being smart and ugly. So
depends on the limits, right? Like how good looking and how dumb. And
right.
And how ugly, right?
Right. I don't want to be ugly and smart. I'm sorry.
Witness said Tyler got on the roof at 12:22 and off at 12:24. Shot was at 12:23. Is this even possible? That
no.
You walk across the roof. Now, yes. Okay, hold on. Is this possible in 2 minutes to do all of these things? Not to put together a 30-06, take a cold bore shot, get off there, like disassemble it, get off the roof. No, but let's say you already had the rifle ready and assembled in 2 minutes. Oh yeah, definitely possible. Now, highly improbable. You'd probably have a very skilled shooter to be able to pull it off in that speed.
Because don't you have to regulate your breath?
What I'm saying is this humanly possible in 2 minutes? For sure.
But don't you have to regulate your breath once you lay down first? Like,
I mean, I don't. Yeah, I'm not really concerned with my breathing.
Okay.
How long would it take him to pull it out of his pants, though?
You pause your breath wherever it's at.
Okay.
No, I'm not saying like the idea, the narrative of like, he's got it in his backpack. He takes it out. He puts it together. He crawls to the roof. Like, no, there's no way that's done in 2 minutes. I'm saying, could someone in 2 minutes get to the roof, lay down, take a shot, and get off in 2 minutes? Yeah, that's possible. But you would expect somebody ready to go, super experienced shooter. Like, they hit the ground, they roll out, they get the target, they lace the shot, they get up and they go. That's doable, but you would expect that as like someone very professional to pull that off, is my point. So I'm saying, is it humanly possible? Yes. Is it probable in this situation? Absolutely not.
F. Chucky 68. Charlie's neck was made of steel. The Twin Towers were made of neck bone.
Yeah,
that is hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
The towers took more damage.
I just watching this stream for guidance. The crazy thing is, like some of these lawyers and judges and stuff do watch independent media. Like the idea that none of them do and none of them have seen any of our stuff, that's kind of silly too. Human beings are still, Americans are Americans. They're still intaking media.
Yeah.
We're good there. Yeah.
They said greeting from Switzerland.
The sky is falling. You all make me feel less crazy. We can no longer be labeled conspiracy theorists because things don't add up. Thank you for all you do. Also, you guys are all really good looking dudes. You would all get away in my court.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bayes, you're back in, Bayes.
I'm in.
Bayes, you're in there.
Made it.
There you go.
I made it, mama.
Mama, I'm good looking.
Sammy Cross, thanks for covering this. I'm watching from my bed with while in a huge flare up for my illness from Lancashire, UK. I'm sorry to hear that.
I hope you do better.
Hoping to distract from the pain. Well, I'm glad we can give you a little bit of freedom from it. That's terrible.
I want to make a sign to hold outside the courthouse. Would you write on a sign?
What would you
I think
write?
you already had.
Oh,
I think
what would
this
you
is the
write on
person. I think you had a nice one already. Don't do anything rude. You know what I mean? That's not the time or place for it.
Erica did it. That wouldn't work.
No, yeah, don't do anything like that. It's just not. It's not the time or place. You know.
Yeah.
And there's no proof either. So
yeah.
Is the group? Let's see. Is the group here going to be getting the footage from a records request? I think a lot of people have FOIA'd a lot of this stuff and have not gotten it. So we'll see.
The way FOIAs work, because I've done lots of them, guys, is they either give you what you're looking for, they give you part of what you're looking for, or they just say, sorry, we're not giving you any of it. It's kind of up to the government of who you're FOIAing, whether they give you information or not. If Jesse's right about CK, and then CK is also okay sending an innocent man as a devout Christian, do you believe he would commit? Ooh, this is a really good point, actually, to Jesse's theory. This would basically mean Charlie Kirk was 100% fine with railroading some innocent kid to put him to death.
Yeah.
And that's another reason why I jumped off of that train and said he is not here, because there's a lot of different things like this that, like, because then you would have to look at Charlie Kirk himself and say, are you really this bad of a person to do all of these different things? Because he then would be in control of all of this.
Yeah,
Like
but
a
then
puppet
that
master behind
goes
the scenes,
both ways though, because if the first thing was for show, then why wouldn't this be for show? You know what I mean?
I mean that they're not actually gonna.
Yeah.
Well, that would make Charlie.
Yeah, if they faked one, if the first one was a lot harder to pull off than this would be.
I'll just say this, man. Like Occam's razor is a thing at some point, and when you start to say that like 900 people in different institutions and organizations were all involved in this and some massive cover up, it starts to become logically and rationally just not really a feasible thing.
Right.
So now the entire courtroom's in on it, the judge is in on it, the defense team's in on it, Tyler's in on it, TPUSA's in on it, law enforcement's in on it, the FBI's in on it, the government's in on it, the court's in on it, the medical examiner's in on it. Somebody is eventually going to spill the beans, homies. Then you tell 800 different people about this, somebody is going to come forward and spill the tea. So not to say it's not a cover up. I'm just saying there's limits to how many people can be involved in something like this.
Yeah, it's easier to cover up a death versus covering up somebody still being alive.
Yeah.
Danny V. If TR is with TPUSA, who witness what was discussed? They didn't talk about it. That might come up a little bit later on.
It had to be like a booth or something.
Just Jessica, high five. Jesse Corey, firefighter, is very much gone. Charlie said dozens were involved in that cover up. These people are dangerous. Look at Gaza. They don't care. Much love. That was the butler, right? Corey? Yeah.
Hi, all Danish guy watching with my American friend from East Ukraine. Thanks for the stream. Love watching you, Valhalla. This keeps our spirits high, fighting for freedom. Slava Ukraini. Well, good luck, because that shit's no fun. Not a war I'd want to fight. People in the chat, please stop talking about the defense attorney's size. It's relevant and rude. Lady's a boss. Spent $5 to say that. Yeah, I agree. I don't know why we need to be insulting the defense attorney. That seems, I don't know.
And I mean, it's probably something she's heard many times before, so it's not something that's relevant. Rugged Tuft. People pay others to hold their place in line for court.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Smart play.
Yeah,
it's a lot of money.
Kathy
like $400 a day.
Kathy Weinsickle. Why does this sound like Hunger Games.
Yep.
I'm not touching that.
Yeah. Freeman die free. You have a you have greater odds of the sun exploding tomorrow than a 30-06 hitting that spot and not exiting. For gun people, this is the laziest cover-up ever.
Never made sense from the beginning. Ben says maybe he's limping because the videos of him in the stairwell is actually after jumping off the roof. They intentionally reversed the timeline. This is kind of what I thought for a long time too, was that makes more sense. But I mean, I don't know, right? Like, we're kind of all over the place on the timeline, and Tyler Robinson in 3 different outfits. And
Why would
is
he
that
go
even,
back on
is
the
that
roof,
even
though?
the same person in all those different outfits?
But why is he going back up the stairs?
I
if
don't
that's
know.
the case? That's my whole thing. If he was just going down the stairs, that would make sense. Because why would you jump off the roof and go back upstairs?
Yeah, I don't know.
Jock, thanks for the super. Imagine going to see Charlie at UVU, getting Chick-fil-A, going to your car, tripping and hurting your leg and limping, and now you're accused of that. Watching an ant run across the screen, they're like, yep, that's you.
Yeah, it's kind of wild, actually. He's just like at Dairy Queen, like, this is a fun day.
And then you find out your Discord got hacked. That's like,
Jesus, dude.
Actually, welcome to becoming a black guy.
oh wow,
Jesus,
Mr. Let Go, just let it go.
He's allowed to say that.
Yeah, I can say that.
Who's that?
Yes, this really is our American justice system in action. Hopefully, this case brings additional eyes out to see how badly it's degraded. That's
Definitely
a fact.
in Utah.
Shout out to
My
Erica.
God.
Erica in Dallas.
I think Jamie's for Jesse. What about cop picking up the mic CK was holding right after trying to use it? I haven't seen this one.
That was Chief Long, and it was the other mic. It was the Hunter Kozak mic. He just looked at it, made sure it was turned off, and then set it back down.
Oh, okay.
There's video of that. WT Nurse knows this is a literal Patsy parade swap. A lot of people thinking it's Patsy's. Let's see. Stefan Ohamam. Thanks for the super chat. That's for Jesse again. According to his theory, CK did that to avoid legal issues, had his wife to lead the corrupt company, but she would be directly in the spotlight for the same corruption. Brain bro, use it. I mean, he's not here to defend himself. That's what sucks. I mean, let's see. Alexandria, thanks for the super. And this other super as well. This trial makes me believe Candace more and more.
Shout out to Candace.
Freeman die free. Charles' shirt is missing. 10 inches of soil is missing. The crime scene is missing under pavement. The SUV was immediately detailed and sold. SD cards are missing. Not hard to see what happened. Doesn't look good, does it?
It doesn't look great. CBA takedown, 16.5-inch stock, forearm remote RC trigger, backpack roof decoy.
Let's see. Tiffany says, if you need extra mods, happy to help. Yeah, just email me. My email's down in the description, and we can talk.
Will says, all these gentlemen deserve a ton of subs and likes. Well, thank you, brother. That's very nice of you. Hook them up. I depend on real news living overseas. Semper Fi. Hell yeah, brother.
Thank you.
Dr. Tetanus, his mouth is dry. He's nervous. He's dehydrated. You talking about Mr. Blinky?
Yeah.
Somebody.
That's probably Mr.
A lot
Blinky.
before, too.
We will not see TR with a firearm, guaranteed. We sure ain't yet.
And nobody else seen him with a firearm either.
That's something I got to see to move me at all. And I've not been moved yet by the prosecution.
And like we've said, at least Valhalla and I can't speak for the other two, but if we see stuff that's captivating enough that Tyler Robinson did it, we will gladly change our minds if there's proof.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just waiting for something that actually changes our minds.
We ain't got it yet.
Free men die free. I am not optimistic about the defense because she argues as if a gunshot did factually happen. No evidence exists to put TR with that rifle on the roof. That's very true. They're all on the same page that it either was or was not a rifle shot from a gun. They haven't talked about any other theories or anything else. So that's true.
Is there a reason why the defense has not sunk their teeth into that part, or are they just focusing on their?
Sure, that'll be at the
written
trial.
part?
So this is for the state. This trial, the pre-hearing's for the state, so the state can bring enough evidence to convince the judge that this needs to be moved forward into an actual trial. So it's really the defense is here to just kind of cross-examine and try to shoot that down the best they can, but they're not really going to be, because I wouldn't expect the defense brings any witnesses at all, right? In this pre-hearing, Matt?
Yeah.
Wouldn't this all be the prosecution as far as we understand it?
Yeah, I think so. They can cross-examine everybody, but
because the defense has a bunch of their own expert witnesses, but I don't think that'd be till trial.
there was something in the preliminary. I'm trying to remember. It was Kathy Nestor. She did say something that it'll come back to me. She said something in the preliminaries, or the pre-trials, I should say, before the preliminaries, that was relevant to the stuff going on, but I have to remember what it was. I'd have notes somewhere. I just got to find them.
Speaker compressed air tech 350. I've had a lot of people that think it's a compressed air gun too. 150 grain enter, does not exit. A lot of people from the beginning have been interested in this theory.
That was my original theory. An air actuated pellet discharger, and everybody looked at me like I was crazy.
Yeah. Melanie Oberg, thanks for becoming a new channel member.
Kathleen said Trump called a white woman Nicki Minaj.
Oh wow, that is crazy.
Honestly, I think that's better, because if he would have just called a different black woman Nicki Minaj, then people would have been like, "You just think all black women are Nicki Minaj,"
right?
You know what I mean? So at least it was so obnoxious that, you know.
What kind of ass did this white woman have, though?
I was going to say she must have been thick if he was like, "Dang,
you know, like,
it's just what he was thinking about at the time.
Valid question.
Yeah, that is a valid question.
He had Nikki on the mind at the time. Yankee says, "Well, I'm a bit confused. Didn't Erica say that she forgives him? So what's the trial all about?" Well, not real forgiveness, crocodile teal forgiveness.
Well, it's out of her hands too. I mean, I don't think she has the power to tell the state to not pursue anything, does she?
Not on criminal.
Well, her sentiment, I think, pushes narratives that cause
not on criminal charges. No, the state is bringing the charges, not Erica Kirk or TPUSA. The state does not care whether your, significant other cares that you were killed or not. They're there to now in a civil trial for sure.
You don't think?
Not in a criminal case. Criminal is the state verse.
No, I'm saying
not Erica
jury.
Kirk's family verse. It is the state verse.
What about the jury? Like the narrative that is already out there, right? Because they have not chosen a jury yet, right? So by the time they choose a jury, they've seen everything. They've seen what Erica Kirk has said. They probably have seen what we have said. So we're already in their brains before they choose the jury. So could public sentiment, whether one side or not, change the way the jury feels about who did what?
Sure.
Okay.
But the prosecution is still working on behalf of the state.
Yes.
To prosecute Tyler Robinson in this case.
Right. Okay.
Otherwise, it'd just be a civil case. But on criminal cases, no, it doesn't matter. Like if my wife, God forbid, were unalived and I told the prosecutors, "It's all good, dude. I wanted a new wife anyway. Don't worry about it." They would say, "Go fuck yourself. We don't care. We are the state and we try criminal charges."
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Because the jury is the one who puts people in prison at the end of the day in jury trial.
Well, they're making a determination based off guilt, not based off of how they feel. Right. So even if they felt like, well, Erica said she doesn't care, so now I'm going to say not guilty. No, that's not how it works.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whoever that is, I think it's Nate, maybe.
The bald guy might have been the first car they pulled over that ended up having an air rifle in the back seat. There's a picture of that guy while he's being arrested. Older dude, long gray hair, I believe. And he was in like a shitty pickup.
John T. Worst
lead investigator ever.
Lead investigator. Okay. Yeah. I think the prosecution is, I think they're losing at this point, but
yeah, they're not
doing
seen
everything.
So far, they are doing very poorly. Never trust a man who winks repeatedly wearing a black pinstripe suit with oversized shoulder pads. Well, that's like that's in looks maxing, right? Isn't that the Gen Z stuff? The shoulder pads. Tom says Mauser, Weatherby, 1990s Japan scope already in place. Where found before the event? Cult mentality, teamwork. Harry Plums says
Harry Plums.
Police officers are accountable. No, this is important. Police officers are accountable for every round they are issued. This is true. It should be easy to find the officer who returned with one less round than he left with that day. Yeah, the way he passed that off, like, oh yeah, we just discharge our rounds and just leave them out in the public. No,
Yeah,
no,
that was
no,
kinda
no,
wild.
no. There's so much liability to that too. Again, like I said, somebody picks that up, throws in the pistol, and goes and unalive someone, and now it's got this cop's fingerprints on it, and it's a law enforcement issued round that was used. I think there's going to be problems with that. Much like the military, man. When we're in the military and we're out at the range, if you take rounds home with you and you put them in your weapon and use it in self-defense, oh, you're in big shit at that point.
Oh, yeah,
right? Because it's
that's a
military
no-no.
ammunition. So that was totally not, maybe in Utah, don't get me wrong, if we could get a Utah law enforcement officer to tell us, yes, our state is totally fucked, excuse my language, then, oh, what's this?
All right, Allie
Shout out
Top
to Allie
Files.
Top Files.
She put Allie Top Files. Make sure you check her out. She has a lot of good stuff. But she showed the two different backpacks.
Oh,
Shout out to Allie. That was
logo on the
why
middle.
Why would you change your backpack?
Wow.
Wait. And this isn't is that the blue one or is that a third backpack?
That's the blue one with the maroon
Yeah.
shirt, and then he's got the all black.
That was clutch.
And
Shout
they're
out to
definitely
Allie.
different.
That was clutch.
Yeah, the
Different
backpack
logos.
is different.
Totally different.
That's pretty weird.
And
Of
look
all
at their
things to-
arms. One has a skinnier arm than the other. Look at the
Well,
arm.
so I think again, you look at this, but then if you actually look at the Dairy Queen photo of him that same day, he is substantially bigger than this.
Yeah.
I've always thought that.
So this is more evidence that this is not him. Or
we don't know who's who.
We don't know who's who.
Yeah, we don't know who's who.
Right.
We got no idea. Yeah, but
That
I
was
mean,
clutch right there.
different backpacks is bizarre.
And I bet this isn't coming up in court.
Maybe
Not-
the
not-
defense.
not
I'll
yet.
be honest. I was a little bit worried about the defense, and then she started rattling off things that like Barron and Candace and independent media have figured out, like talking about things being paved over, talking about the dogs, where you're like, oh, somebody's been paying attention.
You just reminded me what she said in the pretrial. So they were talking about something, and she said, "Are you aware that there are alternative theories out there that don't
Mhm.
involve a gun?" That's what she
Mhm.
said.
Yeah. So that's probably getting to that in the regular trial, I'll bet.
All right, let me get back on track here.
Very scary Mary. Look at that beefy boy profile picture. We love the dog profile pictures here. Police officer here. Here we go. Just to clarify, we do not commonly eject a round and leave it before we put our long guns away. We would be out there with metal detectors before we left a round live anywhere. Ridiculous. Thank you. But yes. Jolly Pop says Holt transferred directly from MI6 to the Utah Police. They let him transfer his sick leave, annual leave, retirement years, and retirement fund, and they let him keep his pay grade from jolly old England. I have no idea how this works in law enforcement, but I do have, you know what? I've got a bunch of buddies that are active duty cops right now. I could actually probably reach out and get an answer if this is a regular thing or not. Doesn't sound like it's a very regular thing, but
So
I don't
Hole
know.
was MI6 confirmed.
I don't know. Again, we'll have to verify this one. I could have sworn the item was a hat he puts on. I walked through this footage frame by frame. There is a point that what he reaches down for is to grab his hat off the ground while he's still got his little backpack in his right hand, and he goes and puts it on his head, because people tried to say it's not the backpack he's carrying. He's got it in the other hand, but you can't see it. But there is a frame where you see the backpack in one hand, and he reaches down, picks his hat off the ground, puts it back on, and continues moving. So
I did a video, a very in-depth, very close, zoomed in, frame by frame video, and in certain frames, I could see something. So if people are really, If
He's
people are
got
really
something.
interested, well, something long in multiple frames throughout the entire walk all the way to the street. So if you guys are bored, you can go check that out. It's pretty interesting. I don't make any assumptions about it. I just show what I see, and you can clearly see in some of the frames. You see a long object that maybe has a towel or something on it in certain frames as you go through. So,
But even like the lead investigator said, could you see a firearm in his hands in that footage? And he says,
Absolutely not.
no,
Correct.
it's an item. That's all I can tell.
An item, an object.
And that's the lead investigator from the case. So
from MI6.
Sorry, is this mine? Nate's 8.1K midday watchers versus your sub 100, 500 afternoon. I know you're watching, Gary. Oh, God. Oh, thank you. Appreciate the support.
JP Hanks. In the LDS church, scout leaders are part of the church leadership. Interesting. Okay. Specifically, a counselor in the young men's presidency. So pastor scout leader is interchangeable. Interesting. Good to know. Thank you.
And yesterday they said something about an LDS something, like an area of the UVU college. I gotta remember.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure there's stuff like there's like LDS buildings and things like
yeah,
that.
LDS building or something.
Everything out there is LDS. I'm not surprised.
Everything's LDS out there. Yeah.
Renee Batima says, "Keep it going, you rock." Thanks for the super. Alexandria, Candace Owens has better evidence to give than this guy who actually freaking there.
That's fact.
One, and he didn't recall a lot of it. Like he kept having problems recalling it, and they're like, you can't read it off of there, but you can look at your homework. You can cheat, but you know. So it's
he did. How many times did he do that? Don't say it out loud, but look back at your notes. What do your notes say? Like that felt very leading the witness ish by prosecution as well.
Ave Distra, thanks for the super. No objections to them saying it was Tyler on the roof. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah,
would have
expected
that.
Mr. Robinson many times.
Michael says, I would be attacking everything related to the 30-06 claim. The round would have taken his head clean off. Fragments don't match. No medical report. Again, I think we will get more and more into this once we get to the real trial. I would expect from the defense. I would hope if they're not going to hammer this into oblivion with actual ballistics experts, then they're botching. You know.
For everyone watching, make sure you hit that like, make sure you subscribe, and we will be back in. It looks like in about 15 to 20 minutes back into court.
Let's keep cooking. We're doing well.
I think that's you.
The guy also had a limp jumping off the roof. No, you know what in his pants, though? It's obviously not Tyler, but a dude with a limp. Or you guys. I thought so, too. Now, the lead investigator said he didn't see it, but if you rewatch that, it does look like the dude limps as he's walking off from that roof.
Yeah.
We all assumed that it was because he jumped off a 12-foot high tall building, right?
Yeah. Let's see. The Rileys, thanks for the big super from Australia. Please scanner of entire day has so much info. If you listened, you can hear Patsy start, including another Dark Dodge Challenger. It says bury new photo of potential suspect till 2100. This guy's voice appears briefly. I can send it. Very interesting. Yeah, if you have anything like that, feel free to send it my way. Emails down in the description.
Did we hear? I might have missed it a little bit. Talking about how the woman who her doorbell camera that filmed that grainy, shitty nighttime, that she thought the driver was bald and had 3 other people in the car.
I don't think
I don't know if
she said that, but I think someone had seen a similar vehicle with someone bald driving and 3 other people in it. So
okay,
I didn't catch like the full context of what that meant or its relevance, but
maybe somebody in chat might have caught that. Give us some context on that.
VWSD, thanks for becoming a new channel member.
Sure, one of you guys.
Jay, my AI keeps saying Charlie Kirk is blank, unprovoked, wild.
I've seen people run it through AI and it'll come back saying there's possibility in that.
I did that myself and I was just like, what?
Yeah.
So yeah. And I asked Jesse and he said, it's just AI.
Let's see. It looks like Danks is back in.
What's up?
What up?
Bro, I've been watching. This shit's been crazy. Crazy. Anyways, don't mind me.
All right, let's see. Friends with Matt. Does Valhalla have a girlfriend? My wife is interested in him. He's leaving me anyway, so she might as well end up with someone muscular and smart.
I'm happily married to a very, very attractive woman. So thank you, though, Matt. I appreciate it.
Plenty of clubs for that, I'm sure.
Deep V Heard trial more entertaining than this. Oh, the Amber Heard trial? Depp versus Heard. Yeah, well, there's not many more trials more interesting than that cluster.
Yeah, that was a crazy trial. She was taking dumps on his pillows.
I mean, come
and
on. It
everything.
doesn't get much more entertaining than that. So
Waste my time. So they used DMV to verify the car looked like his registered vehicle, but did not verify the license plate in the video. They never mentioned the plates.
I believe she asked him. She said, "How do you know that's his vehicle?" And she said, "Did you do it through DMV
Partial.
records?" And I believe he said, "No, we did it based off of the shape and particularly the rims on the vehicle is how we know."
But then he did mention also a partial match.
Partial
on the
match.
license.
Yeah. Whatever that means. Couple numbers match.
Yeah. Danny V 77.7 are in, but Joe K blocked from FU on foreign leads and tips.
Joe Kent blocked. Yeah, he was by Cash Patel in the FBI.
That's so shady.
As was the CIA, by the way, just so you guys know. I don't know if you saw Mike Glover talk about that, and he's in Provo. And same thing. CIA and the National Counterterrorism Center both were stopped in the first 48 hours, blocked from doing investigations into foreign involvement into the case, shut down by the FBI, and we don't know why.
Well, yeah.
Well, we can theorize. I think you missed. I think you missed one from Lori right above that.
That's one of the. I gotta say that's one of the most confusing parts of all of this. It's like if you just applied a little bit of effort, you could kind of get away with it, but just to shut it down, that is so brute force. It's too obvious.
And I want to be clear to Danks's point. If you understand how the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, Tulsi Gabbard, underneath that, Joe Kent, actually works, they are the top echelon. They sit above the CIA. They sit above John Ratcliffe. So all intelligence that's coming through our 13 different intel apparatuses, the NSA, the CIA, the FBI, all
18,
of that, all of that is funneled into and then can be accessed by the DNI at the top of the pyramid. So that's like shutting down your boss's boss from accessing information into the case, which makes it even more unprecedented and bizarre.
Someone said, "What is BSA?"
What's the context?
BSA.
I don't know. Maybe whatever you were just talking about. Boy Scouts of America. Okay. Yep. Never mind.
Lori says, "I don't understand how the prosecution can repeatedly refer to the guy on the stairs or the guy on the roof or the shooter as Tyler himself instead of the suspect." Tyler. Yes, we all agree with you on this, Lori. It seems like the defense is not catching this and pushing back on it like you would expect.
Friends with Matt. Just because you put that, I'm not going to read it. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you so much for reading my super chat.
We read them all the best we can.
Free men die free. In 2024, UVU upgraded their camera systems and installed at least 1,200. Wow. State of the art, too. They don't have any proof of TR with a rifle. They'd have shown it already as a slam dunk case. I mean, 1,200 4K cameras, that's,
That's a lot. Real Talk with Seth says, "I think the defense is going to establish there were many guns on campus that day, and the holster without a gun proves not all were accounted for." Interesting take there, actually. We'll have to see what they do with it. Hunter says, "Zooming in, add pixels, automatically meaning it's generated evidence." That's true. This was a problem in the Rittenhouse case. They need an expert to argue that. That is a good point. It automatically makes it an altered image in video.
Jay Robinson. So 3 dudes in the car, 1 bald guy. He left that part out. Seems important.
It was Matt, dude.
It was Matt.
Matt was the getaway driver the whole time, and he's just.
And if they were dark, it was Mr. Let Go. Always watching. The guy on the stand distinctly said he turned himself in on September 11th. So how is the Discord messages admissible?
We're going to get to that, I'm sure. I hope the defense team watched Barron's episode on that because it's very relevant.
5 dudes on a live stream, 2 of them bald.
John Doberman. Barron claims TR turning himself in on the 11th proves cover up.
So we were just talking about.
He got pretty deep into that stuff for sure.
In Focus Media Group says they have footage of him all over campus, but don't have footage of him on the roof prior to taking the shot. So he was only on that roof that time just for the shot. Nails it in the first try in 30 seconds. As far as we understand what's being put in front of us so far. Yes.
Tina Durham. They were talking about their rifles. They do keep them unchambered until needed. Done for safety. It's called cruiser ready or patrol ready. My nephew is a cop.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, but why has he got a long gun on him? There was no police officers running around with long guns.
I know
So
SWAT came.
Yeah, but that would have been hours and hours and hours later.
Yeah, but they didn't say the timing of the other one being found though. Right.
But hold on. Now you're telling me that this officer racked back a long gun and expelled a rifle cartridge, which would have been right next to him on the ground, and he just said, F it, I don't need to pick that up. At least a pistol round can fall in the grass and can be hard to like dig through and find. A rifle round he expelled?
Yeah, wouldn't he know that he did it too? It's not like he's gonna, you know what I mean?
He would have racked his weapon and expelled the round. And it's a fucking rifle round that he just left on the ground. Now
it's like $1.50.
That's even less believable than if it was a pistol.
Let's see, writing about life. Ask why Lance T got immunity for his testimony. He got limited immunity just for the preliminaries for this testimony for the preliminaries.
Yep.
Let's not forget about the 8 new LLCs that his family allegedly opened.
That's pretty weird. Chanel says, I want to see TR put together a LNR, break it down and see how he does, because that is the American Sniper level, not some untrained for a kid. Yeah, I mean, the problem with this is like he would be incentivized to take forever to do it, right? As the defendant. I'm not going to try to show you how amazing I am at it if I'm on trial for unaliving someone, you know. But I see. I do know what you're saying, Chanel. I'd like to see that too. See how fast he could actually do it, just to see. Why refer to the suspect as Mr. Robinson? Carrie, a lot of us are thinking that right now. So we don't know. We don't know why that's being allowed. Andrew W. streaming saying bombshell evidence today. Well,
bombshell.
Maybe it's coming in the second half of the day. And also, how would you know that?
Take it for where it's coming from.
How do you know what evidence the prosecution has, buddy? Isn't that the same guy that thinks Jeffrey Epstein wasn't a PDF?
Yeah, and that's working for TPUSA.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I take that with a grain of salt. Diamond says this is why they should take away qualified immunity for judges, police, and should completely get rid of laws that allow police and judges to be subjective to help them violate rights. Citizens should have the benefit over government. I think qualified immunity is important in some cases. Big drug busts, super important, right? You can give those lower level drug dealers immunity so that they can, testify against bigger things. But in this case, the immunity for Lance Twiggs doesn't that seem bizarre to you guys? Why does this innocent witness who had nothing to do with the crime need immunity?
When you give somebody immunity, that means they have given up some type of information to get the immunity, but that means they were a part of the crime, and that is where the immunity comes from. Because
typically, yeah,
I am now trading you information so you can't lock me up. So why would he get immunity if he didn't do a crime?
Well, he got limited immunity. So that means they could let him completely off the hook. That's what
but at the end of the day, you get immunity so you won't go to jail for something. That means
correct. But this is limited immunity. This is limited immunity only for prelim.
Well, it's just for his statement. But then at the same time, again, to Mr.
Immunity
to Mr.
for
Lego's
what?
point, why does he need immunity for a recorded statement?
Right.
Immunity from perjury?
I
I just don't understand.
Maybe we'll find out. Maybe it'll be explained when we get to
If
it.
you didn't do anything wrong, you don't get immunity.
That's how I understand it too.
You're just a witness.
Yep.
I sincerely appreciate all of you. Your voices are all a gift from God. Thank you for speaking truth. You guys are patriots, and I'm very proud of you.
Oh, thank you. It's very
Thank you.
nice.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, court dog.
Kristen Gilbert. I'm still convinced the guy on the stairs was Phil Lyman's nephew.
Yeah, that's the guy I think I was talking about earlier.
The Colin, whatever.
It's like 5 different boys that look
him
almost
and his two
exactly
buddies
alike.
that like walked around and took
Yeah.
pictures of themselves, like went out to the chicken coop and all that. I forget their names, but
Joker Mojo. The defense should object to the prosecution or any witness referring to the shooter as Tyler Robinson. He has not been convicted. Now, we've talked about it's weird that they allowed it, but it's also even weirder that the defense didn't call it out. They're objecting to everything but that.
Yep.
Maybe they just zoned out for a second.
Maybe there's a reason for it. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a good question for Baron. Jesse says, "You make my list, Bays." I'd love to play pistol rifle Acorn with the gunshot sound guy. Snap, crackle, pop, baby. Mama Warrior says, my opinion, TR was recruited as a maroon shirt, t-shirt person to help, met up with Campus TPUSA, and was given instructions on what to do to set stuff up. That could be wild.
They told him your work's done. Go get some Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, go get some Dairy Queen.
Yeah.
Be back at 1, you know.
Yeah, get yourself a shake. We'll see you later.
So this is best promo ever. Just like Dairy
I think
Queen.
this is from our earlier conversation about autism. Autism is diagnosed in 3 levels based on the amount of daily support a person requires. It's no longer Asperger's. It's called level 1 autism.
There you go.
Interesting.
MK12 says, I seem to remember watching independent reporters video showing exactly where the campus security cameras were located. You did, and we showed that on my channel with Stephen Gardner because he's the one that did that. And there was one located exactly where TR lay prone, yet there isn't security video of it now. Correct. Yep. I had him on my show and we talked about it and he showed it. So that's why I was expecting for sure we were going to have that in this case. So when you guys,
I'm muted. Sorry. S. Cassidy. I'm wondering why in the video shown, neither of the people walking through the parking lot reacted all at the time of the shot.
Good question. We talked about that on my show before too.
And defense also asked very specifics about timestamps. So like you have all these videos, but nothing's timestamped. So we'll see if that comes up too. T. Choust, thanks for the super. The defense has to object to everything the prosecution puts out there. It's the only way to make sure Tyler gets a retrial if convicted. That's one of you.
He's a media plant trying to prevent a mistrial. Shout out to Ark Ham Raised.
Arkham raised.
Arkham raised.
Okay.
Yeah, Arkham raised. Hell yeah.
Ark Ham Raised.
It's a Batman reference.
Real quick, I wanted to say I just started going live right now on YouTube. So if you're new, we're in the middle of break. So they're reading off some super chats before I got in here. Welcome. And yeah, man, second half of the show, half of the trial, we'll be doing the show here as well.
This is Danks. So go
I am
subscribe.
Danks,
on YouTube.
Dankster Intel. Thanks.
Yeah. There you go. Dankster Intel. All of our audience, make sure you go support Danks as well. He's doing awesome work. I've used a bunch of Danks stuff on my show before I even knew who you were, actually.
Yeah. There's research is research, man. It's good to share. And, you know, there's been some good stuff that we've been able to find and put out. You know, you've shared a lot of people, all of you, I think, at one point or another has shared some of the findings and also deep dives, because there's, you know, there's layers to a lot of this stuff, and the deeper you go, man, it's crazy. So it's good that that information is getting out regarding, you know, how our media and our favorite ally is integrated into not just politics, but social media, etc. Church. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's how we all met each other, just sharing each other's stuff.
We're going to be back in court. Yeah, we're going to be back in court here any minute. So we're about that time. So we're going to try and get a couple more of these done real quick.
Bang through them.
Just Jessica, high five. Remember Upchurch being sued for making content about girl not being deceased. Careful, Jesse, TPUSA is desperate.
We know they are because they are now trying to bring down our YouTube videos and live streams. So, yeah.
They're flagging them midstream even.
Yep. Daily Wire has -6 viewers. That's better than, or actually, no, that's worse. I was going to say that's better than the 18 they had the other day, but that's actually worse. The question about build of the person on top was interesting. I think she's saving that for the trial. Yeah, maybe. I mean, if we could probably find those pictures later of him at Dairy Queen next to the picture of him in the stairwell. It's the same day, and it does not look like the same male frame to me.
Let's see. Paula, thanks for the super.
Hearsay is okay. TR can convey info without taking stand. I'm not a fan of hearsay, but
yeah. X97 Fun One. How is Graham Allen able to post the full 14-minute video of alleged TR sightings at UVU when that was not fully released in court?
Because he works for TPUSA and he's an actual Fed. And I don't mean like the haha, you're a Fed. I mean, he's a legitimate Fed. He works for the fucking federal government. So, yeah, that's probably how.
I don't give a damn. What's going on? UVU's official visitor parking page confirms the only way to park in the campus parking garage is the totally contactless passport phone app. So he would have to have some kind of way to log in.
Yeah. Yep. When they could definitely back check that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
That's one to look into for sure. Trosha says, is there evidence that can be submitted in the trial outside of pretrial? Me and Matt talked about this yesterday. I don't know if they can bring in different evidence. I'm assuming they can, right? Like this is just evidence to get them to trial. I'm assuming they can, but I don't know. I'm not sure. It's another.
Maybe.
Did you find out any more on that, Matt?
I have not. Some of the questions you guys have around that stuff, maybe we can get that together, and then maybe Friday try and get Baron to come on for like an hour and talk about all those different things we have questions about. Yeah,
that's a good idea. Oh, I guess I could just fucking text my dad too. I forget. You got an attorney for a father. You probably know. Movies like Rain Man and The Accountant. Those people are considered idiot savant at a very low percentage. Yeah, I mean, but have you ever watched autistic people with art, with music, with a lot of different things, right? Singular, task focused, and can be incredible at it. So.
I don't give a damn. Thanks for another super and for being a member. Passport phone app with payment required between 5 a.m. and 12 a.m. 7 days a week. Was he paying with his phone or contacting someone on campus tagged on X?
Interesting.
Yeah, if you can just scan and pay, that's different. But if you have to be a student or teacher and scan, that's a whole different ballgame.
Yes. Yeah, because he would have had to have student access to get into the building. Great point right there. That's another level of planning that would have had gone into that. And knowing that ahead of time. If he was shot, wouldn't there be a hole in the banner? Well, there's no exit wound. And have you seen that Candace came out and said she proved his mic blew up? I mean, I've seen John Bray's coverage of that. That's what we're talking about, right?
I mean, she was backing it more. The idea of it more recently. But
yeah, I just want people to, like, you know, where credit's due, and I see a lot of people are not giving John Bray credit on that theory, and like he's the one that really pushed that across the goal line. So make sure we credit John when we talk about that too,
100%,
because he's a small creator. You know what I mean? It's important for the small creators to get their credit for their work.
And he's monetized now, so make sure you go over there and show him some love and check him out. This is someone, I'm not sure who.
Kelly the kitty, thank you. Old Tatum in the courtroom thinks evidence is crystal clear. Yeah, the same guy who thinks couldn't have been an explosive because you can't fit a 30-06 round in a microphone. Well, thank you for that expert take, Mr. Tatum.
So I guess does that confirm he was in the courtroom then?
I
Was
don't
officially
know. I
there?
haven't seen anything. Why would he be there? Come on, because he's with TPUSA, I guess.
It's so big, Trump Jr. I mean,
yeah,
he works for the company.
Yeah, Julie for Jules, keeping it entertaining all around. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Julie.
If the limp doesn't fit, you must have quit. Yeah, that's a funny one.
Jock, thanks for another super chat. They put religion, beliefs, opinions, business affairs, political standing, etc. in the statement in hopes of emotionally manipulating the jury. Let's see. Example, if I'm a that or Republican, I'll find sympathy for the victim if he is also correct.
100%. 100%.
And that's why they're trying to get that thrown out.
Yep.
But he already admitted it, but only in certain contexts, so we don't know when he's going to use it.
Yep. We'll have to wait and see.
I don't give a Dom. Thanks for another super. Do you think they'll submit Tyler's Chick-fil-A receipt from 19 at UVU if they believe Tyler ate at Chick-fil-A and the video showed he paid cash? It would show the footage and be on the receipt. Correct.
Don't know, but I got to give this dude credit for being so calm and just like hitting up fast food places after doing the most like dramatic, stressful thing of your entire life, and just like, nah, I'm good, homie. I'm just gonna walk to Dairy Queen now.
Yeah, that's crazy. Fucking dude ate like a cow.
Yeah, I watched the Apple TV series Smoke, which makes me think if it's TR, he could be altering his gate walk to hide, mislead his identity. That's possible, right? You want to look like somebody else.
No, I've done that before, so I can relate to that. I went to a leftist rally and I limped around the whole time, so I didn't seem threatening.
There you go.
So, yeah. Yvonne Olson liked all channels. Thanks. We appreciate that very much. Thank you for covering this.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't give a Dom. Thanks for being a member for 5 months. Card possibly proves more and DQ as second data point. Yeah, I don't give a Dom. I know you. I know you're over there with Baron as well. But if you have some information, I know you put stuff on X too. But feel free to hit us up. I mean, you can email us, and we're looking for researchers and stuff too. So
here's another one. Please say allegedly. TR court should. It's clear. It's TR and vid pics. Yeah, I agree with you. It's not clear. Well, that's another big problem. Is it's like they keep saying it's very clear that that's him in the footage. No, it's not. It's very clearly a white kid in a dark hat and sunglasses. AJ says I'm halfway expecting this prosecutor to start quoting Nietzsche.
we are back in.
The presence of all counsel and all parties. All right, Mr. McBride, turning to the state.
Yes, Your Honor. Just by way of preview, we are going to call Jen Falmuina, Sergeant with the SBI, but how we're going to proceed is we're going to call her for a very limited purpose. We're going to pause her testimony. Defense is not going to cross at that time. And we're going to call an FBI DNA analyst out of order.
Ooh.
It's a defense witness, but that's to accommodate that witness's schedule.
Defense witness?
It calls Sergeant Jen Falmuina.
Like to come forward and be sworn in.
Is this Mrs. Blinky?
We didn't think this was going to happen.
So this is the prosecution's witness, right? And then there will be a second witness they're pausing for that's the defense's witness, as far as I understand, before they cross-examine.
All right.
No, I was kidding.
So you're situated. There should be a bottle of water to your left, maybe behind the monitor. And if you wouldn't mind just bringing that microphone just a little bit closer to you so it picks up your voice for the recording. Mr. McBride, your witness.
Will you please state your name?
Yes, Jennifer Famuina.
Where do you work?
I work for the Utah Department of Public Safety.
What position do you hold there?
I am currently a sergeant within the State Bureau of Investigation.
What was your assignment September 10th, 2025?
I was assigned to oversee the crime scenes as well as the physical evidence.
And were you sergeant with the State Bureau of Investigation at that time as well?
Yes.
And do you have any kind of specialty in your assignment there?
Yes, I do. I am currently overseeing, or I am the lead over our evidence response team within our division. That includes not only conducting training, but also attending training and whatnot.
Okay. So if we hear ERT, it means evidence response team.
Yes.
Were you called to the crime scene at Utah Valley University on September 10th of 2025?
Yes, I was.
And were there multiple scenes that you oversaw or helped to process?
Yes.
We've had some testimony about the rooftop of the Low C Center. Did you oversee or are you aware of evidence that was collected in that area?
Yes, I am.
Was there a screwdriver that was collected from that rooftop?
Yes.
And do you know how that was collected and what happened to that screwdriver?
Yes, that was collected by the Utah Bureau of Forensic Services Crime Scene Response Team, or also known as our State Crime Lab.
And do you know what happened to that?
Yes, it was packaged, and then that evening there was discussion on who would take custody of the evidence, and I was there along with FBI. Then it was decided that FBI would take custody.
And did that evidence actually go to the FBI?
Yes, it did.
And was it sent for testing?
Yes, it was.
Where was it sent? Do you know?
It was sent back to their, I guess, their equivalent of our crime lab.
Okay. Are there other areas there at Utah Valley University that were also processed for the presence of evidence?
Yes, there was.
Is there a wooded area that's northeast of campus?
Yes.
What was found in that wooded area?
What was found there was a long gun that was wrapped in a dark colored towel.
And you say a long gun. What does that mean, a long gun?
Sorry, that would be a rifle. So for to be more specific, it was a Mauser 98 rifle.
Do you know what caliber that was?
It was retrofitted to a 30-06 barrel.
And do you know what kind of action that had? Was that a semi-automatic, automatic, bolt
It was
action?
a bolt action.
What is a bolt action rifle?
I'm not too familiar with guns, but I just know there's a bolt and you have to pull it back.
Okay.
Nice.
And what was done with that weapon and that towel?
That was documented in place, and then eventually pictures were taken. It was documented in place, and then afterwards we rendered that gun safe, and then packaged the gun as well as the towel.
What was done with the towel after it was packaged?
The towel was also provided to the FBI.
And those two items, well, let me tie up that thread. The gun, what was done with the gun?
The gun was packaged. It was taken to FBI custody. Then eventually it was provided to the ATF lab.
Okay. So the gun went to the ATF lab. Is that correct?
Yes.
The towel went to the FBI lab.
Yes.
And the screwdriver went to the FBI lab.
Yes.
Did you receive reports back from testing that had been done on those items?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show you State's Exhibit 31.
Are they going to show us it?
Nope. It's on the screen in the back, so we can't see it.
Did she say she's a public safety worker?
Connected to the
No.
computer right now.
Oh, no.
Certain things we're not allowed to see.
Thank you.
We can't see until they're entered in
I'm showing you
officially
here on the
by the
screen,
judge.
State's Exhibit 31. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the FBI report that was provided to me by the FBI that documents DNA testing.
And does that include testing that was done on the screwdriver that we've spoken about and the towel that we have spoken about?
Yes, it does.
Okay. What I'd like you to do, Kimberly, if you'd please just scroll down so that Sergeant Falmuina can observe this exhibit. If I can have just a moment. And can you see who that report is signed by?
Yes.
Who's that?
Amanda Baker, I'm assuming is how you pronounce your last name.
Is that in fact the report that you received documenting the testing results on these items and some other items from the
Yes.
FBI?
Sorry. Yes.
And does it appear to be in an accurate condition as to how you received it?
Yes.
I'd move the admission of State's Exhibit 31.
Defense?
No additional objection.
All right, so I'll note the standing objection and as it relates to admission, what is your request as to publication?
I'd move this admission and its publication both to the court and to the public.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Burt? No. All right. The court will admit State's Exhibit 31 into evidence and allow publication of this exhibit to the gallery and to the monitor on screen in the courtroom and for the camera to broadcast.
Okay, if you'll go to
here we go.
Kimberly, if you'll scroll down to still on
Oh,
page
it's
1,
affidavits.
where the screen will show items 7 and 8.
I thought we were getting pictures of the
Sergeant
rifle.
Lena, do you see the lines that say item 7? That line?
Yes.
And will you read that portion of the report that describes what item 7 is?
Item 7, TOW from around Mauser rifle, serial number 8863.
And there's also some other identification numbers. Is that the towel that you found with the rifle that day?
Yes, it
On
is.
September 10th?
Yes.
Item 8, will you read what that says is a description of item 8?
Item 8, screwdriver from perch.
And is that the screwdriver that you described that was collected from the rooftop?
Yes.
Okay. If we can go to page 3 of 6, please. Will you, item 7, sub 1, will you please read the result there from the title item 7 until the word contributors?
Wow.
And would you mind repeating that, but with the microphone? I want to make sure that the record picks up your objection. All right. Either way, if you want to come up, that's fine, Mr. Burke.
Judge, the objection is that her reading to the court what's in the report is cumulative, since we have the analysts here who will be testifying to what the report says and what it means. So you've got the report in evidence. We don't need this witness's reading the report to the court. So it's a 403 cumulative objection.
Mr. McBride, do you wish to respond?
My point is only to draw your attention, Your Honor, to the relevant results that will be discussed by the other expert, as well as the results of the items we've discussed, the towel and the screwdriver. That's all.
All right. The court will overrule the objection and allow a brief overview of it, not going line by line, page by page. So if it is brief, I'll allow that.
Thank you. So if you'll read item 7.1 to the word contributors at the top of that page, if you will.
Yes. Male DNA was obtained from item 7 sub 1. Item 7 sub 1 was interpreted as originating from two individuals, one of whom is Twiggs. The DNA results from item 7 sub 1 and what are 1.7 octillion times more likely if Twiggs and T. Robinson are contributors than if Twiggs and an unknown, unrelated person are contributors.
Thank you.
Does that mean
Let's
Twigs
skip
is
down
on
to
it?
item 8.1. Do you see
Maybe.
that bolded and underlined
Yeah.
line there?
Yes.
And this is relating to swabs of the handle
Yeah,
area of
it
the
does say that.
screwdriver.
Lance Twiggs DNA's on the towel.
We read
Male
those same
DNA
2 paragraphs there.
originating from two individuals, one who was
DNA.
Twigs.
What?
Male
that
DNA
surprise
was
anybody?
obtained from item 8 sub 1.
Wow.
Item 8 sub 1 was interpreted as originating from
Is it
two
on the rifle
individuals,
too?
one of
Sorry,
whom is
I'll be
Twigs.
quiet.
The DNA results from item 8 sub 1 are 30 quintillion times more likely if Twigs and T. Robinson are contributors than if Twigs and an unknown, unrelated person are contributors.
Okay, thank you. A couple of foundational questions before we finish for now. First off, do you know who Twigs is?
Yes.
Who is Twigs?
Twigs is Lance Twigs. He was a roommate of Mr. Tyler Robinson.
And do you know if Lance Twiggs's DNA was obtained for comparison in this test?
Yes, it was.
And how was that DNA obtained?
It was obtained by law enforcement officers.
And was that by a buccal swab?
Yes.
What is a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is basically like a Q-tip or a swab that we'll just place in someone's mouth and just scrub the inside of their mouth to obtain the cells.
And then that Q-tip is then packaged and sent to the lab for testing and comparison?
Yes.
And was the defendant, Tyler Robinson's DNA, also collected in the same manner?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing else.
Right. Mr. Burt, cross-examination.
I'd like to reserve the right to cross-examine after the witness completes their testimony after the following.
Oh, would you mind grabbing the microphone? I just want to make sure what you say is on the record.
With the court's permission, I'd like to reserve the right to cross-examine on the area she testified about until she's completed her testimony.
Okay, okay, I see what you're saying. Any input, Mr. McBride?
Your Honor, that's what we expected to happen. We discussed this beforehand. We stipulate.
All right, that's fine. And so should I have the sergeant step down or?
Yes.
Okay. Sergeant, if you'd like to step down, you're still under oath, and so please don't discuss your testimony with anyone. And is she being asked to exit the courtroom, or what's the request of the parties?
Yes, to exit the courtroom at this time.
All right, Agent, if you wouldn't mind exiting the courtroom, and then we'll come get you when we're ready for you. All right? Thank you. All right, Mr. Burt, turning to you.
Your Honor, out of order, the defense would be calling Amanda Baker.
All right, Ms. Baker. All right, Ms. Baker, if you wouldn't mind coming forward right up here by the bailiff and being sworn in.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
You're not supposed to have phones in court.
Come on, dude. I
If
thought
you
nobody was
wouldn't
allowed to have their
mind being
phone.
seated at the witness stand. Once you're situated, there should be a water bottle for you if you'd like behind the monitor. And after you're seated, if you wouldn't mind just pulling that microphone close to you so it picks up your voice, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Burt, your witness.
Your Honor, we're going to get the monitor switched over to our side if we could.
Defense's witness.
All
Okay.
right, now, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Tell us your name, please.
I think
Hi,
this
good
is what they
afternoon. My name
said.
is Amanda Baker. My
Yeah.
last name is spelled Bakker.
She looks excited.
What do you do for a living?
I am a forensic examiner in the DNA casework unit of the FBI laboratory located in Quantico, Virginia.
Oh, maybe
And
not.
how long have you
Well,
been
maybe it is.
DNA analyst at that location?
A little more than 10 years.
And just in general, what are your duties?
My duties are to manage a case. When a case comes into DNA casework unit, I will review any information associated with that case. I will review any evidence that is submitted for that case, determine which items of evidence need to be tested and which tests need to be performed. I will then create something called an exam plan. You can think of this like a to-do list to let the biologist know which items I need tested. Once that testing is complete, I will review all the data, draw conclusions in the form of a report, and then testify if needed.
Ms. Baker, in this case, were you requested by the state of Utah to do certain testing?
Yes, I was.
And when were you called upon to do that testing?
That was September of 2025.
And do you recall when the case first came into your lab?
I believe we received evidence the first time was September 11th of 2025.
And just in general, when the FBI, your unit receives evidence for analysis, is it true that the turnaround time is about 200 days?
It depends. We've wavered between 90 days and over 200 days. I would say on average, it's somewhere between 180 and 200 days.
However, did this case come in on what's called a priority 1 level?
Yes, it did. And what that means is we worked 24 hours a day, 7 days a week until examinations were complete.
And is it true that you were conducting the analysis as the evidence was being inventoried?
That is true. Because of the high profile nature of this case, an item of evidence would be submitted to the lab. It would be inventoried by our evidence management group and then sent to the various units for testing. For example, the DNA casework unit. We would begin testing as additional evidence was being delivered to the FBI lab.
Now, as a result of your analysis, do you produce case files?
Yes, I do.
And document your examination in other ways?
Yes.
Do you have your case file with you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in your case file, are there notes of conversations that you have with people that are relevant to your testing?
Yes, that's called our communication log.
Now, do you have your case file there in front of you?
Yes, I do.
I think the pages are numbered. So I'll ask you to go to page 22 of your case file notes.
Okay.
And if I could direct your attention to the bottom of that page, there is a communication log entry dated September 13th. Do you see what I'm referring to?
Yes, I do.
And would you read to the court what your entry is for that date?
Yes. This is my communication communication entry on September 13th, 2025. All spoke with FBI Special Agent Folger and Utah SBI SA Dave Hull. Gave technically reviewed results that Robinson was included as a possible contributor to the DNA from the towel and the screwdriver. We discussed the additional examinations conducted by DCU, and they both agreed that no additional immediate comparisons are needed at this time. All remaining comparisons will be in the laboratory report.
Is that an accurate reflection of what you told the agents at that time?
Yes, it is.
And you told them that, quote, Robinson was included as a possible contributor to the DNA from the towel and the screwdriver, correct?
Yes.
Was the language that you used in conformity with requirements that you have for reporting out test results?
Yes.
All right. I'd now like to direct your attention, if I could, to exhibit number, State's Exhibit 31, which is in evidence, and I think it's our tab 2. And that's in evidence, so if you could display that on the screen.
Mr. Bird, are you requesting it to be displayed to just your screens or to all screens?
No, since it's in evidence, Your Honor, I'd like it displayed to the public.
Okay, let's go ahead and put it on the main monitor as well.
Okay, could you go to page 6, please? And highlight the third paragraph. This is your report dated September 15th, 2025, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So this is 2 days after you had the conversation with the agents as to what your results were.
That is correct, yes.
And in your report that you wrote 2 days later, you included this language that's highlighted there, correct?
That is correct.
This report conforms to the Department of Justice uniform language for testimony and reports for forensic DNA examinations. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'd like you, if you could, to take a look at that standard that you referenced. And then I believe is that, and this will be just to the witness, not to the public.
Okay.
Calling up tab 7. Do you see that? See that on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And tell the court what this is.
This document is the approved standards for scientific testimony and reports for autosomal DNA testing.
And is this the document that you were referencing in your report?
One of them, yes.
And is it a true and accurate statement of what the policy of the FBI is in regard to reporting DNA in a case of this type?
Yes.
I move that document into evidence, Your Honor.
So is it just this page or all the pages? Because it says 1 of 6.
Yes, so this would be the entire document.
Mr. McBride?
I don't see the relevance of this document. I object on relevance grounds.
Mr. Burt?
Your Honor, the document is referenced in your report, and it defines the parameters of what her opinion means. So I think it's very important for the court to understand the limitations of the opinions being expressed.
And just for my understanding, when you say in her report, are you referring to State's Exhibit 31?
That's correct.
All right, Mr. McBride, any further thoughts?
No, I'll submit it.
All right, so State's Exhibit, well, I'm sorry, how am I labeling this exhibit for the defense?
Your Honor, we have our exhibits organized by witness, and we would be submitting to the court electronic copies of these under named witnesses. So this would be Baker 7.
All right, Defense Exhibit Baker 7 is admitted into evidence, and as it relates to publication, what is your request, Mr. Burt?
Your Honor, I would ask that this be published since the report is published, and this is important to understanding the limitations of the report.
And so published in the courtroom and on the monitor for the media?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Any thoughts, Mr. McBride?
No objection.
All right, it will be admitted and published both in the courtroom and on the monitor for the video camera.
Okay, so this document has various subjects, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And it, in the beginning, tells you how to frame your testimony in terms of inclusions or exclusions, mixtures, sex determination, et cetera.
Correct, yes.
And then there's a section called Statements Not Approved for FBI Autosomal DNA Testimony in Our Laboratory Reports.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so if we could go to page 5 for that statement. Okay. Under the topic absolute identification, is it the policy of the FBI when you're reporting out results that an examiner may not state or imply that a match provides an absolute identification of the individual from whom the biological material originated?
That is correct.
And you were following that policy in this case when you told the investigators that this was a possible match, correct?
That is correct, yes.
You never said it was an absolute identification of Mr. Robinson, did you?
Correct, no, I did not.
Now, the second guidance under that policy is an examiner shall not use the expressions reasonable degree of scientific certainty, reasonable scientific certainty, or similar assertions of reasonable certainty in either reports or testimony unless required to do so by a judge or applicable law. You're not, in your report, did not use any language that suggested you were giving an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
That is correct. It was not.
Okay. And then the next one, not that one more down. Not going to talk about race, ethnicity. That doesn't apply to this case, right? But 5.4 says, an examiner may not state or imply that forensic autosomal DNA examinations have a 0 error rate or are infallible.
That is correct.
And you followed that policy in this case, correct?
Yes, I did.
You're not in your report stating to the court that your testing has a 0 error rate, correct?
Correct.
You're not saying that the test is infallible.
I am not, no.
What is the source of error rates in DNA testing?
I'm
You can
sorry.
take that down.
Can you clarify your question?
Yeah. When it refers to don't state that there is a 0 error rate, what in general are the sources of error in DNA, in the kind of DNA testing that you do?
A human error could be an error.
Mhm. Anything else?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head. One of the big things is potential human error. I guess you could also associate the DNA testing itself and how items are collected or how those items are tested.
Now, to your knowledge, that policy statement that we just read in Exhibit 7, Baker 7, was based on a more general Department of Justice policy, correct?
Correct, yes.
And that policy is called the Department of Justice Uniform Language for Testimony and Reports for Forensic Autosomal DNA Examinations using probabilistic genotyping systems, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And could you display 8 for us, please, to the witness? Let me know when it's on. No, not on the big screen.
Okay, so not to go onto this main big
Correct,
screen.
this is
Thank
just
you.
for the witness. And you're familiar with that policy, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And does it contain a statement that support for inclusion is an examiner's conclusion that there is evidentiary support for the inclusion of a known individual as a possible contributor to the DNA typing results obtained from an evidentiary sample?
I believe it does, yes.
And did you follow that procedure in this case?
Yes, I did.
All right. Does this same policy state at page 4, fourth down, one more. No,
Have you ever
next
seen a
one.
product?
An examiner, does a policy state, an examiner shall not assert that a likelihood ratio of any magnitude provides an absolute identification or source attribution of an individual to an evidentiary sample?
That is correct, yes. It does state that.
And you followed that procedure in this case, did you not?
Yes, I did.
You're not implying that those numbers that a previous witness quoted and are stated in your report provides an absolute identification of Mr. Robinson or Mr. Twiggs?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Thank you. You can take that down. Are you also familiar with a concept called formal activity level?
Yes, I am.
Tell the court what that is.
A formal activity level is determining an activity that causes DNA to be left behind on an object.
And does your laboratory have a policy about whether you can express opinions about formal activity level?
Oh, here we go.
Policy, and I cannot give an opinion as far as activity level goes.
And why is that?
That is because DNA can be left behind on an object for numerous different reasons. So just because DNA is on an item doesn't necessarily mean that an individual touched it or utilized that item. So because of that, we cannot opine on what activity may have occurred.
And consistent with that policy, you cannot tell, if you interpret a piece of DNA as being present on an item, you can't tell when that DNA was deposited, correct?
I can't give an exact time, but there are some situations, if a piece of evidence has been buried for a long time or is in a river for a long time, it would be my expectation based on my experience that I probably won't get DNA off of an item that's been buried for 10 years, for example. However, I cannot give exact timing as to when DNA was deposited on an item.
And I was talking more about a situation where you actually find DNA on an object, be it a gun or anything else. You can't say when that DNA was deposited, correct?
Sure, that's correct.
And how long, in general, does DNA persist on an item? Once you've made contact, how does DNA get deposited on an item?
I feel like they don't want to say what it is.
In general, DNA can be deposited a few different ways, via body fluids such as saliva or blood, or skin cells. So touching an item or wearing an item, DNA could be deposited. Once DNA is on an item, if it's subjected to ideal conditions, it's out of heat and high UV, it's not subjected to any kind of cleaning or chemicals, it can persist on an item rather indefinitely. It can degrade slowly over time, but we've certainly worked items of evidence that are 40 and 50 years old, and we've been able to recover DNA.
Wow.
Now, could you explain to the court the concept of degradation of DNA samples, what that means and what it suggests with your testing?
Sure. So degradation of DNA is breaking up the DNA. So if you think of DNA like a long rope, it's essentially—
This is the prosecution or defense that's asking questions?
Degradation, seeing degradation
I think.
could lend me to believe that there may be, that sample may have been subjected to cleaning or high heat, an extended period of time. So I can't tell why an item is degraded, but looking at my data, I can tell if that sample is potentially degraded or broken down.
Oh, this is defense.
Two of the
Thank you, guys.
you examined were referred to as items 7 and 8, correct?
That is correct, yes.
One was a towel and one was a screwdriver.
That is correct, yes.
Were both those samples degraded to a certain extent?
May I refer to my
Certainly.
data? So item 8 was the screwdriver from the perch. I would say that there was some degradation. As I look at the DNA peaks or the DNA data, in an ideal world, if there's no degradation, I would expect all the peaks to be at the same height. Here I see a ski slope type effect, meaning that the data on the left is a little bit taller than the data on the right. As far as item 7, item 7 was the towel. There was a slight amount of degradation, but not as much as item 8.
Okay. And what is the effect of degradation on production of the allele? First of all, what's an allele?
An allele is an individual's DNA type. So we inherit half of our DNA from our mom and half of our DNA from our dad. We're looking at something called short tandem repeats, or STRs. These are small segments of DNA that repeat themselves over and over again. We all have those same sections of DNA, but what might differ amongst us is how many times it repeats, and that's actually what we inherit from our parents. So for example, at one particular location, my mom may give me 14 repeats and my dad may give me 15. So when I'm looking at the DNA types, I would say that I have 2 alleles at that location, a 14 and a 15. As far as degradation goes, it could cause some of those alleles to do something called drop out, meaning when I'm looking at the DNA chart or the DNA data, I do not see information. I do not obtain numbers at that particular section of DNA.
And is it true that in the testing that you were doing in this case, STR testing, what you were looking at is the length of the, what I'll call, have you ever heard the boxcar analogy?
I have, yes.
Tell the court what that is.
So the boxcar analogy is how many times that section of DNA repeats. So that section is essentially letters. So for example, A, C, T, G. So you may have A, C, T, G repeated 10 times or 12 times. Each of those sections of H, C, T, G would be considered one boxcar.
And so when you're looking for alleles, you're essentially counting the boxcars. Could be 7 boxcars, and that person would be a 7.
That is correct, yes.
And from the mom and from the dad, he may have inherited 10 boxcars.
That is correct, yes.
And so that person at that particular location would be a 710.
Yes.
And what you're doing in your testing is comparing those numbers to what you get from a known sample to see if they match.
That is correct, yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
Now, is it true that what you mentioned the A, C, T, and G, correct?
Correct, yes.
Is it true that you are not measuring the sequence within the boxcars? You're just measuring the length of the boxcars?
That is correct. So the sequence would be equivalent to letters in a word. What I'm looking at is the number of words versus the letters that make up that word.
And we'll talk about this a little later, but people can vary not only in the length of the boxcars, but in the sequence within the boxcars, right?
And that is correct, yes.
And what your testing looks at is just the length.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, for the, and is it also true that you're looking across many different locations?
Yes. So at the FBI laboratory, we use a kit called Global Filer, and this is looking at 21 different locations on a human's DNA, in addition to 3 sex-determining locations. That lets me know if an individual is biologically a male or a female.
As between 2 individuals, 99% of their DNA is exactly the same, right?
That is correct. And that makes sense. We're all humans. We all have arms, legs, and a head. Less than 1% of our DNA is what it differs amongst us, with the exception of identical twins.
But with the within that 1%, you're looking at these length differences, correct?
Correct, yes.
And you're looking at what you called short tandem repeats.
Yes.
How many, you said you looked at 25 locations?
We're looking at 21 and 3 sex determining, so 24 total.
What are the sex determining? They're called the locus, correct?
Correct. So locus is that individual section of DNA.
Right. And they typically have names or numbers associated with them, correct?
Yes, they do.
So what are the sex determining loci?
So there is amylogenin, and that lets me know if an individual is male or female. And then there's 2 specific male sex determining locations. One is Y-indel and one is DYS 385. Those just let me know that those are specific to male individuals.
Okay. And then for the other locations you're looking at, those you're just looking for 2 types in each location, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, for the samples that you looked at, the 7A and the 8A, did you get a full, what's called a full profile would be a profile where you have all 23 locations present?
That is correct. So a full profile means I have DNA at every single location. It is above our threshold, and I'm seeing 1 or 2 pieces of information at each location. For item 7, I did develop a full profile.
For item 8, you developed a full profile?
Item 8 was a partial profile, so I did not develop DNA at every single location.
Okay, so what that means in your comparisons is you have certain information in the question sample that for whatever reason doesn't appear, correct?
Correct, yes.
So you can't make a comparison at those locations.
That is correct.
All right. What makes it not appear at certain locations?
So it could be that there's degradation. So those larger locations could be broken up so that it wasn't detected during the DNA process. It could be a low level amount of cellular material to begin with. So if I only have a few cells, I may not have enough to detect at every single location.
Okay. And for the 8-1 sample, did you measure Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs's DNA at the 23 locations?
For item 8, I did not have a full profile, so I did not have data at all 23 locations to compare to either Mr. Robinson or Mr. Twiggs.
Right, but you had full profiles for Mr. Twiggs and for Mr. Robinson, right?
For their known sample?
Yes.
Yes. So for their known sample, that was a sample that was taken directly from those individuals, and I did develop a full DNA profile.
Okay. And just to illustrate how this works, is one of the loci that you looked at called the DYS 391 loci?
Yes, it is.
And what type was Mr. Robinson at that loci?
At that location, Mr. Robinson was an 11.
And I think you said you inherit one from your mother, one from your father. But when you say he's an 11, technically he's what's called an 11-11, correct?
So for this, DYS 391 is actually that male location. So he would not have, or anybody would not have inherited anything from their mother. So at this location, I would only expect to see one piece of information, and I did see an 11 here.
Okay. And for the D3S loci, what was his type?
His type was a 17.
Now for that loci, you'd expect two types, correct?
That is correct.
And when you say he's a 17, do you mean he's actually a 17-17?
That is correct. He inherited 17 repeats of that location from mom and 17 from dad.
Other locations, for instance, the VWA, he's type 18-19, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So you're looking at those, and what the machine produces are peaks, correct?
Correct, yes. They're just spikes on a graph, similar to like spikes on a heart monitor.
And you said for 8A, you had certain locations where the test sample didn't have any results.
That is correct.
So at the TPOX location, Mr. Robbins is a type 8-9, correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Twiggs is a type 8-11.
That is correct.
But when you looked at the sample, 8A, it didn't have any of those types.
That is correct. So I could not compare at that location.
Now, are there certain rules for when you exclude someone? In other words, when you're comparing two samples, are there rules which say, here's where I would conclude that he could not possibly have contributed this sample?
Yes.
Your field has a lot of literature written about it, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And do you generally like to keep up with that literature?
I do, yes.
And across time, there have been several books, publications that attempt to educate you and courts and lawyers on the technical aspects of DNA testing, right?
Correct, yes.
One of the books, the early one, DNA Technology and Forensic Science by the National Research Council.
I'm familiar with that, yes.
That's an authoritative book that was really one of the first books on DNA testing.
Yes.
All right. And then by the same organization, National Research Council, the Evaluation of Forensic DNA Evidence.
Correct, yes.
Published in 1996. So you're familiar with that as well.
Yes, I am.
And then there's an author, I believe, who did his research work at the FBI named Dr. John Butler,
Yes, I'm familiar with him.
and you have studied his work both in your training and your continuing education.
That is correct, yes.
And he's got 3 current textbooks on the topic that we're talking about, right?
I'm not familiar with how many textbooks he has. I know at least the one.
Fundamentals of Forensic DNA Typing,
Yes,
familiar with that. Forensic DNA Typing Methodology,
yes, I'm familiar with that one as well.
and Forensic DNA Typing Interpretation.
Yes,
Everybody in your field relies on these publications and use them as teaching tools.
yes, I would agree with that.
And then in addition to those books, there have been studies that have been done on particular topics, correct?
Yes,
This case, we're dealing with mixtures, correct?
yes,
And mixtures present certain challenges that are not present when the samples are not mixed, correct?
not necessarily. So first, to define a mixture, that simply means DNA from more than one individual in a sample. So if I were to take a sip from a coffee cup and my husband were to also take a sip, if I were to swab that coffee cup, I would get a mixture, his DNA and my DNA together. As far as it being difficult, you can have some mixtures where there's one contributor that donates a lot of DNA and the second contributor donates a little bit. For DNA interpretation, that is not challenging for me. Where it can become challenging is if you have 4 or 5 individuals within that sample all donating roughly around the same amount, it may be challenging for me to determine if a person is included or not.
And would you also agree that that challenge exists in situations where you have what are called low quantities of DNA?
Again, that could be possible. So I could have low quantities of multiple individuals, which is simply just saying that I can't determine which piece of DNA goes with which individual. So that's possible.
What is drop-in?
Drop-in is where you have environmental DNA that's not inherent to that sample that's detected during our DNA process. DNA testing is very sensitive, so it could be that we have a peak that's detected, like I said, from the environment.
And what is dropout?
Dropout is when you have an allele that is not detected or a piece of DNA information that is not detected. So in the DNA chart, there is no number associated with that particular location.
And degradation can cause dropout?
Yes.
So if you have a person at a particular location that is a type 1415, and because of degradation, that 15 drops out, what you're seeing on your chart is just the 14, right?
That is possible, yes.
And that presents a certain challenge, does it not? Because if the 15 is not there, you could misinterpret that as a type 1414, correct?
Not necessarily. So we have thresholds. We have something called the stochastic threshold. If that 14 is above that stochastic threshold, I'm confident based on our validation, our testing, and my training that the DNA type there is only a 14. If that 14 falls below that stochastic threshold, that could be indication that there is another peak. So when I'm interpreting, when I'm comparing, if that 14 is below threshold and someone is a 1415, I will not automatically exclude them.
What is stochastic effects?
Stochastic effects.
I'm going to object at this point. I think we've gone beyond the scope of preliminary hearing. I think this is getting into 702 material that's not necessary for the probable cause determination.
All right.
I think
Mr. Burt?
I think it goes directly to the reliability of the testing results that the state introduced. I think the court has to understand the limitations and the potential sources of error in order to assess whether these results are reliable.
And in regards to this line of questioning, how far are you going to go on this line of questioning?
I have this one question and then I'm moving on.
All right, Mr. McBride.
I'll hold them to that.
All right, well. Mr. Burt, so the objection is overruled. You may proceed with that question.
You can answer.
Could you repeat your question, please?
Tell the court about stochastic effects.
Stochastic effects, when you have low-level samples during the DNA copying process, based on how the DNA is copied, you could have alleles that are copied better than other alleles.
Okay. Now, on another topic, I mentioned studies before. One of the studies that you're familiar with is called the PCAST report. Are you familiar with that report?
Yes, I am.
And tell the court what that is.
PCAST report is, PCAST stands for the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology. And this was a committee that was found, I believe, under the Obama administration that gave guidance on different areas of forensics.
Including how to deal with mixed samples and how to deal with samples that have low quantity of DNA.
I don't know that I would agree that it's how to deal with them. They gave some of their concerns on low-level samples and mixtures.
Right. And they also did a follow-up report to assess whether using the kind of software that you used in this case had been established as reliable, correct?
That is correct.
And what was the software that you used in this case to reach your statistical results?
The software is called StarMix, STRMIX.
And the PCAST report specifically addresses whether reliability has been established with respect to StarMix, correct?
I don't believe reliability came into question. I think PCAST thought that there needed to be additional testing as far as mixtures and low-level samples go.
Mixtures and low-level samples that had certain characteristics, right?
That is correct, yes.
Including mixtures where what's called the minor contributor was in the sample below 20%.
That is correct. So the minor contributor would be an individual that donated less DNA to that sample. So PCAST called into question mixtures of 3 or more individuals with that minor or that low-level contributor making up 20% or less.
7 and 8 samples in this case were both mixtures, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And did you determine what the proportion of mixture was between what I'll call the major contributor and the minor contributor?
So I did not calculate that personally. Part of the StarMix software, it does a couple different things. One, it takes a mixture and it uses math and biological modeling to try to break that mixture into its individual contributors. And then it also calculates the likelihood ratio, which is the statistic that I report. During that process, it does give an estimate of the breakdown of those potential contributors.
And what was, first of all, for the 7 sample, was the minor in there at less than 20%, according to StarMix?
Yes, it was. For one of the runs, when I compared to Mr. Robinson conditioning on Mr. Twiggs, it was a 5% to 95%.
And how about for the other sample?
For item 8, one of the contributors was 11% and the other was approximately 89%.
So below 20%, right?
Correct, yes.
And the concern expressed in this report, which was written by experts in your field, correct?
No, that is not correct. The PCAST report was written by individuals that were not practitioners or any type of laboratory personnel.
Right, but they list the experts who provided input into that report, do they not?
Yes, they did.
One of them was Bruce Bedoli, correct?
Correct, yes.
Who's Bruce Bedoli?
He is a DNA expert within the field.
Well, he was the head of your unit for a number of years before you came on board, wasn't he?
He was, yes.
And he's written extensively on forensic DNA testing, has he not?
He has, yes.
The report also lists Eric Gilkerson, correct?
That name I do not recall that name.
Forensic examiner for the Federal Bureau of Investigation Laboratory.
I don't recognize that name.
How about Bruce McVicker, forensic examiner, Federal Bureau of
Objection,
Investigation?
Your Honor. I'm going to renew my objection. I think this is beyond the scope of determining probable cause. The standards that apply here are that the court weighs the evidence in the light most favorable to the state and avoids credibility and balancing the evidence to the stage. I think we're far into 702 territory at this point.
Mr. Burton.
I'm not sure I understand the objection into 702 territory. 702 deals with reliability of evidence. That's what the court is here to determine. So again, it's directly relevant to reliability. This report criticizes, for the specific samples she's using here, the reliability of this testing. And her response was, oh, but they weren't experts. But the report indicates that there were experts who were consulted on this report. So I think it is relevant, and I think it goes to the issue of reliability, and it's the only question I have on this area as well.
Anything further, Mr. McBride, or do you wish to respond to that?
Just that 702 deals with admissibility. It does discuss reliability, but it's directly related to admissibility of the testimony at trial under the Utah Constitution and under the robust case law in this area. The court does not weigh the evidence, draws the inferences in the favor most in the light most favorable to the state. And I think we're beyond that point now. We're getting into the admissibility questions.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Burt?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Well, as this is the last question, I'm going to overrule the objection, but as a reminder to all parties that this is a probable cause standard, and as it relates to, well, I will just leave it at that.
Are you familiar with that analyst?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Just to close the loop on the PCAST report, what they said in the report was that published evidence supports the foundational validity of probabilistic genotyping with some programs of DNA mixtures of 3 individuals in which the minor contributor constitutes at least 20% of the intact DNA in the mixture, and in which the DNA amount exceeds the minimum required level for the method. Isn't that what they concluded?
That sounds accurate, yes.
And do you know why the level 20% raises reliability issues?
I do not know.
But you do know that in this case, both your samples had minor contributors below 20%.
That is true, but in this case, it was also only a mixture of 2 individuals.
All right. Now that's the next thing I was going to ask you about, which is what is NOC?
NOC stands for number of contributors.
And when you use this program, this genotyping program, StarMix, who decides what the number of contributors is?
That's my determination based on my experience and training, looking at the data. That's something I input into StarMix.
Right. And that's a complex determination, is it not?
Not necessarily.
But it can be in some cases, correct?
It could be if there's mixtures of a lot of individuals and a lot of the peak heights, the size of the spikes are relatively the same. It could cause some.
She's really reaching though.
All right. One of the groups that studies your field is the National Institute of Standards and Technology, correct?
That is correct, yes.
They're in the Department of Commerce.
I believe so, yes.
Federal agency.
Yes.
And they published a report in 2024 called Forensic DNA Interpretation and Human Factors, Improving Practice Through a Systems Approach. You're familiar with that publication, right?
I am, yes.
And was that a publication written by scientists?
I don't recall exactly who the authors of that publication were.
Okay. Let's make sure. But it's a long report, right?
Yes, it is.
And you've read it.
I've read highlights of it.
Is it true that one of the things that they say of number of contributor estimations?
Objection.
Are you?
Same objection, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope of a preliminary hearing. Again, we're talking about expert reports. We're talking about scientific studies. These materials are all fine to consider at a 702 admissibility hearing. At this stage, where again the evidence is viewed in the light most favorable to the state, this is unhelpful to the court's determination, therefore irrelevant to this proceeding.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. Mr. Burt.
Your Honor, I think the report that the state put into evidence, as clarified by this witness, indicates that she reached the conclusion that Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs were, quote, possible contributors to these two samples. And so the one thing the court has to weigh is what is the weight of that opinion given the science or lack thereof? And one of the important issues here is how she derived these statistical numbers. And as an offer of proof, I'll indicate to the court that the numbers derived from this software program, and that software program is dependent in large part on how many contributors the analyst puts into the input of the software. And the numbers can change if the number of contributors is changed. And in this case, as I'll show through the examination, this examiner originally thought there were 3 contributors.
Uh-oh.
And I will show to the court why she changed her analysis, and will indicate through this publication that there has been criticism of the way in which she determined the number of contributors.
She looks very, very angry now.
Whether
He got our ass.
accurate numbers. The state put in these astronomical numbers and are asking the court to give weight to them. And I'm asking the court to consider how those numbers were arrived at and whether there are reliability issues with regard to those numbers.
So the concern that I have is, I turn to State v. Ramirez, 2012 UT 59 in paragraph 10. It states, furthermore, the magistrate's role does not encompass an assessment of whether such inference is more plausible than an alternative that cuts in favor of the defense. That is a matter of fact finding, which is left for the jury at trial. And so when I'm staying in my role as a magistrate, I hear what you're saying, but my concern is based off case law that dictates what I as a magistrate should be doing. If I want to stay in that lane, my fear is as we go down further down this path, which again, is not precluding if this were to proceed, if there were a bind over, if there was a trial, that certainly that could be determined. But at this point, at this stage, how do you weigh this issue as I'm weighing State v. Ramirez in deciding whether we're going past the probable cause stage?
Sure. And I think the answer to that is we have to take into account the ruling that you made in this case, which is the law of this case, which is when we objected to the hearsay aspect of these DNA reports and other reports, you ruled that you are the ultimate determiner of the reliability of the hearsay evidence being admitted. And you will recall that our argument was the statute was unconstitutional because it was dictating that you find certain evidence to be reliable without considering whether it was reliable. And your ruling, as I understood it, was no, you retain the ultimate determination of whether the evidence is reliable. And that's not a credibility issue. It's, is this reliable hearsay that the state is offering. And so issues that go to whether these numbers that the state is putting in front of you are reliable, I think go directly to the substance of your ruling, which is that your role here is to determine reliability of evidence. And I'm familiar with a case that the court cites, but I think that has more to do with weighing evidence and making credibility assessments. Whereas I'm focused on what the court ruled, which is we have to look at reliability here. And that's my job as a magistrate.
Mr. McBride, any final thoughts?
Yes, under Rule 1102B4, this the Exhibit 31 is considered reliable hearsay. In addition, credibility determinations are not proper for the court to make here for the whole reason that, you know, studies supporting this science, studies opposing this science, testimony from this expert or that expert about what is reliable, what is not, what's more reliable, what's less reliable, factors that affect all those determinations. Those are all very, very complex decisions. There will be probably multiple day hearings dealing with that. And a probable cause determination is just not the place to conduct that kind of thorough, in-depth, and searching analysis. Rather, the case law, the Constitution of Utah that says the only purpose of a preliminary hearing is determining probable cause, the case law, the rules that all say the court does not weigh the evidence at this stage, but leaves that for a finder of fact, the jury in the end. That all supports cutting this line of questioning off at this point rather than going on for into greater depth, Your Honor.
All right. Well, based off what's been presented before me, I'm going to sustain in part and deny in part the objection made. I'm going to allow this question to be asked, and so that is denying, but sustain in the sense that this would be the last question, and if Mr. Burt would chooses to, may go on to a different subject, a different line of questioning.
Sure. Did that NIST report conclude that it remains unclear if visual inspection renders consistent number of contributor estimations across analysts over time?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah. Did the report, the NIST report that you referenced, conclude that it remains unclear if visual inspection renders consistent number of contributor estimations across analysts over time?
I think that goes to the DNA evidence. Again, we never truly know the number of contributors in a forensic sample. So like I mentioned before, you could have DNA mixtures that are made up of 2, 3, 4 individuals. I have training, I have experience, I followed standard operating procedures. So I'm making the best determination based on the evidence, the DNA evidence that I have as far as number of contributors goes.
Trust me, bro.
I'd like to return to your case notes, and could you display for the witness page 365?
She's babbling.
She said she can't determine the number of contributors. Then she just said, but she did it to the best of her ability.
If you
Which means nothing.
Number of contributors, you're going to get different numbers from.
Trust me, bro.
It depends. So actually, each time you run the software, you will get a different number based on the math that the software system does. But there are studies and validations that show we don't expect that math to be greatly different, usually by a factor of 10. Changing the number of contributors, it depends. If you have a major contributor, someone who's made up most of that DNA profile. If I originally interpret something as 3, calculate a statistic, if that major contributor is the individual that I'm comparing to, if I change the number of contributors to 2, based on the studies and based on my own experience, it doesn't change the likelihood ratio of that major contributor by much.
But it does change it, correct?
Yes.
And you just said, I think, that even when you put in the same parameters, you don't get the same answer if you run it through STR mix more than once, right?
That is correct. Based on how StarMix utilizes math and distributions, you will never get the same answer twice. But
That doesn't sound very accurate.
No more than a magnitude of 10.
So
that's a big magnitude.
Yeah.
That test is not reproducible in the sense that you can run it a sample or your assumptions in there 10
Who's the judge looking at?
and different answers.
He's looking at
That is true. Again, all within the first time I run StarMix, I'm not going to get a likelihood ratio of 10 and the second time get 10 quadrillion. I might get 10 quadrillion the first time, 2 quadrillion the second time. But even if I run it 10 times, I'm still going to get around the same likelihood ratio value.
Now, could you look at tab number 4, your case notes at page 365? If you could bring that up for the witness. Let me know when you have that in front of you. I think you need to scroll up one page. There we go. Can you identify this page from your notes?
Yes, I can. These were notes that my technical reviewer made, and my technical reviewer, they will review all of my DNA evidence. They will draw their own conclusions as far as number of contributors and comparisons, then compare it back to my conclusions.
All right, so this is regarding the 7 sample, correct?
That is correct. That is one of the samples.
And your original assessment was that there were 3 contributors to this sample, right?
That is correct, yes.
And that conclusion was reviewed by a reviewer, correct?
Correct, yes.
She read the same electropherograms or the name for the output of this technology you use, correct?
She utilized the same electropherogram, which is the chart that the DNA is on.
And is this page in front of you, is that an accurate representation of your case file?
Yes, it is.
If I move into evidence page 365, and that would be Baker 4.
Mr. McBride?
I'll object on relevance grounds.
All right.
No, I'd say this is very relevant.
Your Honor, it's relevant because the witness originally determined that there were 3 contributors. And I'd like her to explain to the court how she reached that conclusion, because I think it does go to the reliability of her testing here.
All right, so as it relates to Baker 4, and this is her personal notes from Ms. Baker as it relates to what I'm assuming is State's Exhibit 31, these notes were prepared as part of the report in State's Exhibit 31. I will find that it is
Your Honor,
relevant and that it is admitted into evidence as regards to publication. What is the request?
Your
Mr.
Honor,
Byrd?
if I may clarify, I think the testimony was that this was not her notes. That these were the notes of her technical reviewer, is what I heard.
Please correct me if I misheard that from both sides. I want to make sure. I want to make sure. Are these Ms. Baker's notes?
Could I clarify that?
Absolutely.
Ms. Baker, these are notes in your case file, correct?
These are notes in my case file, but they're not my notes.
And the way your lab works, you're not the one that does all the different steps in the testing process, correct?
That is correct.
Other analysts have input that then all goes into the case file, which you have access to and rely upon in rendering your opinions.
That is correct, yes.
All right.
And this particular page is a note written by your peer reviewer that you relied upon.
Correct. After I made my interpretations and drew conclusions, my technical reviewer then reviews the data and draws their own conclusions. So this was created after I had already drew my own conclusions.
All right, I'm just trying to put it together here.
It's nothing to put together.
So the question I'm trying to get to, counsel, is, was this particular, I recognize it as it being prepared by someone else, but as it relates to State's Exhibit 31, was this relied upon in order for State's Exhibit 31 to be put together as the report? Because I'm trying to determine relevancy as it relates to that, and that's a crucial point I don't have the answer to just yet.
Okay.
The peer reviewer got a different answer than she did. I'd say that's pretty relevant.
The case file notes are assessed by you at every step of the analysis, correct?
Not necessarily at every step. Before I issue a report, before I write a report, I review all of the case notes. So that will be any communication log entries, any documentation from the laboratory, the biologists that perform the DNA testing. I will review all of that, write a report, and then give that to a technical reviewer. They will draw their own conclusions to determine if they agree with me. If they do, they will sign off, and then my report and my case file will go for an administrative review to make sure that the laboratory number is correct on all the pages, that if there's any crossouts, there's dates and initials and so forth. Those two reviews have to be done before I can actually make it a final report and case file that gets submitted and sent to the field.
And in this case, correct me if I'm wrong, but the sequence was you originally determined in sample 7 that there were 3 contributors. That conclusion got reviewed. Then you ran some further testing, and then you change your conclusion, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Right. And before you change your conclusion, you of course go back and look at what the reviewer said about her review.
We would have a discussion. If I say a number of contributors was 3, he or she notated that it was 2. We had that discussion. She agreed with 3. So for that step of that process, because again, we're piecemealing this. Typically in a normal case, we will work all of the evidence. I will write a report. For this situation, I had DNA evidence coming to me throughout the day, throughout the night. So I had reviewers at different steps, which is not usual for a case. Usually I have one reviewer. So in this case, at that particular time, I had a reviewer. Then when I was submitted additional known samples and used those for comparisons, then I did have additional conclusions and additional reviewers.
But you certainly took into account this notation on this page before you change your conclusion, correct?
I don't know that I would agree that I took into account. We had already had that conversation. And again, once I received additional known samples and additional information from the field, I then did amend my conclusion.
And these notes are kept in the ordinary course of your business?
Yes.
And they're part of the case file that you rely upon in reaching your conclusions?
They are kept with the case file after I draw my conclusions.
So, Your Honor, I think there's a foundation for this. The state has offered all kinds of hearsay here, and certainly this is, there's no question about the reliability of the entries.
All right. Anything further from the parties before I weigh in on, well, make my ruling on Baker 4?
No.
The court finds that it is relevant as it relates to State's Exhibit 31 and Baker 4 is admitted into evidence. In regards to publication, Mr. Burt, what is your request?
That it be published.
All right, so in the courtroom.
In both the courtroom and to the cameras.
All right. Any objection, Mr. McBride? All right, go ahead and publish that to all screens and maybe captured by the media.
Why does the judge look so pissed about this?
These notations at the top there, 7-1 male, discuss 3 NOC and okay with 3. Could you translate that for us, what that means?
Sure. So when my technical reviewer took a look at the DNA evidence, She determined that male DNA was present, and she concluded that she would have called it a number of contributor of 2. She compared it to my conclusions. I said number of contributor 3. So we had a discussion as to why she thought it was 2, why I thought it was 3. And she said she agreed with me calling it 3 based on her discussion.
Okay. So was that an extended discussion you had with her or just?
No, this was a quick discussion, and this is not unusual. We have discussions like this during the technical process quite often.
And the stamp on the bottom, approved by Tara Benson, is that the reviewer?
Yes, it
we're
is.
Talking about? All right, thank you. Now, I want to ask you to look at page 128 of that same exhibit. No. Is this an electropherogram that is a part of your case file?
Yes, it is.
And is this an accurate representation of what's depicted on this page?
I'm sorry, there's nothing on the screen. Am I?
Yeah, 128.
Yes, it is.
I moved that into evidence, Your Honor. This would be Baker 4, page 128.
Oh, I thought I already admitted Baker 4. Is this a different? The previous one was Baker 4, as I understood it.
Yeah, Baker 4, page 365.
Oh, okay. So
And so this is Baker 4, page 128.
Right, so the previous admitted exhibit is Baker 4, 365. The current proposed one is Baker 4, 128.
That's correct.
All right, Mr. McBride.
If I could have just a minute to update my notes on those page numbers.
All right. 365 was the previous one, unless I heard it wrong.
Yes, that's right.
All right, and the current one is 128.
First, I'll note this is the first I'm seeing these as exhibits. Of course, I have this file, but I was unaware that we were going to be these are going to be offered as exhibits. So I'm looking to find them in my file as we go. Second, again, I'm going to object on relevance grounds to the probable cause determination. We're going through the finite details of the analysis here, and once again, I think these are appropriate questions to raise in a 702 hearing. But with the standards that apply at the preliminary hearing that I've already discussed, I think we're beyond the scope of probable cause determination as we dive into this evidence.
All right, Mr. Burt.
Your Honor, I think this exhibit is particularly important because the court does not yet have in front of it what an electropherogram is and how it's interpreted. And this particular page will illustrate to the court how the analysts interpreted the peaks on this electropherogram to reach the conclusions that she reached, that there were 3 and not 2 contributors. And I think it will assist the court in determining exactly how this comparison process works and what the output looks like, so the court can see exactly how the interpretations are being made.
And is this the dose that were relied upon I'm viewing State's Exhibit 31 as a summary, and this more of showing the work of how the summary was reached. Am I misunderstanding how this fits in?
This fits into how the analyst originally was of the opinion that there are 3 people here and not 2. And she will go on to explain how she changed the interpretation from 3 to 2. And the point of this is to illustrate to the court that this is a subjective process to a certain extent, and that people can read these things in different ways. And so I think it will help the court understand exactly what's being compared here. You've got peaks on a line, she will say, and just to let the court know in responsive to Mr. McBride's statement that he was unaware that this is going to be an issue. he and I met with this analyst before the preliminary hearing. The analyst pointed this page out to us as being illustrative of why she originally concluded that there were 3 contributors. So this is not something that's being sprung on the state. He was a part of that conversation, and this particular page was identified by the analyst, not by me. So it is important to understand why we went from 3 to 2 and what impact that has on the numbers that the state is offering.
All right. Anything further?
No.
All right. Under Utah Rule of Evidence 1102, B4, it says scientific, laboratory, or forensic reports and records. I find that this is admissible and is admitted into evidence as Baker 4, page 128, and is a request to publish this document.
Okay, you can.
Was that a yes? Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. So published, I'm assuming to that
Yes.
screen as well. All right.
Correct.
It may be published. Council, just as a reminder, as this is a probable cause, I understand and I appreciate you give me a pointer of where it's going, but just as a reminder, as probable cause, it is admitted, and you may discuss it, but I definitely want to keep this within the track of probable cause.
Understood.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Burt.
Okay. Is it true what I just told the court, that you pointed this particular page out as illustrating why you originally thought we had 3 contributors?
Yes, that is true.
So explain to the court, is this an electropharogram?
Yes, this is an electropharogram. Each of those rectangles at the top, for example, D2S441, that is that small segment of DNA that I referred to earlier. And each of those peaks has a corresponding number that is the allele, so that corresponds to the number of repeats that an individual inherited.
And this is what you ultimately, after you get this electropharogram not through running it through STR-Mix. There's a different device that you use to produce these electropharograms, right?
Correct, yes. During the DNA process, this is the last step of that process. So what it's doing is DNA is found in cells of our body. We're taking those cells, we're breaking them open with chemicals to release the DNA from those cells. We're making photocopies of those pieces of DNA so that we can essentially see them. And then the last step is to separate those pieces by size, and the ultimate output is this electropharogram.
Okay. And is it true that you set the parameters for what the machine will pop up in terms of numbering the alleles?
Personally, I do not set that up. That was done during our validation of the chemicals and the software and the instrument that we utilize. But there are parameters. So the output of the DNA lets me know, for example, the different types of alleles, but that's not a parameter I set.
I want to make sure you answered that. You set, or your lab sets, what the machine does in terms of labeling particular alleles, correct?
Yes, that's part of the whole process and the validation, yes.
So you could tell the machine, give me all the peaks at whatever level and label them as whatever the alleles are.
I see. So yes, so during our validation, we determine our thresholds, our analytical threshold, and that stochastic threshold that I mentioned before. The analytical threshold is a threshold that was determined during validation that we input into the software that I utilize. That says, for example, our analytical threshold is 150. Any peak that is 150 or greater, the software system will give me that allele call or that number for that peak. Any peak that's below the 150, the software system will not give me an allele call for it.
Even though it might be a true allele.
Correct, yes.
So you could say, and you referred to a measurement, you refer to that as RFUs, right?
Yes, that is the unit.
What does that mean?
It stands for relative fluorescent unit.
So in your lab, you tell the machine only label peaks that come above 150 RFU.
The software that utilizes the information from the machine, yes.
However, it's true, is it not, that in determining the number of contributors, you look below that 150 RFU level.
And that is true, yes.
All right, now on this is only showing 1, 2, 3, 4 different locations, right?
Correct, yes.
And you see a number of peaks at each one of these locations. Some of them are labeled, some of them are not.
Correct, yes.
So tell us how you originally looked at this and said there's not 2 contributors, there's 3.
Sure. So first what I do is I count how many labels that I see. So how many of those little squares under each of those locations. So for example, at D2S441, there are 3 squares. Knowing that one piece of information comes from mom and one comes from dad, if it's a single source profile from one individual, I expect to see no more than 2 squares. Because I see 3, that gives me an indication that there's at least 2 individuals. Same thing for the next D19S433 and as well as FGA. There were 3 peaks that were called. So I knew this had to be at least 2 individuals. Then what I do is I take a look at the peaks that are not called and determine, could there potentially be a third person included? So for example, at D2, the location farthest to the left, I'm asking myself, that 12 in that bottom box, is it the same contributor as, for example, the 22 under FGA all the way to the right? Because I see peaks that are not labeled, it could be that the 12 belongs to one individual and those 2 peaks that are not called belong to a second or third individual. And that at FGA, I could be seeing the 22 from that third person, but that second person has dropped out. Because I'm able to use information below the threshold and I see peaks, that gives me an indication that I can increase my number of contributors to 3, which I did in this case.
Okay, and when did you reach that conclusion, time-wise?
If I recall, it was somewhere around September 12th.
And when did you change your conclusion?
That I would have to refer.
Sure.
I changed my conclusion on September 13th of 2025.
And explain to the court why you changed your conclusion?
I was submitted an elimination sample from Mr. Twiggs, and an elimination sample is a sample in which it's from a known individual, and then there's an expectation that the individual's DNA might be present. In receiving that sample and talking to the investigators, it was decided that Mr. Twiggs should be used as an elimination. When I compared him to this sample, all of the DNA, unlike that major contributor, matched to Mr. Twiggs. So because of that, I determined that there's actually only 2 individuals because those small peaks, there was nothing left for a third individual to be compared to.
You use the phrase elimination sample. That's typically used, is it not, in a situation where you're testing a sample that has more than one contributor?
Not necessarily. An elimination is just simply an individual that we're expecting their DNA to be there. So for example, if we have a stolen vehicle, I will request an elimination sample from the known driver of the vehicle so I can subtract out their DNA to see what I have left over. It doesn't necessarily have to be more than one individual. There certainly has been times where I only detect that known expected individual.
And you said you had a conversation with the investigators as to whether Twig should be included as, or you talked to them about whether you should get elimination samples?
I talked to them with regards to if I should utilize Mr. Twiggs as an elimination versus comparing him and offering a statistic.
Okay, but in your report, you concluded, did you not, that one of the contributors to both samples was Twiggs?
That is correct, yes.
Right. You didn't just assume that, you reached the determination that he was the source of both those samples, one of the sources, right?
I don't want to use the word source, but knowing that there was an expectation that his DNA could be present, when I compared him to that DNA sample, I did see his DNA types present. So using the word assumed, that's verbiage that we use when we calculate our statistical calculation. I'm letting the software know, I know this individual is there. I'm assuming that they're there. Based on my comparisons, I did see evidence that that person was there.
But I guess what I'm confused about is we talked before about how your language should never imply an absolute identification. But in the body of your report, you say that one of the contributors is Twiggs. You don't say he's a possible contributor like you do for Mr. Robinson. You say he is a contributor.
Interesting.
I do. And with elimination samples, that's slightly different. So for example, let's say I have a sexual assault case and I have a vaginal swab from a female. She has a consensual partner. I can request an elimination sample from that consensual partner. If I see that they're present, I can say they're present and say the DNA foreign to that victim and that consensual partner is one person, for example. So it's different than comparing a known individual if they're an elimination sample.
So same test, different rules.
On my interpretation and reviewing that data, they are present.
And based either on your conversations with the agents or other people, why did you think that Twiggs was someone whose DNA you would expect in those two samples?
So from what I recall, in speaking with the investigators, Mr. Twiggs was a roommate of Mr. Robinson, and it was thought that those items came from potentially Mr. Robinson's home. And I don't recall exactly if it was a situation where a particular towel was known to have been in that house. I don't remember that exactly, but in talking to the investigators, based on their investigation, it was important to assume potentially Mr. Twiggs was present.
Right. Did any investigator ever tell you that the towel did not come from Mr. Robinson's home, but was found in a bush out at the university?
I was aware of that, yes.
So you knew that that towel was not found in a place where you would expect Mr. Twiggs's DNA to be present.
That is correct. It was found outside of a home, but again, based on speaking with the investigators, they had information to suspect that that towel came from Mr. Robinson's home, and I should utilize Mr. Twiggs as an elimination.
Right. And again, you didn't assume that, you actually concluded it based on the match, right?
Based on reviewing Mr. Twiggs' DNA profile to what I developed from these items, I used him as an elimination sample.
Now, you did various STR mix, what I'll call runs, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the way this works is you input the number of contributors. You determine that. And then they also have something called HD and HP, right?
Correct, yes.
Tell the court what that is.
So those are different propositions. So in calculating the likelihood ratio compares the probabilities of seeing a DNA profile given one of two different scenarios or explanations or hypotheses. One is that a particular person of interest is a contributor, and the other is that an unknown, unrelated individual is a contributor. So depending on the question being asked is how I set up StarMix, number of contributors. For example, if I'm utilizing someone as a known elimination sample, I will apply their DNA profile both to the HP and HD.
And the theory of this HP is the prosecution hypothesis, right?
Correct, yes.
and HD is the defense hypothesis.
Correct, yes.
So, and these are things you plug in based on your understanding of what the prosecution and the defense are contending.
Correct, yes.
So how do you plug in the HD in a case where you don't yet have a defense postulating what their theory is?
So HD, or the defense hypothesis, is simply the DNA profile, the probability of the DNA profile, given that it's another unknown, unrelated person to the prosecution's potential person of interest.
Mr. Burt, I don't want to interrupt your line of questions, but we've been going for just shy of 2 hours. Would right now be a good time
It'd
to
be a
take
great
15
time, Your Honor.
All right, let's
Thank
take a break. Let's see. We'll come back at 3:50. Court is.
I just wanted to say real quick. Basically, what she's saying is I bias the DNA sample based on what they tell me to do.
Yep.
That's basically what I got from that.
Yeah. I didn't realize DNA science was so flimsy and floppy. And it's
same.
I thought, you plugged it in and the computer's like, do. Here's their social security number. Here's who they are. Not
Let's
like,
dump this boring ass screen. Let's just dump the fucking stream so we can just talk on like together while they're in recess. Good God.
Yeah, hold up. Hey, Jesse. Your
Sorry, I don't have my mic. I didn't have my mic. My bad.
And let's try to watch the F-bombs on this stream so we don't get it killed, please.
Oh, my bad. Oh, I don't think I kill it for that, but okay, that's fine. I think I can speak without F-bombs. Something about being thrown back into my senior year of high school, just banging my head against my desk. Like, when is this class going to end?
I found that really exciting. I was into it.
Some of it. But when they were going into like the detail of the DNA, it's like, this is so unnecessary, man. Like, anyway.
They asked way too many questions that didn't lead to nothing. And because she kept saying the same thing over and over again. The whole thing is inconclusive. Let's move on. That's
no. You have to realize, like, they're taking transcripts. Every single word matters. Every statement matters.
Yeah.
And you could ask the same thing in different ways, and then all of a sudden they give a different answer, and you have a whole different situation.
That makes a lot of sense.
He did it really well.
So in other words, you're saying
not when he's got a jury there, he didn't. If he's got a real, I mean, for this maybe, but when he's got a jury there, simple concepts, stick it in their brain, and then drill it into their brain every single day.
Yeah. So he was re-questioning in different ways in order to like catch a person in a lie or something. That makes sense.
Not necessarily catch a person in a lie. I mean, potentially, but just to get all of the details.
Okay.
Well, really what he's doing there is he's trying to show that the DNA testing has too much subjectivity to it, and it shouldn't be considered as a takeaway of like, this means this dude's guilty because there's 3 different people's DNA. Oh, actually it's 2. Oh, actually it's 3. So that's really what he's doing, is trying to kind of discredit the not necessarily discredit her, but discredit her work by showing, hey, your own supervisor.
He's got to do it in a way where he's like dialing into where a stupid person can understand that this means that there are this many people that would fit this DNA profile. It doesn't mean that it's him. And then so that would mean that it could be, and you know what I mean? You got to make it simple, but it's that, I mean, it doesn't matter. Bottom line is Lance Twiggs' DNA is on all of the evidence. And man, that is wild.
So, the towel, okay, whatever, right? They live together. But when we start talking about the rifle
and
why the fuck
screwdriver,
is Lance Twiggs fucking DNA, excuse me, sorry, the F-bombs. Why is his DNA on the screwdriver and the rifle?
Mm-hmm. Well, the other question too is the towel actually from their house. We don't know
because my wife's DNA is she's my roommate. Nobody in my house, their DNA is not on my long guns. So,
and talk to me about what's on those bullets, man. What did they test those bullets for DNA? Because that's really important. Because somebody was writing on them. Somebody's loading them into a magazine.
Yeah. All right, we got to do super chats. We gotta start burning through these. I got to get back to where we were. The defense should go to a range with 5 ballistic dummies and 30-06 and then bring them in for examination in the court.
That
looks like the prosecutor has a bulletproof vest on.
He might.
Trying to win off feelings, not logic. Yeah. Karen Nesser deserves a round of applause.
It's
defense is doing, Kathy, the defense is doing quite well, I think.
Yeah.
AJ says, wouldn't Charlie Kirk's faith come into question scrutiny if the prosecution started down that road? Maybe. I'm not
Which
sure.
road?
Basically the idea that they were trying to set it up to make it sound that Tyler Robinson took Charlie out because of, his religion, essentially. It was a big fight while you were gone.
Mm.
Yeah, and he was converting to Catholicism and all that too. I don't know. Interesting.
It was a religion versus evidence conversation.
Will says, how could they not ask, was any foreign state investigated? They'll probably get to that in the trial.
Yeah.
Catherine,
hey, call Cash Patel to the stand and ask him that question.
Deserves a round of applause. Yeah.
Hey, they came out swinging.
Heather Pandola, Mr. Englehart is an attorney.
That's the pastor they were trying to get his opinion on religion and Charlie Kirk's beliefs submitted to the court.
Can I make one super quick point that I just realized about this preliminary? I actually think televising the preliminary hearing is super reckless for having impartial jurors. Like, you know what I mean? Like, why would this be televised? Like,
of course,
when you get the jury, you don't want anyone who's seen any of this stuff.
Yep. It doesn't kind of make sense.
It's like, all right, guys, everything you've seen on TV for the last week, we're going to tell you what you consider, and the rest you just have to totally forget about.
And it's kind of both ways, to Jesse's point. Like, this could recklessly put the jury either way, depending on what's shown.
Oh, you got a ton of reasonable doubt today.
And that's why I was saying earlier about the narrative changing left and right can change everything.
Who's up?
Not mine.
You're trying to use that argument to close the proceeding to the public eye. They don't want us to see the whole thing and their lies. Shout out to Zine.
I was in the car when they were arguing that. They were arguing that specifically about a certain clip, right? That they didn't want everyone to see that. Is that right? Like, I was listening to you guys talk about it, but I was driving. Isn't that never mind? Don't worry about it.
I don't remember that clip.
Johnny says, what's up, fellas? What up? Lisa says, still waiting on my apology for everyone immediately blaming the left before CK even hit the ground. Looking at you, Jesse on fire.
Oh, I absolutely did blame the left. And then I looked into a leftist Twitter post that may have been a code that may have led to them blowing up the port of Los Angeles. So that I don't know. I don't know if I owe an apology necessarily, but if it was not them, then I apologize.
Something's going on.
Who's up?
Black Lake, I'll read it. I don't know. Close the
Yeah,
case
pay
to the
attention,
public.
guys.
To the public, your honor. Close the case to the public, your honor. Why? Because it's devastating to our case. In Jim Carrey's voice, liar, liar, LOL.
Classic.
Hey, Nate, just want to clarify my super chat from yesterday. I was there at the event as the first speaker. Yesterday's super chat was a typo. Yeah, that's what I thought. You're good. Danny says Tyler's parents and grandparents present yesterday and today. I know his parents were present yesterday. Matt, do you know who actually showed up today and who didn't?
I don't know if the grandpa's there or not, but I think everyone else is.
It's Aaron.
How can a judge say why Tyler Robinson chose Charlie Kirk? That's the question that
you can't
have to deal with, because
unless he wrote it down and told his boyfriend.
Which
you know what?
Because that was a lie also, the text messages.
Yeah. Some hate you can't negotiate with. You're all, that's it? That's what you got after the fact? A single text message, like some hate you can't negotiate with? Like,
that's what they were
I think
saying
the
is
defense
that
was trying to shoot that down.
Yeah, exactly what Nate was saying was they're trying to shut down the political versus religious ideology because they couldn't prove that Tyler hated Charlie just solely on politics. And that's what the prosecution is basing it on, I think.
And I think
literally
that's
all they had was the word of the family saying that, like, sometimes
it.
like Tyler got mad at dinner a couple times in the last few months, and they never even mentioned Charlie Kirk specifically, I don't think, unless I'm remembering that incorrectly.
I don't even know if we know that based off of actual documentation.
Yeah.
That was from the Turkey Tom video. That's from a third person source. That's not from Tyler. So TK was literally sitting in front of a tunnel that was covered. It led to wherever. Come on, folks. Johnny says, is Erica around or is Charlie's family there? The judge is a joke. I better judges than this deuce. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure. I don't know if Erica was there today. She bounced at 1 yesterday and didn't come back. So it sounds like maybe the parents are. Maybe she is. I don't know.
She's probably back at the compound.
The parents are for sure.
I like this judge.
WT Nurse knows. Wait, shouldn't we be wondering why Tyler met with her TPUSA contacts before leaving, donning pants, and supposedly then unaliving CK? Isn't that suggestive he was working for them? Just saying.
Yeah, they did say that they met, right?
Did they say that? Is that exactly what they said?
No, I don't know. Well, I don't think they said
allegedly
met.
had
I
an
think
interaction
he
with
said interacted with.
Yeah.
So it could have been he's on campus and there's a bunch of TPUSA and there's
Yeah.
like red shirt kids and they're like,
Yeah.
"Hey, are you staying for the show?" And he's like, "No,
100%.
I'm gonna go shoot Charlie."
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could be
very
that
true.
too. Mormons are, well, I'm not going to read that. Every time I've been to Utah to hunt, the vibes were so off everywhere.
I
stayed.
disagree. I lived in Utah for a year and I had nothing but good experience with all the LDS people.
Until they get you in the woods with some around a fire.
I'm sure they make you say that.
Nope.
Danny says, funny, a TPUSA statement. They are arguing. Dan says, what if whoever did this either paid TR or would drop other problems if he just turned himself in and kept quiet? Wouldn't be convicted because of all the other planned conflicting evidence. Man, what good's money when I'm dead? That's a tough sell, you know? All that money in the world doesn't help if I get the death penalty.
Right.
Mormons don't consume alcohol, coffee, or tobacco. But I did learn this because my junior on my last Special Forces ODA was Mormon, like hardcore, wore the safety underwear and everything.
He
Coffee
must have taken a
coffee
run
and
at
tea
you
is
then.
true. However,
He took a
caffeine,
run at you, right?
No, caffeine. No, he was cool. Caffeine, though, they can have. So energy drinks are good, but can't have coffee or tea.
Oh, I didn't mean it wasn't cool. I had a bunch of Mormons take a run at me, and I was always like, "Man, they make this sound like it makes a lot more sense than when people make documentaries to try to make them sound stupid." You know what I mean?
Nah, he wouldn't like that. Video of a person jumping off. There's actually a shit ton of Mormon Green Berets, though. Like a shit.
Oh, yeah?
Ton. It would actually kind of surprise you. Video of the person jumping off the Losi Center, landed on his right foot. Stare video limping with right leg.
Oh,
earlier. I don't know.
Oh,
Don't know. Will says, how does this amount to I forgive you? TPSA jamming. Not a lot of forgiveness involved, yeah. Because the forgiveness was performative, my friends, not sincere.
Jax101, thanks for becoming a new channel member.
Burn Dog says, so many of your past current talking points were just shown true live at court. You're about 4 for 4 on the right calls. We appreciate the coverage. Well, thank you. Thank you.
Real Amato. So that's the homie right there.
Oh, okay. Mugshot shows 5'10" and some change. That's about what we thought he was. Yeah. Cool. Somebody.
I believe it was close range AU.
Australian flag, I think.
Sticky Icky Liberty. Thanks for the super. Walk like a patsy. Made a whole song out of it.
Dude, if someone can get footage of Lance and Tyler walking separate from this, and one of them's because that person in that maroon shirt is a toe walker. That's super identifiable when people walk like that. I wish there was a way that we could see those two guys walk, man.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the same person.
I don't think so either. I mean, he's limping in the other one, but toe walkers, you can pick them out always. All right.
Melissa Smith, thanks for being a member for 5 months. Can you explain the meth in the bathroom mishap? That was a different case. But it definitely caught our attention.
Yeah. They were citing case law from a separate case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Vanessa, Candace posted on X an hour ago. Tyler Robinson's 5'10". Yep. Thank you.
Here we go.
Yo, X is wilding right now.
I bet. Vanessa says they literally said in 30 seconds. No, he was up there, took the shot. There's no way that in 30 seconds he went up there and shot. Technically, they said 15 seconds from the time he was in the prone. Is what the prosecution said, or excuse me, the lead investigator.
Yeah, he said 15 to 30, and then when they pressed him on it, he said 15. It's like 15 seconds, dude.
Fast, boys, fast.
And just so everyone knows, depending on how long this takes, if they go the full length of time, we have about 1 to 2 hours left.
I'm good.
Just to give you a heads up.
She got a fresh cup of coffee.
Bro, speaking of
for
X, the
Jesus.
post I made right before I left has almost 400,000 views right now.
Say what?
Crazy.
Should have told him to
bro.
come watch your stream.
I mean, I put it in the comments. So
Yeah,
I
and if
put
you're just tuning in, we're just on recess right now, guys.
Yeah,
just
bro,
doing some super
400,000
still. We wait
just
till they
hit
get back.
Yeah, we should be starting back in like 2 or 3 minutes. CL posted his site. Yep, we got that. Stephen Godwin, thanks for the super. Can tell the prosecutors didn't want this case. Yeah, they don't look happy.
Aaron.
Oh,
these have been yours.
Shut out with Upward BM. So basically, they had no idea what happened until they got a call. We got them. Then they went back and investigated, and specifically that person to piece it all together. And that is how it works.
That's what they did. Yeah, from what the investigator told us.
Yeah.
Nate, how can you tell who's in the supers? Where are you seeing that?
I can only see that are mine, and then it's somebody from everybody else's. So everybody should be able to see themselves. But I know Up with BM has been
that's my
right into Aaron most of the day. So
yeah. Okay.
As a matter of fact, there were a lot of people asking where the event was going to be held about an hour before the event took place. So yeah, Ancient Latter-day Saints, as you can probably tell by the username, was there for the event. So and we got
Bueller.
He could have.
Yeah,
I'll just read it. Shout out to Sherry. He could have put the rifle up the day before.
Maybe.
I don't know, man. That place is pretty wide open.
Tough, and it would have been hard to hide it anywhere. It's just a rooftop.
You could put it under a blanket and then cover it with the same rocks that are on the roof, and you'd probably be fine.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody's
Free
probably
may die
looking
free.
up there.
Not that I've ever done that before. Just kidding.
Lance Tweaks was given immunity and can't be cross-examined by the defense. Suspicious. Limited immunity, yes, for just for preliminaries. LT would have access to where the rifle is kept. TR Grandpa claimed he's being framed. I think we know the rifle got how we got to the scene. I think the TR Grandpa claiming thing was from Diligent, right? Didn't Dennison talk to them or something or get some information? No, that was Elizabeth Lane.
I think somebody went and talked to the family.
But now he can add some DNA to the equation.
Yeah, well, now we know he at least handled it at some point. Bearded says, show us the footage of the shooter on the roof of the Losi Center taking the shot. Also put Lance Twigg on the stand to testify. Where is he? Well, he's gotta in the main trial. There's no way, especially now.
I can't wait to see just to even see the video of him like for this one. Get a read on how we feel about whether he's telling the truth. It'd be fascinating.
Prima facie evidence fulfills necessary elements. All right. Scotty does know is this trial from Idiocracy. Boy, I love me some Monday Night Rehabilitation. I just used an Idiocracy clip the other day. Don't worry, Barron Trump will promise to release all the real documents in 30 years when he runs for POTUS. Please don't. Please do not do that. We don't need any more. We don't need any more Trumps. We're good.
Oh,
no more Trumps.
Make you realize Amanda, thanks for the super. Mugshot shows Tyler is under 6 foot. Yep, he is apparently 5'10". Thank you.
Hey, what's your thoughts on the Graham Plattner new issues? Yeah, this one's wild. I don't know enough about it. This is, the 50th allegation that they've come up with against him. So I don't know. I can't weigh in on what's credible and what's not. Hope it's not true. Sexual assault allegations, of course, from 6 years ago. Just like happened to Thomas Massey right before the election. So that's always very suspicious when you're an our greatest ally candidate. And that pops
Massey
up right before your election.
Yeah, Massey's introducing a bill to block that, military integration thing today, apparently.
Stephen Godwin, thanks for the super. Stick legs must have 5-star Harpole early on. What? Stick legs must have met 5-star Harpole early on.
I don't know.
It sounds like some code.
I know. I'm trying to decode this real time right here.
They're trying to broadcast something.
In Malloy, I hurried up and left my bullet on an unknown roof to come watch this.
Yeah, that one's the fact that's how they're explaining it away is because some cop left it there. Ugh.
Hey, did someone write, "I did this, love Tyler" on that bullet too?
Will be me forever. Thanks for becoming a new member. Paul M. They're saying that TR knew what Kozak was going to say. What did they take of the crime scene tape that night and then put it back up? Thanks. Why did they take it down? I didn't know they did take it down, did they?
I hadn't heard that.
They had to get it out of the way so they could dig up the entire crime scene and pave over it.
Well, there's that.
Which crime scene? We talking about the
I don't know,
Lucy, or we talking about Charlie? I mean, I don't know.
I hadn't heard that, but thank you, Felix.
All Facts Finder sent video of guy proving rifle in pants to Matt X. Okay, thank you. I'll check it out.
Who's this?
I don't know.
All right. Could you actually see Tyler Robinson in the car coming in and out of the parking garage?
No.
We can't tell it's him, that's for sure.
We can't.
They showed him walking in, right? But it was kind of, I mean, it's not even him, though. You can't even tell.
I got to just move past these, man. Thank you. Vanessa says that they would have done it already, but because everybody's making a big deal out of it, they're not trying to get caught. I'm not sure what we're talking about here, Vanessa. Sorry.
Take out Lance or Tyler. Yeah.
Shout out to DWI 1943. Ever watch a movie where they tell you what's happening rather than showing you the evidence? Is literally telling us that Tyler Robinson's motive, what Tyler Robinson's motive is, that should not be admissible. Exactly. And that is what I'm saying. There's no evidence. They're just telling us what they think he did.
Well, they got to try to make it believable.
Yeah.
He did it,
and it was because of this. No evidence. Some bull crap.
Josh says, why is the footage clipped of him going onto the roof from then to then? What happened on the roof for that missing minute? Well, maybe that's when he's putting the rifle back together. I don't know, but they didn't show us. Plot twist. Charlie comes in to testify.
Hey, with the note, like just those glasses and like a fake mustache thing on. He's all, it's me, Lance.
I mean, I was just saying, at this rate, you got a better chance seeing Charlie than Lance.
Jesus.
Yeah, does he even exist, man? That's one of those things. We're gonna find out.
I just want to put this on record. If Jesse is correct in his theory, he is the king of the internet forever.
That's true. That'll be
For
true.
life.
Yeah,
that'll be true.
Yeah.
The likelihood of me ever getting proven correct seems as close to zero as anything.
It'll be like 35 years from now, bro.
Oh my God, I will still. If it's been 35 years,
just kidding.
I think when Charlie comes out, he would actually shout out Jesse and say,
for sure he would, dude. He'd be like, "This dude nailed it
you
from
knew
the
this
jump."
from day one. How did you know?"
And he said it was because all my friends were actually good people. So shout to Jesse for getting it right.
Sticky Icky Liberty is the defense's argument that all white people look alike. How different is this case if it wasn't a white fellow?
Call that my argument, dude. All 22-year-old Mormon kids in Utah who are 5'10" do look alike.
They do. It's actually true. In a hat and sunglasses.
Yeah.
Oh, we back.
We're back in.
Oh yeah, he fits right in with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did you write there on the 15th of September, 2025, spoke with Special Agent Folger, gave update on report timeline, discussed that upon review, it was decided that additional statistics needed to be run. Report will still be issued with Twigs as an assumed contributor per previous discussions with Folger and Carmack. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And what additional statistics needed to be run at that time?
So at that time, I believe I ran statistics with just Twigs comparing that individual to the sample. If I may refer, I think that was the only additional. Yes, after discussion with my reviewer, it was determined that I was also going to calculate a statistic or compare Twiggs by himself, comparing him to the evidence, and having that run in my case file.
Okay. And could you go to tab 38, page 39?
This is what I'm talking about.
Oh,
Yeah, it should not be on the screen.
let's pull it down from the screen. Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
just to the monitors of the attorneys and the witness, Mr. Burt?
Just for the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, just for the witness.
39. And this is page 39. Is this the DNA report? I'm sorry, the star mix report that was produced as a result of your inquiry that involved a comparison of the sample to Mr. Twiggs alone?
Yes, it is.
And is that a 6-page report?
Yes, it is.
And is it a true and accurate copy of the STR mix report for that particular sample?
Yes, it is.
And move that into evidence, Your Honor. This would be Baker 38, page 39 through 44.
Baker 38, page 39 through.
I'm seeking admission as well as publication to the audience and the camera.
I just want to make sure I have the label correct. Baker 38, pages 39 through 44. Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. To the state?
Yes, Your Honor, I object on grounds of relevance to the probable cause determination.
All right. And Mr. Burt, would you like to respond?
Submitted, Your Honor.
So I'm not exactly sure what this is in order to
Sure.
determine how it fits into the probable cause analysis.
Sure.
So a little bit more information, because as of right now, I don't have enough to admit it.
Understood, and I apologize to the court. So the report that was admitted into evidence has the conclusion in it that both samples were contributed, that Mr. Twiggs was a contributor to both samples. And this is the report that the analyst ran in order to make that determination, I believe.
All right. Did these reports, were these made prior to State's Exhibit 31 being prepared?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I will admit, so Baker 38, pages 39 through 44 is admitted and may be published. Again, as a reminder, for all attorneys, this is a probable cause standard. So if all parties can just keep that in mind as we're moving forward on this.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so it may be published to all screens.
Number on this?
Yeah, it's page 39.
No, the actual dates number, I'm having.
So is this the report that you referenced in your notes that you needed to run the sample through StarMix?
Yes.
Now, at the top, this is the StarMix unit dated September 15th, and it relates to item 7-1, correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right. And then down below that, the kit used, if you could go to the summary of the input. You tell the software program, assume there are two contributors, right?
Correct, yes.
You input sample 7A,
Correct, yes.
And when you input it, it's just the raw data, right?
Correct, just the numbers from the graph.
The numbers, and then known contributors under HP, the prosecution hypothesis,
Correct, yes.
right? And you put in sample 61.
Yes.
Right? That's Twiggs's known sample.
Correct, yes.
And then the known contributors under the defense hypothesis, you left that blank.
Correct.
Is that because you didn't know what the defense hypothesis was?
No, again, the defense hypothesis for this situation, if I'm comparing someone, is an unknown, unrelated individual, and that is taken into account during the calculation.
Okay. And then you input that data, and what you get out from that is a likelihood ratio, right?
Correct, yes.
So let's go to page 2 of that report. And is this a summary of the results from that test on the 15th in terms of a likelihood ratio?
Yes, it is.
What is a likelihood ratio? What does that mean?
A likelihood ratio is a statistic that calculates the probability of seeing a DNA profile given one of two different hypotheses. One is that a particular person of interest is a contributor, and the other is that an unknown, unrelated individual is a contributor. The probability with the higher number gets the support, and the magnitude of the support is determined by the ratio of those two numbers.
That's pretty technical stuff, but the bottom line is that the software computes the numbers, and then you look at those numbers and determine whether it has any significance, right?
I don't know that I would say if it has significance. I report the value that's calculated.
Right, and why is one column, these columns relate to different, what are called population databases, right?
That is correct, yes.
The one in the far left, BAH, is an FBI population database on Bahamans.
And African Americans, yes.
African Americans. Another one for Caucasians.
Correct, yes.
SEH is Southeast Hispanics.
Correct.
And then Southwest Hispanics.
Objection.
That's all I have on that. I'm just trying to explain the chart.
All right, well, there's an objection. Let's pause and turning to Mr. McBride.
Sure.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object on, again, grounds of relevance to probable cause hearing, State v. Drosbeck, State v. Merrill, State v. Ramirez that the court has cited, all hold that the court should bind the defendant over for trial unless the evidence is wholly lacking.
His objection is like, stop talking, dude. Just stop.
The prosecution's claim. I don't know that any of this analysis goes to whether or not the expert's testimony and her report is wholly lacking and incapable of reasonable inference to prove her result in this case. We're far beyond this. We're hours into this examination. This feels like a 702 hearing to me. I think we're far beyond a probable cause hearing, Your Honor. I would ask the court to sustain the objection, not allow questioning on this or any other matter that does not deal with the issue of probable cause.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. Mr. Burt.
Your Honor, the state offered this report on a very technical, complex, scientific area of inquiry. And they offered to the court a conclusion in that report that Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs were contributors to two samples that were found at the crime scene. They obviously think that's relevant to the probable cause inquiry, or they wouldn't have offered the report in the first place. So having done that, I think the defense is entitled to inquire whether those conclusions are reliable, because that, again, is the court's ultimate determination here, reliability of this evidence. And the court can decide it's not relevant, it's not reliable, therefore I'm not going to rely on that in determining probable cause. And that, or the court could say it is reliable and it bolsters up other evidence that the court is going to hear from. So the particular report in front of us goes directly to the issue of whether the expert correctly concluded that Twiggs' not was a possible contributor, but was a contributor. And the state's theory here apparently is that both Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs are somehow connected to this crime scene. So I think when the court sees what the numbers were generated and how that compares to her own standards for assessment, the court will see that the conclusion is not justified that she reached.
Well, I understand what both parties are saying, and at a probable cause hearing, the issue is whether we walk 1 mile or 100 miles down the path. And so I want to keep it limited to 1 mile and as opposed to 100 miles, because that would exceed the probable cause standard for a preliminary hearing for what is before me. And so, Mr. Burt, as it relates to the objection, I'm going to sustain it in part. If you want to briefly address this and move on, you certainly may choose to do so. But as it relates to where we're at, my hope is we can keep this very brief as opposed to going through all this, so we can move on to whatever else you would like to present.
Thank you. We'll do that, Your Honor. And in the interest of doing that, could you bring up on the same screen part of her?
Just to confirm, did they say that the state said that they thought Twiggs was related to this?
To the crime scene as well, yeah. Both of them.
Okay.
Which is interesting.
I want to make sure that what you're calling up on the screen right now, is it part of this that was already admitted or something else?
It's part of this, which has already been admitted, compared to people or plaintiff's exhibit 31, which has also been admitted.
Okay,
So
thank
they're
you.
both
I just wanted to clarify.
Sure.
All right. So if you, and do you want that published on this? all
Yes.
screens? All right, let's go ahead and do so.
I like it, moving things along.
From that report is on page 5. Yeah, and just highlight that. Thank you. So what we've blown up there is from your report, plaintiff's 31, and you provided this chart in the report, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Explain to the court how this works, what this chart is supposed to represent.
Sure. So this is our verbal scale. In addition to the numerical likelihood ratio value that I provide, I also give a qualitative or a verbal equivalent to that numerical value. That gives some kind of context to what that likelihood ratio means.
Okay. And on the left, explain what the greater than 1 million, less than 1 in 100 means. What does that scale relate to?
Sure. So that scale is the numerical value of the likelihood ratio. So if I have a likelihood ratio that's greater than or equal to 1 million, I designate that as very strong support for inclusion. The next example, 10,000 to less than 1 million, I would say that's very strong support for inclusion, and so forth.
So you need to reach a likelihood ratio of 2 in order to get even limited support for an inclusion, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. If you could not reduce that. And go to page 2 of the report on the left. So from this chart, when you ran Mr. Twiggs against a sample, what was the likelihood ratio that you determined?
I believe this chart is not the comparison to Mr. Twiggs.
It's not in the report?
The chart at the bottom of the screen is not my comparison to Mr. Twiggs.
Let's verify that if we could. Take that down, the highlight.
Trying to be sneaky, huh?
I mean, he's going to have to make his point quick, or he's going to get objected again, and they're going to force him to move on.
Repost 38, page 45. I'm sorry.
He was the same way in the pretrial. He just dragged stuff out.
Page 39, that is in evidence. There we go. Second page. Is this the likelihood ratio from your Twigs comparison?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, what was the likelihood ratio that you calculated based on this chart?
The likelihood ratio was 1.
1.
Yes.
Oh, sure.
So that doesn't rise to the level of even limited inclusion, correct?
Correct. It would fall under an uninformative.
Uninformative, and yet you concluded that despite this STR mix reading with a likelihood ratio of 1, that Mr. Twigs was a contributor to both item 7 and item 8, correct?
I did. So actually, I didn't utilize this calculation to determine that Mr. Twigs was a possible contributor, or that I could use him as an assumed contributor. I visually looked at the DNA sample, and the DNA, unlike that major contributor, he also had those peaks. So that was one proposition or one hypothesis that I determined that he was an assumed contributor.
She made it up.
There are multiple different ways. We don't have a threshold. I don't have to see 2, 4, 8 peaks to determine I think an individual is present. Given that the field submitted him as an elimination, I assumed he was a contributor. When I compared him to that data, I did see his DNA present. So when I calculated the statistic for Mr. Robinson, I used Mr. Twigs as an elimination.
Let me see if I understand that.
What?
STR mix.
Yeah,
what the?
Include Mr. Rob. You relied on the STR mix to include Mr. Robinson as a possible contributor, correct?
Correct, yes.
But when you ran Mr. Twigs's sample through STR mix, the result you got was that he was not a contributor, correct? Or that it was of not even of limited value in including him.
Based on the STAR mix run, it was uninformative, but I did use my own knowledge and training to determine that I was going to utilize him as an assumed contributor.
Okay. Your own knowledge and training.
Yeah, what?
Is
That's not
there
scientific.
some standard that you use for deciding when not to rely on the STAR mix results and when to sort of disregard it and rely on your training and experience?
I can't say that I disregarded it. When I'm comparing someone, that's my first determination. Do I think this person is potentially included or excluded? If I determine that I think they're included, I will run STAR mix to give weight to that inclusion. Elimination samples are different. If I'm told that an individual is submitted as an elimination sample, I can assume they're there. Visually, I'm able to look at the DNA evidence and determine, yes, I think there's enough evidence there to assume that individual, which is what I did here.
Okay. At D16, Mr. Twigs was a 912, right? According to your electropherograms.
Trust me, bro.
Yeah,
He's gonna piss off the judge.
That is correct, yes. Mr. Twigs was a 912 at D16.
912. And did you find 912 at that location in the 8-1 sample?
I'm sorry, the sample 8 or sample 7?
Sample 8.
The only piece of information I had for sample 8 at item D16 was a 12.
And you said Twigs at that was a 912, right?
Correct, yes.
But at that location, the evidence sample was not a 912, but a 12.
That was the only piece of information that was recovered at that location.
Let me ask you about your interpretation rules for excluding someone. Is this an accurate statement? This is from Butler's textbook. In forensic DNA analysis, if any STR locus fails to match when comparing the genotypes between two or more samples, then the comparison of profiles between the question and the reference sample is usually declared a non-match, regardless of how many other loci match.
I would agree with that if it's a single source sample. So single source, again, meaning from one individual. If I have a DNA profile from evidence and I compare it to a known individual, if there's a difference at even one location, I can say it's an exclusion. If I have a mixture, it's not that cut and dry. I have to take into account how many people are in that mixture, how many pieces of information I have, is there potential dropout? So it's just because someone may not be present in a mixture doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to automatically exclude them.
I see. At D19S, what was Mr. Twiggs's type?
It was a 1416.
Did you find a 16 allele in the 8A sample?
No, I did not.
Okay. At Tho, what was Mr. Twiggs's type?
He was a 7.9.3.
Did you find a 7 allele in the 8-1 sample?
No, I did not. But again, this is a mixture and there is some dropout. So just because I didn't see a 7, for example, does not mean I would automatically exclude someone.
It's a mixture, so there was some dropout. So did you assume that at that location that the allele that dropped out matched his allele?
At that location, no, there's only one individual represented there. So when comparing an elimination, I would essentially ignore that location. I'm looking at the other locations where there was 2 individuals present.
Okay. Now, a couple more topics and then we're done. When you received the evidence, you got more than 7 and 8, correct? You got a number of other samples.
Correct, I did.
You got a backpack, which you labeled as Exhibit 9, and a bunch of items from that backpack. Correct?
Correct, yes.
You were initially told that those items related to things that may have been discarded by the suspect.
So initially, we didn't have any information. So we processed that. Those are items that are good for DNA. Not having any information from the investigators, we process them for DNA. As the investigation continues, it was determined that that backpack was potentially left behind by a bystander, and there was no comparisons needed at that time.
Well, left behind by a bystander, or according to your notes at page 20, the backpack belongs to Kirk's detailees.
Yes, based on the individual that was not my communication log. That was someone else within the laboratory. That was the information that they received.
Before you received any samples, did you request to perform what's called destructive testing on the samples?
Yes, I did. And destructive testing is essentially consuming the sample, cutting the cotton off of the Q-tip or the swab, subjecting it to testing. There's nothing remaining. I have to request permission to consume prior to doing so, and I did in this case.
And why did you do that?
That is part of our protocols, that we have to request permission to consume, and we consume. So DNA, we can't see it. So when an item is swabbed, we don't know how much DNA is on that swab, if anything, or how that swab was used. Did someone just swab using one side of it? Did they roll it and use all sides? Because I don't know that, it's our practice to consume that swab. It's our best chance of getting any DNA evidence.
And that's a determination that you made in this case before you even saw any of the evidence, correct?
Determination to consume?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Now, remember I referred to that NRC report?
Yes.
1996. Did they say there a wrongfully accused person's best insurance against a possibility of being falsely incriminated is the opportunity to have the testing repeated? Such an opportunity should be provided whenever possible.
Yes, that does say that.
And does your laboratory have a policy, standard 7.4, which says, where possible, the laboratory shall retain or return a portion of the evidence, sample, or extract?
That is correct. And we do actually return the remaining extract, the liquid from our DNA testing. So we did consume the swab. However, there was a small amount of liquid that was left and returned.
On some of the items, right?
I believe on all of the items.
Well, we'll get to that in a minute. And that policy that I read is from your lab policy, right? The
Yes.
FBI's lab policy.
Yes, it is.
And then is there also a similar policy from the quality assurance standards, the FBI quality assurance standards, which says the laboratory must have a policy on sample consumption. The policy is expected to provide instruction for if and when the laboratory may or may not consume a sample and any documentation that the laboratory requires.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Now, your report indicates that certain samples were destroyed, consumed, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And which samples were consumed?
Items 1 through 6, which were swabs from possible smudge, swabs of hand swipe, swabs from possible sweat drop, swabs from possible smudge, swabs of possible smudge, and swabs from possible sweat drop. In addition to items 54 and 55, which were swabs of swiped finger areas and swabs of stairwell railing.
Okay, so when you wrote in your report that those items were consumed, which of those items, and by that you mean the actual swab was consumed?
Correct. So a swab is just like a Q-tip. So the cotton portion of that swab was cut off the wooden stick, placed into a tube, subjected to DNA testing. So we consider that consuming. But again, there is liquid at the end of the process that is returned to the field.
And the normal procedure in terms of sample preservation would be something called sample splitting, right? You split the swab and you use half, you save half so that your testing results can be replicated and retested.
So yes, however, again, I don't know how an item is swabbed. So even if I were to cut that swab in half, it could be that I'm testing the half that doesn't have any DNA and the other half may have some DNA, or the swab may have a little bit of DNA on one side and a lot on the other side. So for the best possible chance of getting a DNA profile, it is our practice to consume the entire swab.
So for the first 6 items, those were swabs that were taken from the northeast corner of the Losi building, correct?
Correct, yes.
And you used all of the swabs and you concluded that there was no DNA present on any of those items, correct?
That is correct.
So you couldn't do any comparative testing.
Correct. There was nothing for me to compare to.
Okay. And what did you have left after you did that in terms of the volume of extract? What was left?
So it was approximately 3 microliters. So a very small portion.
Very small portion. And you actually used 10 microliters to do your testing of those samples, right?
That is correct, yes.
So if you didn't get any results with 10, what you left over would not be sufficient to get any sort of independent testing done, correct?
It could be tested. However, my expectation, if I took 10 microliters and did not get any DNA, the remaining 3 would also still not give me any DNA.
Okay. And for item 55, that was 2 swabs of a stairwell, from a stairwell railing where the suspect touched the railing, right?
As far as I know, they were swabs from a stairwell.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand from your lab notes that you took those 2 swabs and combined them into one sample and then used the whole sample, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Before you did that, did you inquire whether the 2 swabs came from 2 different areas? For instance, maybe the suspect touched it here, but the other sample was taken somewhere else?
I did not. They were both labeled as coming from the same stairwell, and they were packaged together. So our policies and procedures is that we can combine those 2 together.
And when you do that, you create a mixture, right?
I don't know that I would agree that combining the 2 would create a mixture. Given the item of evidence, a stairwell railing, I don't necessarily expect that one swab would have one person, the second swab would have a different second person, and combining the 2 of them creates a mixture. However, I don't know that for certain, but again, I don't know is DNA present, so our procedure is to combine and consume those swabs.
And in this case, when you did that, what you got was a complex mixture, right?
I did. I got DNA from more than 5 individuals, so I could not provide a conclusion.
All right.
She literally just contradicted herself.
Mhm.
What? Excuse me.
Mr. Bird.
I'm about to put a DNA sample of my brain on the wall if I have to listen to this for another 20 minutes.
I just have
pressure.
one
Just trying to
area left.
understand. Okay.
No, be done with it. Talked earlier about your testing of the length of the DNA sequence, the length of the DNA boxcars, not the sequence of A, C, T, and G within those sequences, within those boxcars, right?
Correct, yes.
And is it true that there are different alleles that have the same length when you measure by SDRs, but have different sequences?
Yes, that is possible.
And I'd like to show you a chart that you have reviewed, I believe. This is, could you bring up 34? This is not in front of the, on the public screen, just for the witness. And is this a chart that you reviewed to, that I prepared to, and you looked at to see if I had correctly stated what alleles were found?
Yes, it is.
And does it, as it's presently existing, accurately state what the alleles are at each
Yeah.
location?
Yes.
Okay. I would move that into evidence. It's 5 pages and it's Baker 34.
Mr. McBride.
Yes, I object. Unless this exhibit is reasonably likely to defeat the prima facie showing of probable cause, this is irrelevant to the preliminary hearing.
Mr. Burt.
Your Honor, this exhibit and the next one go directly to whether the comparisons being made between Mr. Robinson's sample and the evidence samples are usable and reliable to make a determination that he is a probable contributor.
I'm not sure I'm following with what you're saying on there, right? And maybe it's just because it's late in the day. Could you
Yeah, it could
repeat
be.
that?
He's about to get shut down here if he doesn't.
So this chart illustrates what allele she found at each location for Mr. Twiggs and Mr. Robinson, and for the evidence samples, the 71A and 81A. The other alleles are on here as well, but we're going to focus on 71 and 81. And for instance, Your Honor, at the, you'll see that under the first reading there is for Tyler Robinson at the D3 location. He is a 17. Okay.
This guy, man.
And then if you go on to the 7-1 towel sample, which is what the topic is of this report introduced by the state, you'll see that she found a 17 there as well.
This might be a new strategy where he does this, and then to the jury, he's like, I'll just stop talking if you acquit my client. Oh, fucking, he's not guilty. Just get him to shut up.
That's what I was thinking.
5 or 6 others. There are alleles, all of which measure here 17, but actually contain different sequences. And that her testing that she used does not measure for those differences.
And so as it relates to probable cause, that's what I want to keep coming back
Sure.
to. Again, if this was a trial, this may be a little bit different analysis that the trial judge applies. But as a magistrate, taking a look at this and looking at the probable cause standard, how
he's
how
going to
does
get
this
shut down.
comport?
So it comports because it goes to the ultimate opinion expressed in the report that the state is offering, that the report offers reliable support that Mr. Robinson is a possible contributor. And we're asking the court to consider that the comparisons are only based on a limited number of length-based comparisons, and that there are sequence differences so that she cannot distinguish. And I believe she'll testify, she cannot distinguish based on the testing that she did in at least 5 separate locations, whether the evidence sample and Mr. Robinson's sample, or for that matter, Mr. Twig's sample, matches the sequence differences here. And this is my final area, and I think I can do it very efficiently. And I think it is important for the court to consider, especially as it relates to the comparison.
He also said that 25 minutes ago. So.
And she is also going to testify that the analysis she does is based on looking at the totality and all of the different markers that match and are consistent. And that's how she comes to the opinion that she does. The point is, there are explanations that are susceptible to different interpretations and arguments. Ultimately, we're going to have an expert hearing where all of the literature is going to be before the court, and the court's going to determine if it meets the threshold of reliability for admission at trial. But at this stage, even granting that there may be some argument that may come from defense counsel's position, the court can't weigh it. This does not go to the probable cause determination, and I don't think it's relevant. And this exhibit in particular is not relevant without the testimony of the witness. And so the exhibit should not be admitted on its face either.
That's why I was trying to lay a foundation that she would, and offered a proof to the court that she would testify that in fact there are these sequence differences at the 5 or 6 locations.
That judge is beyond
6
done.
different locations relevant to the comparison to Mr. Robinson. And when the state says the court cannot weigh it, the court can weigh reliability. The court has ruled that. So we're simply asking the court to take into account the limited nature of these comparisons and the fact that she cannot, based on the testing that she performed, tell the court whether there are differences between at these 5 locations. She can't match Mr. Robinson to the question samples because she didn't do sequence testing. And she'll also testify that the FBI is in the process of implementing this kind of testing.
All right. Thank you to both sides. I'm going to allow the admission of this evidence, but I'm also going to set a limit of a limited number of questions. We are now at 4:40. This is on the cusp of whether it is applicable to the probable cause standard. I want to afford defense its full opportunity, but I still have to rein it in to keeping it to probable cause and not going into a full exploration, because that's not the purpose of a preliminary hearing. So I will admit Baker 34, but Mr. Burt, I'm going to limit you to how much time do you need to address
I just
this?
need about 4 or 5 minutes. I mean, the next chart will be the chart with the what are called isoalleles displayed for the court, so the court can see what we're talking about, and that's it.
The judge has to take a dump.
I've heard document that in fact I've accurately stated what the alleles are that have sequence differences.
All right. So it is Mr. McBride.
Just on a second matter, which is I need to.
This is so Utah. Like the judge is too nice to just be like, "Shut your stupid face, guy." Like I'm telling you, that's like he's just too nice. It's like Canada.
I accept Mr. Burt's representations amount of time, and I'm going to talk less because that's consuming more time, and also allow the state the appropriate time for cross-examination given the nature of this witness having to travel. So, Mr. Burt, I'll turn
He's so done, dude.
Do you want it on the screens?
Actually, I don't need it on the screen, just in the interest of efficiency. Pull up the next one, please.
Okay.
In all fairness, he did say one more question 2 hours ago.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Come on, 35. Take that one down. And is this exhibit the same chart with what are called the isoalleles indicated?
Yes, it is.
And isoalleles is a term used to refer to these alleles that have different sequence but the same length.
Correct, yes.
So across the top there for allele 17 and D3, there is a allele 17A, allele 17B, allele 17C, all with the same length, but different sequences for each of those three.
Correct, yes.
And similarly at VWA, where you say that the Mr. Robinson is an 1819 and 1819 in the evidence sample, there's an 18A, a 18B, a 19A, and a 19B.
Correct, yes.
And similarly for the other areas I've indicated there, I've accurately stated what the different sequence alleles are, correct?
Yes.
So I move this exhibit into evidence, Your Honor, and for publication.
Is this Baker 34?
Yes. 35. Baker 35.
Same objection, Your Honor.
All right. I'll admit it into evidence under the previous statement as it relates to Baker 34. It may be published.
And as you look at these 5 areas, you can't distinguish the evidence samples.
Oh my God.
Mr. Robinson based on the sequence differences, can you?
Correct. I only utilize length differences, STRs in this case. The FBI laboratory does not use sequencing for nuclear DNA testing, nor am I qualified in it.
Right. What is NGS?
NGS stands for Next Generation Sequencing.
And your laboratory is involved in validating next generation sequencing, correct?
We utilize next generation sequencing for mitochondrial DNA, which is a different subset of DNA testing, but not for nuclear DNA testing, which is what we're talking about today.
Right. But the people who market STR Mix also market a sequence platform, do they not?
I'm not aware if they do or do not.
He's never going to stop. The judge is going to have to just say, hey, man, we put it in evidence.
I think he's on the spectrum.
I wouldn't stop either if I was him.
This guy is like, it's like if you had Joe Biden try to try this case, you know?
Well, he needs to be short and concise and get his point across, and he's dragging it out, missing the opportunity.
100%. Yeah. I think he's completely bowload. I mean, it's important what we're talking about here, but I think he's completely bowload his opportunity to make his point, and now he's going to get cut off.
I'm saying if he does this in front of the jury's going to convict Tyler just to fuck with this guy.
Just to mess with him?
Literally all of this is just to establish the the DNA test is not, or the DNA testing is not 100%. It's like, now what are we trying to get down to, like what exact, just like it's 72.1%. It's like, it's not 100.
Good afternoon.
Now the prosecution.
Well, he doesn't have 9 books with him like the other guy did. So
yeah. I'm gonna have to go prep. I'm gonna have to go in a second. I gotta prep for this I'm interviewing I'm interviewing Jeffrey Epstein tomorrow.
I
I mean
start
Palm
by
Beach Pete
asking
tomorrow.
you what your training and experience is. First of all, do you have any education?
Yes, I do. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology from Salisbury University.
And do you, after your bachelor's in biology degree, what did you do for your career and in further education?
Upon graduating from college, I began working at the FBI laboratory as a contractor. I was assigned to the Federal Convicted Offender Program, which was a program under the DNA unit. During that time, I did that for approximately a year and a half. It was my responsibility to open and inventory and barcode DNA collection kits sent in from federal agencies across the United States. I then became a biologist in the DNA casework unit. I did that for approximately 6 years. During that time, I did the actual testing of items of evidence, so swabbing, cutting those swabs, producing the DNA profile. And then in 2015, I accepted a position as a forensic examiner, which I am still today.
I'm sorry, what year was that?
2015.
So 11 years, you've been doing more or less the same duties you have now, is that right?
Correct, yes.
I want to ask you about your lab's accreditation. What is accreditation for a laboratory?
Accreditation is a formal recognition that our laboratory is following a very strict set of standards. We're accredited by ANAB, the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board. And our accreditation shows that we have to follow standards such as I have to have a certain education background, how we process evidence, how we store evidence. Every 4 years, we're audited to those standards, meaning an outside body will come into our laboratory, look at my training records, look at our standard operating procedures to ensure that we're following those standards.
And you mentioned your training. So what do you have to do as an examiner there, as a scientist there, for your lab to maintain its accreditation?
So for my training program, I had to complete a 2-year training program. During that time, I learned the science behind DNA testing, and I showed that I understood that science by completing oral board examinations and written examinations. I also then had to show that I could relay those scientific results to a jury by completing moot court exercises. And before becoming qualified, I then took something called a competency exam, or it's like a final examination to show that I'm qualified to perform my duties. During that accreditation or that audit process, my training records were reviewed to make sure that I had the proper coursework, the proper college degree, as well as completing successfully that training program.
And do you have to keep up with ongoing education to maintain your, do you have a certification?
I'm not certified. I'm qualified as an examiner.
To maintain your qualification, do you have to have ongoing education?
Yes, on a yearly basis, I have to complete at least 8 hours of continuing education, and this can be done by attending conferences or lectures or reading scientific literature.
Do you also have to undergo proficiency testing?
Yes, and a proficiency test is a test that we receive from an outside vendor. I process that test like I would any other case and submit that those answers to determine if I'm satisfactory or unsatisfactory. This tests not only me to see if I'm still proficient in my qualifications, but it also tests the laboratory process to ensure that we're getting accurate and reliable results.
Now, as you discussed your work in this case, you talked about your work needing to be reviewed by another analyst.
Correct, yes.
And is that true in every single case?
Yes, in every one of our cases, they have to undergo a technical review in addition to an administrative review.
And it sounds like during those technical reviews and administrative reviews, there's discussions between you and other analysts. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And is that an opportunity for training and learning as well?
Yes, absolutely.
And I assume that training and learning goes both directions, that you're learning and you're also helping others understand your thought process, which may train them as well. Is that accurate?
That's true, yes.
The tools you use, are the tools you use validated?
Yes, they are.
And what does that mean to have a tool that you use validated?
So a validation is a thorough testing of a process or procedure. So before we subject any evidence to testing, we ensure that those process and procedures will work within our laboratory. Based on the validation, we create something called standard operating procedures, or SOPs. And these are kind of like cookbooks. It gives us step-by-step instructions on how to do our process and procedures. And then both myself as an examiner, as well as the biologists, were all trained to those standard operating procedures and tested to those standard operating procedures during proficiency tests.
Now, you've talked about, I think, a couple of the tools you use. One you call StarMix, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And is that tool validated?
Yes, it's validated both developmentally and internally. Developmentally it's validated by the creators of the software. And then we, the FBI laboratory, also tested StarMix to ensure that we could use it within our laboratory and produce accurate and reliable results.
Now, when you say it was developmentally validated, is that in a peer-reviewed study?
Yes, it is.
And is StarMix used, how widely is StarMix used throughout the world?
StarMix is used in approximately 120 laboratories, both domestically and internationally.
I want to go back to some of the questions that you were asked on direct examination. You were asked about an Exhibit 8.4, Baker 8.4, which is the DOJ Ultra, which is the Uniform Language. What does that stand for?
Uniform language for reporting and testimony, I believe.
Okay. It talks about language that you should use and language that you shouldn't use as an examiner and a scientist, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Now, I want to ask you a little bit about what you do when you have a conclusion, like you did in Exhibit 31. Do you know? Let's see. The directive from the Department of Justice limits the adjectives you can use to describe the evidence and the conclusions that you reach. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
And the thinking behind that is to submit the statistical number and let others decide, meaning the reader decide how they want to describe that number. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
So for example, if we can look at Exhibit 31, if you don't mind publishing that. Yes, and that's been admitted. So if we can put it on the screen. And Kimberly, if you could scroll to page 3 when that comes up. Thank you. So item 7 sub 1 is the swabbing from the towel from the rifle. We have the number in written form in the second paragraph beneath the heading. And then beneath that, you have a table, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the likelihood ratio gives the number, right? That's the likelihood ratio. And that's stated in sentence form in the paragraph preceding the table, correct?
Correct, yes.
The only language you can use to describe what that number means from the DOJ directive is very strong support for inclusion, correct?
Correct, yes.
And the sentence there that says the DNA results from item 7.1 are 1.7 octillion times more likely if Twiggs and T. Robinson are contributors than if Twiggs and an unknown, unrelated person are contributors. The reader can assign whatever value they want to that, correct?
What do you mean?
Meaning adjective to describe what that means.
Sure, yes.
The adjective you can use is very strong support.
For inclusion, yes.
Okay, for inclusion. All right, if we go to 8.1, if you'll, Kimberly, if you can scroll down just to make that a little bit easier to view. Same question there. The results are from 8-1 are 30 quintillion times more likely if Twiggs and T. Robinson are contributors than if Twiggs and an unknown, unrelated person are contributors. The adjective you're allowed to use is very strong support for inclusion again, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we can take that exhibit down. Thank you. You were asked about formal activity level, and you described this as the lab cannot testify about, or you cannot testify about what action left the DNA on the object. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Does that mean that an individual did or did not touch? Oh, let me ask you this. How can DNA get onto an object?
DNA can get on an object via direct contact, so an individual touching an object. It can also end up on an item via body fluids such as blood, or through transfer. So if I were to touch an object and then that object is given to someone else, my DNA could potentially be on that other individual through the transfer of DNA.
And your lab can't, or you cannot testify as to what precise action left the DNA on the object, correct?
Correct, I cannot.
Okay. Same question about time. You can't testify about the exact time that DNA was left on an object, right?
Correct.
But there are some indicators that may give some information about how long and the conditions under which DNA was placed on an item, like degradation.
Yes, degradation or the condition of the item. So again, if a firearm, for example, is in a river, I would expect with the water rushing over that item, I may or may not be able to detect DNA. Also, if there's an item of evidence that is exposed to the elements, something that's been left behind 10 years ago, I don't necessarily expect to recover DNA, but something that may have been left yesterday, I might be able to detect DNA.
An item that has been left in the dirt or has been rubbed in the dirt, could that affect your ability to recover DNA?
It could, yes.
Could it also affect degradation?
Yes.
Can UV rays affect degradation?
Yes, it can.
Does degradation keep you from doing your work?
No, it does not.
Is degradation normal?
Yes, it is.
Does all DNA degrade?
It does, yes.
I imagine if it's kept in a pristine environment, it would degrade less than if it's kept in, or if it's found in a less or out in the open. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. You said with regard to the screwdriver, there was some degradation. Did that affect your ability to reach conclusions in this case?
No, it did not.
You said on item 7, the towel or the swab from the towel, there was slight degradation, not as much as exhibit 8. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Did that degradation affect your ability to reach a conclusion here?
No, it did not.
You're asked about the PCAST report. You testified that gave guidance on different areas of forensic science. Do you know what year that report was published?
I don't recall the year.
Do you know if it's been within the last 5 years?
No, it is not.
Meaning it's older than that?
Yes.
Do you know if it's been the last 10 years?
I think it was 2016, but I'm not entirely sure. I would say within the last 10 years.
Let me ask you this. Has the science in your area, can I refer to it as probabilistic genotyping?
Probabilistic genotyping is the math in my area. Yes.
The science in your area and in your field, has it developed over the last 10 years?
Yes, it has.
And have there been studies that have made suggestions which have been implemented in the field?
Yes.
You testified about Exhibits 7 and 8, that they both had mixtures. Excuse me. Yes, items 7 and 8. In your testing of these items, that they both had mixtures. And you stated, I want to make sure I understood this. You stated, I believe, that the minor contributor was less than 20%, and that it was actually 5%, and the ratio was 5% to 95%.
For one of the samples, yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Does that mean the 5% was from twigs, and the 95%, that 95% is assumed from the defendant, the Robinson?
When I calculated the statistic, Twiggs's DNA profile aligned with the 5% contributor, and Mr. Robinson's DNA profile aligned better with the 95% contributor.
Okay. Same question with regard to 8. I think you said the ratio was 11% from the minor and 89% from the major. Is that Twiggs being the 11% and Robinson being the 89%?
Yes, Twiggs better aligned with that 11% contributor, and Mr. Robinson better aligned with that 79% contributor.
You're asked about Baker 4, an exhibit that was titled Baker 4 365. Do you remember this exhibit by chance? I don't have a copy of it, so, well, do you have Baker 4 365? Put that up. And item 7 is the towel, right?
Yes.
Item 8 is the screwdriver.
Correct, yes.
Thank you. You know, it's 5 o'clock. I'm going to wrap up. We can go ahead and take that down. Sorry. Thank you for helping.
He threw in the towel.
In reaching your conclusions, did you follow the protocols of your accredited lab?
Yes, I did.
And based on your training and experience in following those protocols, did you in fact come to the conclusions described in Exhibit 31?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Right, Mr. Burt? And how much time are you anticipating? Right.
He's back.
Judge should have ended it for the day right there.
Oh my God.
That was a mistake.
No.
I love it.
The PCAST report. Experience or judgment cannot be used to establish the scientific validity and reliability of a metrological method, such as a forensic feature comparison method. Moreover, a forensic examiner's experience from extensive casework is not informative because the right answers are not typically known in casework, and thus examiners cannot accurately know how often they erroneously declare matches and cannot readily hone their accuracy by learning from their mistakes in the course of casework. Do you agree with that statement?
I don't. I think experience, they're right in the fact that we never know the true answer. However, my experience means that I've seen a lot of different DNA. I've seen a lot of validation data. So that does help me come to a conclusion.
Do you agree with this statement by that same report? Good professional practices, such as the existence of professional societies, certification programs, accreditation programs, peer-reviewed articles, standardized protocols, proficiency testing, and the code of ethics cannot substitute for actual evidence of scientific validity and reliability.
I don't think I agree with that either. The science has been heavily validated and tested to show that's reliable. Following protocols that are based on validation, again, shows that my results are accurate and reliable, as well as being proficiency tested.
By the way, you said that that report was not authored by experts, but the head of that group was Eric Lander, who is one of the foremost experts in the area of forensic biology, is he not?
That name does not ring a bell. I don't know who that individual is.
You don't know who Eric Lander is?
No, I do not.
Okay. When did you? What years?
2003 to 2007.
You said that STR mix was widely used and then it's been validated. The PCAST report said the problem is it's been validated by the people selling the product, right?
Yep.
Developmental validation, yes. Internal validation, no. A laboratory that's going to utilize STAR mix has to validate within their own laboratory.
And the PCAST report said that we need validation data, not by the people selling the product, but by independent scientists in order to make this reliable, right?
They do, and that's exactly what happened. There was 31 laboratories that came together in response to the PCAST report and gave their validation data on how they internally validated STAR mix.
And then after that information came forward, the PCAST committee reviewed it and they said PCAST was unpersuaded by those studies. While likelihood ratios are a mathematically sound concept, their application requires making a set of assumptions about DNA profiles that require empirical testing. Errors in the assumptions can lead to errors in the results. To establish validity with a range of parameters, it is thus important to undertake empirical testing with a variety of samples in the relevant range. And they specifically address the studies you're referring to, did they not?
I believe they did, yes.
Yeah. And then lastly, you said that STR mix is widely used, but as I understand your testimony, you didn't use it and rely upon it for your conclusion about twigs, right? The software told you there was no support there for including them, and you ignored it and decided otherwise, correct?
I did not ignore it. Again, given the type of sample, it was an elimination sample. I compared that individual to the DNA profile that I developed and determined that I could conclude that I could utilize him as an elimination sample.
You said your laboratory was accredited, correct?
Yes.
But you're aware that in 2004, the Inspector General did a comprehensive audit of your laboratory and published a report called the FBI DNA Laboratory Report, a review of protocol and practice vulnerabilities, which found a number of errors in the way that your lab does testing, correct?
Objection. The 2004 study is hardly relevant to this proceeding 22 years later.
It's relevant because he's relying on accreditation to somehow say that these results are valid. This lab was accredited when this study was done.
I'll allow this single question. She may respond. So I'm overruling the objection, and then we'll continue to move forward.
You're aware of that study, right?
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Because I have to take a shit, and
if you guys were noticing body language here, when he asks questions, she responds to the judge.
You never know the true answer with field work, correct?
Correct, yes.
And
see how she answers the prosecutor directly?
Where you do know the true answer and you can compare the conclusions that analysts draw with the true answer, the ground truth answer that is the basis of the study. Is that right?
Yes, and that is what our validation is.
Your validation actually studies is a ground truth test in essence.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Like her body language, she answers the prosecutor directly. She refuses to look at the defense attorney when she responds to questions. Very interesting body language wise.
Thank you.
Great catch.
Right. Well, does either party need the benefit of the record before we go into recess?
Recess?
Recess meaning we're not going home?
No,
Hold up.
We'll go ahead and be adjourned until tomorrow at 1
there you go.
Okay. Do not have morning court for this.
Oh, that's right.
And
what's tomorrow?
1 p.m. in the afternoon.
1 p.m.
So tomorrow starts at 2 Central.
Okay.
Okay. Good.
All right. So
Good. I can do my day 2 recap in the morning then. I don't have to try to pump that out tonight. So for everybody
scheduling
watching,
mine at 8:00. Well, in an hour from now.
Oh boy.
I promised everybody a rant.
The end there was brutal.
That stuff's super important, but my God, tough listen.
Delaying the groundwork.
The last part was a tough listen. The first part was pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's that lawyer in particular, the dude.
Yeah.
Well, it's just so complex when you get into like that, like, you know, forensic biology.
Yeah, it's just a boring.
It's going to be hard to listen to. If you're not like a forensic biologist, it's going to be tough to listen to no matter what, regardless of how important it is, you know.
For sure.
All right, so before everyone heads out, we're gonna finish up. We have to do supers. We have quite a few to get through. We're gonna hit as many as we can, and there's no way we can hit all of them. I'm looking at it right now. We'd be on here for probably 5 or 6 hours.
Thank you guys so much, but
but
especially with this,
for
this
sure.
many people on here.
Yep. So the rest of the week, we are still going to be live through all of it. The only difference is tomorrow, Wednesday, it starts at 1:00 p.m. Mountain or 2:00 p.m. Central, and then Thursday, Friday, it goes back to mornings again.
Okay.
So we will get all that stuff posted, and you'll be able to look out and see our posts and everything on it for tomorrow.
And Bays, let me know if you want to do a collaboration because I'm about to go live myself too.
100%.
I'll be doing a pretrial show 2 hours before the pretrial starts the hearing.
Okay, that's what's up.
So if you want to join, you can.
Yeah, and of course we appreciate everyone being here. This is awesome. This has been 2 days in a row that have been super long, and you guys have stuck through it. Obviously, we couldn't do it without you. So much love to you guys.
Thank you to all the viewers for being with us on this, man. It's been fun.
Almost 9 hours.
Yep.
It was that long.
Yeah.
And guys, thank you for having me too. I really appreciate it.
8 hours and 40 minutes right now.
I did my best to be on my best behavior.
Oh, you failed. Damn it.
What?
Jesse threw in the towel, dude. His
Jesse was getting pissed. He was like, "What is going on? What the hell is happening?"
That was too much for Jesse.
Oh my God.
He's like, screw this. I got JE tomorrow.
All right. So anyone that's staying, we're going to be doing supers. If you're leaving, make sure you guys hit that like on the way out, and hopefully we'll see you the rest of the week as well. And guys, how can we organize best to get through this smoothly? Valhalla, what are you looking at when you know it's yours? Are you looking at StreamYard?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I know mine. Mine are the little dashes, at least on my screen. You guys probably have the same thing for you.
Do you guys all have StreamYard open so you can follow along with all the supers?
Yeah, it makes it way faster.
And you know which one's yours? We don't have to guess.
I only have a few.
I only have a couple.
I only got a couple.
Yeah, all mine have been.
But I know
mine
mine.
listed in studio.
Okay.
All right, let's go ahead and get started here. Sticky Icky Liberty, thanks for the super. Is the defense's argument that all white people look alike? LOL. How different would this case be if it wasn't a white fella?
You might not be able to say that.
Well, Mr. Let Go.
Oh, we actually did that one already.
Yeah, I think we
did. We?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I had that one still highlighted.
Depresso Lee Bear. Thank you, brother. To you as well. If they'd given them the death penalty, he can appeal in federal court or to federal court. I thought that's what we thought, and then it turned out not to be true.
So it's not true.
Well, I don't know. Me and Matt were asking about that yesterday. I'm not sure if we ever got a full answer on that. But
yeah, we're gonna have to dig deeper into that before we start tomorrow. Ant Lang, thanks for the super from Canada. Tyler clears under 72 inches on his mugshot, 6 foot. Yeah, I guess officially he's 5'10". I think that's what we're rolling with.
That's what I've heard too.
Teach House, thanks for the super. The defense must object to everything the procedure puts out. It will ensure Tyler gets a retrial if convicted. Yep, very true.
Joseph Deuce and Rita, for a reason, crazy laws, religious nuts, and a cult mentality. I mean, some of those things are going to help the prosecution for sure. Trust me, bro. My bro told me, and I trust that bro. It's pretty accurate.
That should be a t-shirt. Warlock Lander, thanks for the super. Tyler should say, I demand a trial by combat. That's funny. Trial to the death.
I think his name was Robbie Hill. He catches pedos. I don't remember what that's in reference to. But thank you, Johnny. Thank you. I know a guy who knows a guy who said he did it. Yeah, the old hearsay. Creasy says, Nate, are you and I the only ones tracking why he showed up in shorts, change his clothes to change his look, and conceal the weapon through a little exaggerated limp, or it's not him at all? I don't. The confusion. Well, I mean, it could be a lot of different reasons. You know what I mean? I would assume he's, scouting the area. That would be like showing up in a different outfit. That was my first thought. He's casing the area, figuring out where Charlie Kirk is going to be, all those different things, and then changing the outfit. But again, changing a third time to go to Dairy Queen, that's where I'm like, I don't know what's going on anymore.
Freedom for me too. Thanks for the super. Can someone please tell Jesse that his wife can talk? He never lets her talk. Christ is king.
Oh man.
Don't be mean to Jesse.
Y'all are hilarious.
Well, thank you for whoever that is. If CK's neck could stop 30-06, I wonder what D's you-know-whats could stop. Not sure. Probably not a 30-06, though. You could test it.
No.
But don't do that. Yeah.
We don't recommend that.
No.
Kyle, it's just who I am. Thanks for the super chat again. Based on what we've seen so far, I can't help but feel like it's going too well. They must have something. Then I remembered Lance Twiggs. I'm sure they got him to say their perfect story. Back up the
100%.
hearsay dump truck.
That's definitely coming, I think. Full confession. Or not confession, but full admittance that Tyler told him or something. Supreme Court could take the case after going through state appellate courts, then the U.S. Court of Appeals. You can apply for a writ of, I don't even know what that word is, for Supreme Court to consider taking your case. Interesting. I think, yeah, we'll have to, again, we had an attorney in here explaining maybe why that wasn't the case, but we'll find out. Who's that for?
Not me.
Not me.
Let's see. Hold on. What is it?
Crispy. Might be for Jesse, too. Forgot about that.
Charlie
No, that
was
was
a bold-faced liar, according to the demon Andrew Covet. So the gender ideology or motive to Tyler Robinson would be false. Charlie said one thing in public, but believed the opposite in private.
Interesting. Nate has a poop bucket next to his desk. That's why he hasn't left his chair. You've got me figured out now. You got me figured out. Yeah.
Vicky Carrot, come on, guys. You know Bayes is the better one of the five ratings.
Come on.
You're saying he's number one.
Ladies,
I'll take that.
ladies. Come on,
And
ladies.
Valhalla has mastered number 2. Let's see. Truth Matters. Thanks for the super. Seems like if the Big Bang was a coordinated event, as it appeared to have been, the shooter was on an extreme tight schedule. Was he running late? Yeah, timing is a big question about all this.
Adam, what's up, brother? Adam's done some really good ballistic testing work too on this. Have you seen my video on my theory of the real shooter being one tier below where TR was allegedly was? I haven't seen it, but I mean that's gone along with my initial theory as well. Also, someone sent me photos of a person in all black, head to toe, in that area. Interesting.
What about a
No,
drone?
I haven't seen it, man. But
No, drones are out.
Drones are out. Okay.
But I'll take a look, man. I'll watch it.
Yeah, I mean, drone is possible, but very unlikely in this scenario.
Yeah, pretty unlikely.
Rachel X Owen, thanks for the super. Hi guys, my son is in the British Army. Thanks for his service. He's 21. Says no way TR took that shot. Do you agree defense should bring an expert in sniper military? Doesn't know. I don't. That shot's it's only 140 yards. I mean, my daughter can make that shot. I mean, there's more stress, obviously, in the situation, but she can lay down 140 yards and she can hit whatever. So
it's funny though, because I do stress testing in all my schools that I put on. And the very last thing we do, I make you do a lot of physical exercise before you take that shot to jack your heart rate through the roof, and you would be blown away at how experienced shooters can no longer shoot accurately.
Yeah, it messes
under
up your
high levels
breathing.
of duress, even from close. So, you know, adrenaline does a lot to you when you're trying to shoot under duress, especially long gun shooting.
yeah,
But
I mean,
not the
adrenaline-
hardest shot in the world, to Matt's point, either.
Yeah, but adrenaline would be much worse than just working out, because working out's not going to get your adrenaline anywhere near as high. It's not going to dilate
True.
your eyes and all that too.
Mhm.
So, but yeah.
Hands are shaking, all kinds of different stuff that goes on.
Yeah.
Bradley says, love from Pittsburgh. VFT, just want to say thank you. You saved my life. Well, brother. However, I did that. I love to hear that. Marine combat veteran struggling with mental health. Content help me push through each day. Thank you for being you and all you do. Semper Fi. Well, I'm honored, man. And make sure you never do that, right? Because it's not going to make anything better. To me, it looks like there's two similar cars at the scene. By the way, the car in the specific spec is rare. Interesting. At Darren, Jesse has talked about this a lot, says Robinson was bribed to be a patsy due to his web history.
But I'm not going to prison or getting the blank penalty for no money. So I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I think that one's a stretch.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Unless they hit him with the trust me, bro.
Yeah.
Rich X Owen, thanks for becoming a channel member.
Love and follow every one of you. Keep doing what you're doing. This live's great. If I wasn't poor because of Trump and our greatest ally, I'd give you more. Well, brother, just you being here is good enough. I always tell everybody that.
Yep, just hit that like. That's all it takes. Tesla rent. I felt this was a cover-up for months and also feel that something will happen to cause someone to expose it. And Bayes, you are on the list.
There we go.
Bayes feels sexy now.
Yeah. Look at his head. He's getting built up now. You can go find his wife tonight. Let's see. Colleen Kelly. Let's see. I was just WAO with a friend who's watching Trail on Fox. He literally said there's a mountain of evidence to prove Tyler Robinson did it.
Maybe it's still coming, guys. You know, we're still waiting for the mountain.
Yeah, and the thing is, when it comes, will you be open to it? Will you climb that mountain? So,
well, right now we got a little bit of an anthill, not quite Mount Olympus yet. So, don't know.
Oh, that one's me. Sorry. Off topic, but important. Call your Congress and demand taking out sections 219 and 622 of the 2027 NDAA. We need to help Massey block this. 1,000%.
That's actually important.
1,000%.
It's going to go through.
Section
Understand
2.
that our Congress is completely bought and paid for, and it's going to go through. But at least
what's
we can get as much eyes
219?
on it. I think that's the new subset of 220 that 224 was, and
the merging.
Yeah, and then 622 is the Senate version of this as well.
Yeah, the 622 is what makes it so the president has to sign off on why. This is crazy.
Not good. Where did he change into his black clothes and conceal the rifle? We don't know. Apparently on the roof, but we haven't seen that. So, running for president of the United States of America, independent and radical transparency party with AI assistance. Vote for me. You want to run as president as AI? I mean, why not at this point? I guess. F it.
Sandra Allen, circumstantial isn't beyond a reasonable doubt. Correct.
Maybe Jesse's studied the history of the 60s associations, and I'm saying the similarities are there. The same exact rifle as Oswald. Was it? I know MLK, yes. I don't know about Oswald.
That would have been crazy if that.
But I may be wrong. Yeah.
What if it's the literal exact rifle?
The actual one, serialized.
The Donna TB, thanks for the super. Can you please list everyone's channel names somewhere?
Yeah, you can probably do it on the bottom
names
banner.
are usually under the video. Like, I didn't know you can take the names off.
Oh yeah, let me do that real quick.
Because I think that's what people have been asking.
Yeah, it's actually having our names up there. I didn't put my actual channel name in, so that would have screwed that up. But.
Lee Harvey Oswald says 6.5 millimeter Mannlicher Carcano bolt action rifle.
Mannlicher
shoots a 38 caliber.
Not
and
the
a
same.
38 caliber Smith & Wesson revolver.
Not the same rifle. I think you were thinking about the MLK shooting, brother.
Who me? Oh, the other person.
No, the commenter.
Yeah.
That was a 30-06. Well, we don't know because that also ballistically was never proven that it was a 30-06.
Yeah, years later. Yeah, years later,
But,
they said they couldn't definitively connect it.
The actual ballistic forensics experts in the case said that at the time. That's why they were able to sue. The family was able to sue on the civilian side and win later. Yeah.
You guys want to do that one while I update the banner?
Yeah, Kevin Stewart 99 says the lady that provided the Nest footage said it was a bald guy and 3 guys in the car. Where were you on 9?
Uh-oh, they got us. They got us, boys. They got the crew.
Imagine all the ones that cover it are the ones that were in on. That'd be so crazy.
Let's see. Mandulk, thanks for the super. ABX Jans, thanks for the super chat. Baron said, why would the defense pick a theory for prelim? They have no reason to do that.
Don't know.
Theory as, I guess, the shooting theory, the official narrative. Manduke, thanks for another super. Taskmaster LLC. Yes, there was 6 or 7 witnesses for the defense, but only 3 are going to be called. Interesting. Okay. I didn't know that. Everybody calm down now. Rank yourself from most likely to accidentally start a conspiracy theory to most likely to accidentally solve one.
I don't know. I mean, I don't really do a whole lot of tinfoil. I'd probably be right in the middle.
Yeah, I'm in the middle. So we just have to pick the ends. So Jesse's definitely most likely to start one.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. I just looked at the information and made delineation.
And I think Dankson is AI is most likely.
I was going to say
solve it.
Dank's probably most likely to solve one.
And start one.
Yeah. Start one and then solve it.
Yeah.
Didn't Professor Coleman indicate that the Charger had a sunroof? That's interesting. Because I just looked at the actual Charger on my phone. The car in the latest videos has no sunroof. Good job, guys.
Interesting.
Paul Pearson, thanks for the super. Look at the e-files. How many covering up that right now in our faces? I think they gave examples of what they would do to youth, like they do in the e-files. Zorro and said your kids or this plan. Just my theory. Well, you have that, and you have the war. You know, like I don't know if you guys saw, but today the U.S. just attacked Iran again today.
You see, Iran just blew the shit out of 2 oil cargo ships in the Strait today as well.
Yeah, it's been crazy over there.
Yeah, we're kind of, and I'm not talking about it. You know what I mean? So they're distracting well.
Oh, that's Tammy, Tamara. She told me it's Tamara. They use scripture to send codes. WDYT. Shout out to Tamara.
Mike says, what are your first impressions at this very moment? I think for me, the prosecution has been incredibly weak, especially with the evidence. But I also think that to expect that we're going to see a trial no matter what. So
I actually think he may get off.
You don't think they'll go to trial at all?
No, it's going to go to trial, but I think he's going to get off.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I'll have to see the real trial. I just mean it's going to go to a trial.
Yeah. It's going to go to trial. They got to make some money. I think part of this is about money.
Let's see. T Rabman. LA Top Files just posted a pics of the 2 backpacks. Yeah, we did pull that up.
Yeah.
Definitely different backpacks. I mean, different brands and everything.
Yeah.
Alpaca Renee. Let's see. This is to you, Mr. Let Go.
Mr. Let Go. Yes. If Erica pushed not to have TR tried and it was in line with their script, they would make it go away. Rules don't apply to them. And I'm going to do a video about making things go away because Candace talked about something. They made something go away from Candace. Candace had like some kind of scandal. So yeah, thank you for reminding me of that.
Seems like would take a gymnast or someone trained to parkour who has been conditioned bones and joints to pull that drop off without getting hurt. I mean, it would snap my knees in half at 40. I'll tell you that, but maybe not a skinny 22-year-old kid.
Yeah, he's a kid.
Yeah. TR groomed to be on the roof, but didn't take shots. Smaller caliber rifle from somewhere else was taken. The missing SD cards would have proved this. Hi from the UK. You're not far off my initial theory, man. So I don't know if I'm still there, but
awake, not woke. Leaving. Oh, here we go again. Leaving the base off the list has the same problem as the case. What we're seeing doesn't match what we're being told.
Thank you.
Bays, you'll still be number 5 though. Just so you know.
Dear
Do a
Jen.
poll on men who own maroon shirts. That is a point. I don't think I own a maroon shirt.
I don't
Guys,
have
you
any
own a-
maroon clothes.
I don't.
I got one. I'll wear it tomorrow.
There you go. I definitely don't. Maroon's not my color.
Virginia Erickson, what's the best way to intimidate a judge? Have the president's crooked son walk into your courtroom. Add to that all the TPUSA shysters. Officer Tatum, Jack Posobiec.
That's the least intimidating people ever, though. So,
about to him, who knows? He's in Utah.
Yeah, that's true. Go immediately preceded by a no at full combat speed. Sounds like no go. Somebody's here.
Oh,
Kelly.
that's mine. I believe it was close range. What's up, Kelly?
Jay Fraven. This guy sure has several clothing personalities, but has not been addressed by anyone. Are the injuries present on his hands and the separate torso injuries that are unrelated to an alleged gunshot?
Talk about Charlie?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean,
well, I mean, that's been addressed by a lot of independent creators, but definitely not by the trial yet.
Hopefully we'll hear a good medical examination.
If Epstein can wander around in public, anything is possible. Shout out to Katie. That's a fact.
That's probably for Jess.
Yeah, and everyone who's there. Jesse is interviewing him, I believe, tomorrow.
Yeah. Old Palm Beach.
So, should be good.
On YouTube or?
I think so.
I don't know. It's not live, is it?
I'm not sure.
I wouldn't do it live if I was him.
Yeah, I think it's pre-recorded.
Yo, I got to bounce, take care of the family. But
all right, brother man.
It. Thanks to the super chatters. I read it all. Love you guys. See
All right,
y'all
thanks.
tomorrow.
Thanks.
All right.
See you, thanks. All right. Well, probably from here, let's do greens and above.
Okay.
And then probably as we get a little bit further, we'll go to yellows and above. Because again, we can't be here for 5 hours, guys. Love you, but
the acknowledgement is important, I believe.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So
that's why we always try to do all of them.
I appreciate.
So up front, thanks to everyone who super chatted, everyone who supported, all the new members. Laser Queen, has anyone looked into a directed energy weapon, messes with audio, causes posturing, skin rash, residual radiation? Interested if anyone has gotten sick. I haven't heard anything about. I mean, people have emailed me nonstop about it being some kind of energy thing, or but I don't know. I'd have to see some kind of proof or see the technology or something.
Do you think Utah was chosen by Uncle BB?
Yes.
And had Erica Vance adjust TPSA schedule accordingly because of crazy hearsay laws and other dumb laws? We've gotten this comment probably, 50 times, Matt?
Yep.
I don't know.
I personally think Utah was specifically picked.
Seems
for all
pretty
these
convenient for the prosecution seeing what we're seeing now, but
yeah.
Would like to see CK's mic battery in evidence in a day of exploding pagers. I'm not ruling out exploding battery packs. I bet you that shit's long gone, homies. Long gone. And that's gotten rid of, I bet.
Gava, in my opinion, he messed up by going to the cops. Then they picked an enhanced pics to look more like him. The patsy who pulled the short straw. I watch you all.
Maybe. Please get to all the super chats. I wait till the end. I spent $15 to say this. We're working on it, brother. We're working on it.
That's funny. Hey, everyone. Does anyone think the shot could have came from a drone? I was just bringing that up. Been watching another channel, and he believes it was more plausible.
It's possible, but plausible? Possible and plausible, not the same thing. For me, I think it's one of the more unlikely theories.
I'm staying with
it is possible, though.
My air gun theory.
That's another interesting one.
Don't forget TR in shorts and a maroon t-shirt.
And jeans and a maroon t-shirt.
Yeah.
In a different time.
And a different book bag.
Let's see. Arby's. Nope. ARB. UVU is not LDS or owned by the church. It is very diverse. However, they do have one Seminar Institute building. UVU is proud not to be religion affiliated.
Interesting. But if you actually, I believe I Googled it before, that I believe over 80% of the students are Mormon. So
Scope is a Vortex Diamondback, not even close to 2K.
Don't know what that is.
I don't know. Did someone make a claim that he had some super fancy scope or something?
I think that came out super early, that he had a $2,000 scope on it or something like that. First couple days.
And we seen it wasn't a $2,000 scope.
No. As far as Jesse's theory goes, check out the plot of Prison Break Season 1. The assistant president's brother who was falsely unalive to the public and forced to live in Montana in a fortified safe house. I'm sure there's movies about it, stuff like that. But
Betsy Prunty, thank you.
Kimmy, thank you. Tyler's mugshot is 6 foot tall. Tyler on booking sheet 5'10". Yeah, it sounds like he's probably closer to 5'10". Joe Daddy, thank you for the big generous donation here. It says, I watch you VFT every day. Don't know the other guys, but I will subscribe. It's great. I've been watching this and I love organized arguments. My question is, what is your favorite Star Trek series and episode? I don't think I've ever watched an episode of Star Trek, brother. I hate to let you down on that one, but I'm not
The
a
Next
Trekkie.
Next Generation with Picard.
I don't even know what that means. So Matt's a better question person to ask, I guess. If you ask me about Lord of the Rings, though, yeah, I can answer pretty much any trivia about that.
I think Nate's the youngest one here, isn't he?
Me?
I think I am.
I'm 40 years old, dude.
Yeah, I'm 37.
Oh, yeah, you're the youngest. Okay.
You're
Actually,
both the
thanks,
youngest.
but he left.
I'm 28. I identify as 28.
Yeah.
Green-eyed ninja nurse. Not sold on this, but what if the greedy TPUSA shills planned a false event to gain more money support, willing to harm him? Charlie, not aware, went Ori, had to scramble when shrapnel to neck killed offed him.
I mean, it was a terrible plan because they are not making any money anymore. So didn't work out how they were hoping, if that's the case.
All of the donors are gone.
And their social media channels are all dead. I think they've probably still got donations coming in from big money donors, but
for what though? Like why?
Institutional donors to push narratives, brother.
Okay. They don't
You know
even
what I'm
have
saying?
chapters to push the narrative.
Yeah, I mean, they're not doing well, but
Right. You have to be able to push the narrative. For
think about
somebody
Daily
to-
Wire, right? Like the Daily Wire is completely dead, but they still
Yeah.
have institutional investors pumping money in to try to get that propaganda.
Okay.
So, I tried to super chat earlier. According to Robinson's mugshot, he's 5'10", some change. I don't think it's him. Never have. Well, we found out that, yeah, it sounds like that's correct. Thank you.
Manduk. So it was Scout leader that said it was Tyler. They said Scout something, and someone said that's the same as a pastor. So
I had
get-
heard youth group leader, but Boy Scout leader, some type of thing like that.
One,
might be,
yeah, and a lot of,
might be one of the same in Utah.
Yeah. Yep. Let's see. Betsy Prunty, thanks for the super. Anyone notice the kids who got the video shooter was Overwatch? It was at 2:23 in the trailer. The witness said it was police. Overwatch is Discord group. Is that what it was in the, what was that, Turkey Tom? Was it called Overwatch?
I mean, that's a really popular first-person shooter video game that they might have played.
Interesting.
Crystal says, shocking how little average citizens understand the court process. Part of protecting/defending, excuse me, hiccup. Freedom is knowledge of the process used to take it away. True.
We're going to go yellows.
Yeah. Oh, is this for me? Hard Style says, stupid question, but after firing the rifle, wouldn't the barrel be too hot to shove inside your pants? Not off one shot of a long gun, no, brother. You repeated cycling through a barrel, through either a semi-auto action rifle. If you do it fast enough and long enough, you'll get that. Or a machine gun, you can melt down a barrel, but no, one gunshot's not going to heat up the barrel. Why would the prosecution even bring up Tyler? May have opposing views. That's who Charlie wanted at every event. It was a debate. The guy at the mic hated Charlie. That's true. He actually did encourage that. You guys want to read him for a second? I got to fix my lighting here real quick.
Yep.
All right.
Super Line Man. If AK and EK had nothing to do with this, wouldn't they be complaining about the prosecution's weak case? I mean, they could be behind the scenes. But yeah, they're probably not happy at this point. I don't know. It's not going super well. You guys want to read these?
What's up, Charlie? Charlie Prince. Question on the footage of him running off the roof. No one in the background walking around even stopped or freaked out at the sound of a gunshot on campus. Even if 30 seconds, gun disassembled in backpack. Yeah, I think that whole camera angle of him jumping off the roof, in my opinion, was all AI because there was no shadow and the people in the background disappeared behind the tree. So it all looked
So Gary technically did debunk that, and I will give him credit for that. He actually went there and actually showed what you see that guy disappear behind the tree, because I thought that too. It's actually a downgraded path. And as you're walking down that downgraded path, he actually went and walked it and showed it. In fairness, to him. You know, I'll give credit where credit's due on things like that. So,
okay, shout out to Goofy Gary.
Now, as for the shadows not being there on the white surface, that shit I don't think anybody's been able to explain away.
This guy, go ahead.
Jay Fraben, this guy sure has several different clothing personalities. I feel like we read this one. There's not been addressed by anyone or are injuries present on his hands. And we did read this one. Is this a repeat?
We might have got it when it came up, but thank you.
We already got it already. Yeah. Are we done? Oh,
I used to think Valhalla was a douche. Well, I look like a douche, brother. So that's fine. Mostly because my girl has a crush on you and listens to your podcast on full blast when she's in the shower. All right, man. I look like a giant douche, man. So like I got no problem with initial impressions on that.
Keep in mind LT's limited immunity. Oh, that's what we were talking about. Limited immunity, right? Has to do with the case. His last recorded testimony, there is a prior one, which I don't know about that, will be brought in. But part of immunity, he will not have to testify in person at trial. I just want to know why he got.
I don't know if that's true. I think it was he doesn't have to testify in the preliminary. I got
incorrect
on that.
That is correct, Danny. Incorrect. Sorry. So for this, the pre-trial, his recording has limited immunity. Matt explained that. But for actual immunity in the trial, that's given to people all the time that are witnesses that are going to take the stand and testify. Drug dealing cases, for example, if you're a low-level drug dealer that's testifying against a hire, they're going to wipe away anything that you talk about that you did incriminating about yourself so that you can be a witness against a bigger whatever. So immunity doesn't mean you don't have to testify necessarily. It means you're immune from prosecution based off of what you say while
based off what you say, right?
Yeah.
Someone said who's the guy in red? That is Mr. Let Go. His name is Aaron.
I am Mr. Let Go. MRLETGO.
It's not for me. This might be for Jesse. The immunity that witnesses get is not the same as what cops get. Cops get qualified immunity, which allows them to avoid ever going to trial, even if they commit a crime. There you go. That's a good explanation of that. January says, yes, religion should be introduced. CK was driven by faith, and every issue he debated stemmed from his faith-based ideology. It is an essential part of who he was, but that does not mean that's why Tyler Robinson allegedly killed him.
And that's the point. Just because one person is one way doesn't mean the other person by default is the other way.
True.
Day 2, tuning in with y'all, daily watcher of the content VFT.
Thank you.
Would love to have you on my buddy. Have you on my buddy? Okay. And have you on my buddy and I show. Matt covered your content on your CK Theory episodes. Keep it up.
You can shoot me an Instagram message. Can't guarantee that I'll do it. I get a lot of requests for that, but
is he friends with Matt, the one that rated us on looks?
Oh, maybe.
Is that the same Matt?
Yeah, hit me up on Instagram, brother.
Books, thanks for the super chat. Weird how some have the presence of mind to take out the mic audio immediately after the shot. Otherwise, the whole audience would have heard the security. They did turn off radios and stuff, it looks like. That was interesting.
And body cams, it turns out.
Yep. Jax 101, you guys rock with Baron. Jesse can coach Lionel, Zach. So you want, I mean, we've invited multiple people. Whether they come on or not is completely up to them, but they're busy as well. Girl from 99. Arrest report says Tyler's 5'10". Yep. Thanks for streaming this week. Makes watching this with you all the more interesting and helpful. Also, Nate, yes, I heard the bald head and 3 additional people in the car.
Cool. Good to know. I had missed that until you guys were like talking it briefly. So CCW Speaks. So happy to be there with y'all. Longtime follower of Valhalla. Yeah, brother, you've been around for a long time. Appreciate the commentary, helping me understand the law enforcement side of it for sure. Sending good vibes from LA. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Basic niche. In video, Nestor referenced to Hull. She said the suspect was described as Overwatch. The recording also said he was in black pants, not blue jeans. Also, the dudes filmed in stairwell have different backpacks. Yep, all those things. And we're going to watch all this stuff play out and see what they do with it. They're going to have to put a bow on it to make it work.
Yep. Thank you. I got to try to keep up here.
Tesla Rent. Thank you guys for covering this and working as a team. Your time and dedication to the circus is much appreciated.
Well, thank you for being here.
Dale says, Bays, sorry for my mouthy outburst during G testicles debate. So hard to watch a good faith convo when one argues in circle jerks. Thanks all for participating and supporting our favorite streamers. We are the light. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I didn't get to see too many of those mouthy comments because they weren't getting pulled up. Sorry about that for everyone that's
selective.
Very selective.
I think that the zone was flooded on 910 for sure. Things are going to be so confusing, and to the point we'll be keeping everybody arguing over TR's culpability. Meanwhile, what actually happened will be background noise for the plebs. They definitely flooded the zone. There's no doubt about that with information on this. Sorry, that was looking at the wrong one. Azevedo says, any correlation, reg, ma'am, with maroon shirts, prior current service, prior current affiliation with Dugway, Proving Ground, Fort Jaka, slop op, maroon herring. I'll tell you, was in the military for a long time. Wearing maroon clothing was not a thing as something. But I will say that there is just a lot of dudes in maroon shirts, which is pretty bizarre because I don't think it's that popular of a guy's color to wear. I mean, we all
it's not really a popular color, in my opinion.
I think part of the problem that gets conflated with the military is the most common beret, the airborne beret, is a maroon beret. So things like the 82nd Airborne, it's very, very popular. It's far more. You'll see it far more than a green beret, right? So I think that there's also a lot of conflation there as well between maroon and the military because of that. Is that Danny? Okay, Danny likes to donate to both of us, which is very nice of you. Says, so many local state agencies involved. Why the FBI? All up in the evidence taken. That I thought was a little bit weird why they decided to send all this to the FBI. Maybe it's what they do. ATF tested fragments in CK, and the FBI argued to further test based on methods scientifically debunked years ago because lead to many wrongful convictions. Chris Piota, who was the number 3 up in the FBI and actually led their technical evidence division, he explained this on me and Jesse's show that this is very bizarre, that you would never see both the ATF and the FBI do individual testing on something like this. So it would be one or the other, because if they come to 2 different conclusions, everything's fucked. Excuse my language. You know what I mean? If the ATF says this is conclusive and FBI says not, now we're at massive odds with that trial. So, but good question. Appreciate you guys doing this. Well, thank you. New poll. Will the people who conspired to unalive CK and Frame TR just going to let the judge give Tyler a fair trial? That's assuming that the judge is in on it, which I think is a little bit of a stretch. I think he's done a decent job so far. He's been pretty fair to both sides, I think.
Agreed.
Yeah, I agree.
And I've asked Baron this too. I'm like, there has to be something, right? And he's like, I don't think so. At least not yet. Like he's not
From the
thinking there's any
judge.
issues there either.
Yeah. Okay.
He hasn't seemed happy, so that's a good sign.
Ed says, Matt, yes, Henderson looks like TR. Okay, I have to look into that. Hey guys, this is fun. Thanks for streaming. Reminds me of, I have no idea what that is.
Mystic? I don't know what that is though.
Hey Moon and other jury members.
A person has XYY or XXY. Are there tests that can reliably identify them? Way outside my knowledge. I don't know anything about DNA. So
I stopped listening when the girl was talking, so I don't know.
think it's pretty niche science, so I don't know. I don't know if you guys do.
I'll do some research.
Brian Swope, thanks for being a channel member as well as the super. The math ain't matching. Yeah, I thought the fact that she kept switching between math and science and calling things different terms and stuff constantly was kind of strange.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Dale, 4 months, JG. Can't wait to see Nitro Nestor in action at trial. My guy doing DNA here is okay, but he's dry and he has no game.
So the guy that was droning on and pissing off the judge has no game.
Oh.
Did you guys like the judge?
I think he's doing okay so far.
I think he seemed a little fair. I'm not mad at
I admire his
Poor-
patience.
yeah,
That's what I
here.
keep looking at.
Sorry,
You
I'm
can
trying
see
to catch up.
inside and some facial expressions he makes.
Yeah.
He's snapping. He's ready
Yeah.
to snap, but he's like, "Can you
I mean, like,
please just?" Yeah.
The defense there, he definitely gave him a ton of leeway after telling him he needed to wrap it up. So,
Well, like I said, he said one more question and then it went for another 2 hours.
Yeah,
that's my whole thing. So he seems negotiable.
Yeah. DNA, big deal. When Twigs was there, he is 85.9% on his items. FBI said take Twigs out and made Tyler look like he was the main. Now, I don't know what the percentages of who had what. Did they ever say who was?
Yeah,
the
no. They
majority?
said that the percentages were higher for Tyler.
95 is Tyler.
For
5
Tyler,
is-
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But Lance's DNA is still on those other items.
But the defense was arguing how they got to those numbers. That a lot of it was a lot of those steps to get to those numbers were subjective. That's what all that was about.
Right.
And did those numbers change when they went from 3 to 2? Right? Like that's
Yeah.
There's a lot of
Mhm.
questions there.
Yeah.
Let's see. Heavyweight. Thanks for the super. Bravo, Zulu fellas. Keep it up. Justice for Charlie Kirk.
Thank you, brother.
Let me see. Scrolling through here. Yep.
Nate, Mormons have infiltrated the military, no doubt. I served alongside them for 2 decades, so have the gangs there. Don't let Jesse downplay it. Jesse, why I was in the military, brother. I talked about we have a ton of Mormons that are Green Berets, especially in 10th Special Forces Group. But actually, it does make sense if you know the back history of Mormons and Mormonism. They fought the U.S. government for a long time, so they actually are very sort of prepperish, firearms, like a lot of things you'd actually kind of expect. So there are definitely a lot of Mormons in the military. That is true. Don't understand how they exclude LT's DNA to look at TR as a suspect. So why can't they do the reverse and exclude TR and look at LT as a suspect?
Yeah, good point.
I agree. They 100% should. And if they should have done that in their investigation, I don't know if they did. If they IVE together, how can one be excluded and not the other? Well, they're trying to make it portrayed as, Lance had nothing to do with it. And so because he's his roommate, that makes him what they call it, like a disqualifying.
Yeah, an
sample or something
eliminating
like that.
sample.
Eliminating
Yeah, that's
sample,
what it was.
That's
Yeah.
right. But
Caravan 800.
real quick, sorry.
Yeah.
It's almost like if me and my wife committed a crime together, but then I told her not to say shit and all of our DNA was on it, and I just said I was the one that did the crime, they might let her off and be like, well, yeah, her DNA's on everything, but we live together. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Is
Yeah,
that
that
the
makes
plan? There were 2 crime scenes, one after the other per Baron. They brought the yellow tape up, then down, removed the gun. The gun 1, then someone came and planted gun 2. Okay, all on police radio. Yeah, I remember him showing those examples. And I wonder if they're going to get deep into that stuff during trial.
I didn't see that. Interesting.
Yeah, it's he had an episode where he just covered all the radio stuff. They had like probably 20 different radio recordings and stuff that happened.
I probably should have
It's
watched then as a Special Forces communication sergeant. All the radio stuff's my expertise. I didn't even know he did that. I should go back and watch that one.
Trisha Victory. Where a gun was, they took down tape just before midnight. That's when the Charger was a Challenger, supposedly. Video shows up on ring cam, then they put the tape back up in the AM. Watch RBP from the other day. New info, I think, from Candace Owens last week. So
yeah,
messing with the crime.
This
That'd be
vehicle
messing with
stuff is bizarre.
Well, that'd be tampering if they're putting up and down crime tape and messing with stuff. So interesting.
You want me to read it?
Is that Jesse? Maybe
It might be
I don't know.
Jesse's.
All right, I'll read it. All right. So in Australia, there has been the greatest global failure in a state-owned DNA lab. It was completely based around these thresholds. They are now retesting 100,000 plus samples over the last 15 years.
Wow.
Well,
Didn't
as
know
we've
that.
seen advancements in DNA testing, you know, even in America, how many cases do you hear get overturned? Like,
Yeah.
like guys that sit in jail for like 15, 20 plus years. And then all of a sudden one day it's like, oh, you know, it's not the guy.
You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they get those big payouts.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to get ready for my live, so I got to use my camera for my own StreamYard. So
You're good, brother.
talk to you
Do what
guys
you gotta
later.
do.
And Bays, let me know if you want to come on
Yeah, what time you going?
now.
You going right? You going right now?
You guys,
See you guys
I
later.
need an hour, but if you're still
At 8
I'll
o'clock
text you. I'll text
in
you.
7 minutes.
All right, I'll text you.
All right.
All right, Rebecca Lovelace, thanks for being a new channel member.
How many times does he change his bald guy cap, please? And thank you. Nate and Jesse got to subscribe the read of y'all. Well, thank you, brother. I don't know how many times he's changing a bald cap. Who's this, me? I'm a little behind. Wait, did Tyler actually wear a maroon shirt? He did, yes, in 2 different photos, in 2 different outfits. Wasn't the color of the day op. I know lawyer call it red, but that's maroon. As for a color of the day, that is potentially something that we use when we're in plain clothes in the military. But I just meant as for like specifically maroon as a color, that's not really something relevant. But color of the day is a real thing in things like this. Low visibility operations. Yeah.
Debbie, thanks for the super. Watch Turkey Tom video. Lance, Manic State, writing electronic signs, protos of paper body with red on right side of chest, made cardboard with glued battery, Idio Savant. Yeah, I saw that whole thing. A lot of people think that might be like a plant, all the information.
Yeah.
There was a lot to it, though. There's a lot there.
It was so interesting.
I mean, it basically paints Lance as the issue.
Mm-hmm. It does.
To be honest.
Yeah, it makes him look like the most obvious candidate to be the actually person who did this, which is interesting if that makes it a Fed slop narrative, right?
Well, his DNA
Just to
is on everything.
muddy the waters.
Also, Ramona, what? Just keep running the software until you get the number you want? Exactly. How is it scientifically accurate? Science equals the results are the same every time. I would fail the software in QA. Exactly. That's a great point. I mean, if you read, she said she would get the same generic general result, but then she would get a different result every time.
Yeah. Doesn't sound like the most accurate science I've ever heard in my life. It's usually not the way science works.
Not something
Get
to
a
stick
different
someone's
answer
life
every
on.
time you do the test.
Yeah.
It sounds like
Yeah.
playing like manager mode in a video game and you make a really good team and you like run simulations on it. You know, it's like how many times you got to run it to win the championship.
Let's see. Julie Cooksey, thanks for the super and for being a channel member. Could you mention how many people would go free if they're eliminating contributor in a murder simply because they live together? Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, great point. I don't know who that is. So strange to see this play out in court as opposed to trial by YouTube, like 2 separate realities. Yeah, at least so far until the main trial. Heidi says it's crazy that the prosecutor spent an hour determining the location of the courtyard. This is actually fair, but wants to hurry the DNA along. Love watching this with all of you. That's true, actually. He didn't spend that much more time than the prosecution did with the first witness setting up the scene. He spent like 2 hours on that. So that's a fair point.
I see a side question over here. It says, when did they get Lance Twiggs' DNA? It was on the towel, it was on the screwdriver, and it was on the rifle. So they got it at the same time they found Tyler's, apparently. Excuse me. Sass Girl, thanks for the super chat. This is all a waste of time. We already know the judge is sending to trial, whether anyone believes it or not. He would be hated forever if it was decided to be thrown out. That's why they put the noobs in on high profile.
He's 1,000% gonna send it to a jury. That's for sure. Why is the DNA analyst talking at all to the investigators? The analyst is treated as an objective science in its results, but isn't being treated as objective science. Signed PhD scientist specialist in nucleic acids. Well, because apparently the science isn't as confirmed as maybe we think. At least that's the way the defense is trying to set it up. I don't know anything about it, brother. You know a lot more than we do, probably, if you got a PhD. So,
Jock, thanks for another super chat. It's possible he's pointing out the possibility of inaccurate DNA, more than 2 people, and possibly fabricated DNA. Apparently, it's not hard to fabricate DNA and mess with the samples. I just looked it up. Yeah, it's just like what Bae said. I mean, there's people getting out of jail that have been in there for decades because if whoops, we actually ran the DNA and tested it, and it's definitely not you.
Yeah, you hear DNA like when they're talking about these cases, but it's people that don't really understand how this works. And then you just think, oh, they got the DNA. It's got to be him. And then once you start digging in and understanding the process, it's like, maybe not.
that's what I didn't know anything about DNA. I just figured like, hey, if they got your DNA, they got you, until we watched that. And I'm watching her explain like, well, actually, it's kind of subjective. And it was like, oh,
it's like, what do you mean subjective? You know?
Thanks to all you 6 for your efforts and dedication to the truth. First time super chat on YouTube, but want to show appreciation. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Glad to be your first.
And congrats on your first super chat.
I'll read this one. The Real Amorosa, just saying thanks to Danks and the guys to do it live for that long. You all deserve medals or something. Sure, you all must be excited to do it again tomorrow. Oh, I can't.
Tomorrow's a half day, though. Tomorrow's a half day. So we'll be better.
K. Breach, $50. Thank you very much. Does anyone know if Tyler Robinson's hands and skin were tested for gun residue when taken into custody? That's actually a very good question.
They should have been.
So what I did hear this again, this came from Gary. This was early on. I did hear from Gary that they did test that, and they tested the vehicle and found gunshot residue in both, apparently. That was a while ago. So I can't speak to if that's still what he believes now or if that's what he knows. But
if it's changed.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if it has, but that's what I thought I heard before.
Interesting.
Corby Hall. So was the decoy gun a bolt action that was put together, shot, and then taken apart within 30 seconds? Who has demoed that kind of function under stress along with taking a semi-precise shot? Not possible with that rifle.
I'll tell you this. You want a quick story about handling something like this under stress and duress?
Story time.
I was in a near ambush in 2018 from 10 meters away with 10 Taliban insurgents inside of a compound, and we were out in the open. Super, super messed up. So I got all these awards for. But our 18 Bravo, which is our special forces weapons sergeants, who are some of the best in the world at handling weapons, his machine gun malfunction went down in a doorway, and he could not, for probably 30 seconds, get that thing fucking fixed because just the sheer panic and the adrenaline and everything going on. So even some of the most crazy qualified people ever under duress trying to manipulate a firearm like that, not just taking a shot, but taking it apart, putting it back together. Understand when you're that adrenaline's that high, your fine motor skills and your fingers pretty much disappear. So it's like having almost like bricks in your hands while you're trying to do fine motor tasks. Extremely difficult. Those are one of those things we don't think about when we're talking about the idea that Tyler Robinson is taking apart, putting back together on a roof before and after he's taken a shot. Like, it's so much harder than people realize to do that quickly and efficiently. So just some things to think about.
That's when you just use grenades.
And that's what we were doing, my boy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oops. Let's see. Is this mine? I got lost somewhere we're at. Per previous super chat, what I meant was Twig's not available for trial. Latest recorded testimony is admissible at trial, and their previous recorded one before immunity. I see what you're saying. Thank you. So there's a previous recording outside of the one they're going to put at trial. That I didn't know. I thought we just had one going to trial. I'd like to see that. Where's that one then? Prosecution doesn't want to show that one?
It should all come out.
Sarah Havelock. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thanks for being here. How are you looking on time? That's all the yellows.
I'm good. We could go back. We did that fast. We can go back and hit some greens. We don't have to go back at all. We're not gonna be able to do all of them, guys, because there's a lot. But yeah, we can go back and hit some more if you want.
Yeah, let's keep the love going.
Just where are you going back up to is the question, so I can.
We're at Shellishire, about a third of the way up from the bottom.
All right. I'm not going to be able to find this.
Do you want to read that one, Baes?
Yeah, Utah here. Once there is hearsay established that Tyler Robinson is the figure, any objection Any objection with B denied. Cruiser ready is a thing here, but not leaving round.
What you got, Bays?
I don't know.
Yeah.
None is faves. 5. You think Gary will punt on parents not turning TR in? We haven't
Probably
heard
not.
definitively. We don't really know yet if they did or not. We
Well,
just know that this.
if he's confident on residue being on Tyler Robinson, he's not punting.
No,
him out.
they addressed that in the trial yesterday, Matt.
Yeah.
Prosecution said who turned him in and exactly how it happened. And it was the family friend, former sheriff, who recognized him from being his Boy Scout troop leader or youth group leader. I believe it was Boy Scout troop leader. Saw
But the
that,
parents
went
were
over
with
to the
him.
house. Yeah, went over to the house and convinced Tyler Robinson to turn himself in. Now, Tyler Robinson's parents drove him to turn himself in, but that is not what the prosecution stated is actually what happened.
So you're saying that they didn't see a blurry picture on TV and call in saying that's my boy?
Not according to the prosecution in the trial yesterday. And I'm going to assume they would, if they had that, they would want to use that, right? Like Tyler Robinson's parents admitted it, but apparently that's not what happened.
That's what they were telling us for 10 months.
I get it, but even the prosecution has said that's not the case.
All right, Jessica, the video of the person on the roof, the timestamp is missing the minute 12:16.
That's somebody said that earlier. Interesting.
Yeah, I didn't notice
Skipped
that.
over something, huh?
Do you think that the video of the suspect jumping off the roof is prior to the one of the guy on black limping up down the stairs? Just curious.
I mean, the timestamps don't suggest that, but it makes more sense. But I don't know. It's hard to argue.
It's
against
possible.
timestamps. It's I say it's possible, but I don't know.
Bucknut, thanks for the super. The Furby did it, not the furry, the Furby. Do you remember the Furbies?
I do.
Yeah.
I'm old enough to remember Furbies.
My first job was selling Furbies at the flea market. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, I can't tell which ones are mine anymore because I don't know where we're at. So
In Utah, yes, additional evidence is allowed in regular trial. This is just to decide if trial can proceed. The evidence presented is now to prove there is enough to hold him, not convict him.
Nate?
I just got booted from the live, and when I came back, I was unsubbed. Yeah, that's a huge problem.
Whoa.
They love to unsub people from the channels. There's Effery afoot. Check your subs. Huge issue that we've been seeing lately. One of my moderators got unsubbed from the channel the other day.
Really?
Z-Spot ATX. Graham Allen claims to be inside court yesterday. Yes, that is true. I guess.
Of course.
If he claimed it, he must be true, right?
Of course. I bet he was.
VIP Fed Pass?
100%.
And as far as I know, I don't know any podcasters that have actually gotten in yet. There's a bunch on the ground there, and they're doing
Well, when
tours
you're
and all
friends
that.
with the administration and working with the Department of Defense, it's a little bit easier, probably.
Nate?
It's all WWE. BS. Vince McMahon still alive. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you on that. I love the WWE, by the way, but
me too.
But I'm a huge WWE fan. But yeah, it definitely is. Politics is, and all of this is just a sham show at this point.
T-Rad Man. Tatum was there yesterday. Saw a bit of him entering. Lance got a deal because he destroyed evidence.
He did. Interesting. He admitted to that, right? Destroying the
He burned.
supposed admission
Yeah.
letter.
He took pictures, though. Did he preserve it? Because of that? I don't know.
Of course he did, because that's exactly what you do when you want to get rid of
Yeah,
evidence.
yeah. Let's
You take a
destroy the
screenshot
evidence
of it.
and then make evidence of the evidence that you're trying to destroy.
Well, if you're trying to cover yourself, if you're involved.
That's just, I don't know. I just don't see that being what you would do in a sheer panic moment. Like, oh, I got to get rid of this, but let me take a picture of it in case I need it later.
Allegedly.
Wild.
Girl from 99, thanks for the super. Lance got immunity because he burnt the note. Yep. Destroying evidence would be the charge. Okay. Yeah.
I see what you're saying. So, yeah, there is something that he did do that was illegal. You're right.
Jenna Benna, thanks for spending your days covering this. You're all excellent. Please say hi to my kiddos, Hadley and Grayson. Been teaching them about Fed Slap. Hello, Hadley and Grayson.
Got to teach him young.
Hi, Hadley and Grayson. I'm all right. I'm caught up now. I see where you're at. Joe says, I'm not too familiar with guns, yet I'm providing testimony. sets the tone, doesn't it? Just saying. Yeah, that first witness when being asked, she's like, I don't really know anything about guns. It's like, okay. Maybe get her off the
Manboop.
stand then.
Item 3 DNA swab. Sweat drop on second ledge. Please tell me how a sweat drop doesn't evaporate and they found it to swab it.
I don't know.
Trust me, bro.
Well, there's molecules of, you know, like it's coming out of your body. So there has to be something in there. And then when it was just like when you have salt water, when the water goes away, the salt's still there. Maybe something like that.
I bet. Yeah, I'm sure there's DNA in bodily fluids, right? So I'm sure that's somehow how they do it. I'm no expert in that. Stop picking on the Addie's size, hate her for her character, role, etc. Picking on a woman for her size is tacky. True fans of the pod are above that. Yeah, we don't ever do stuff like that on the channel. So
yeah.
Do not ever fall asleep with headphones on listening to you guys. Holy effing moly. Seriously effed up dreams. I'm telling you. I'm traumatized now.
I bet. That's funny.
That was a good one.
Danny says, plus the more hands involved, regardless of chain of custody, higher likelihood of tampering. This is true. Even if unintentional. LT DNA all over again. Again, TR in jail. Yeah. Nate saw TR's mugshot stands at just under 72 inches tall. Yeah, so I think that he may have had shoes on at the time. I don't know, but it sounds like he's 5'10" from what everybody's kind of cross-referencing.
Shaina, FBI acknowledges flawed forensic testimony affected at least 32 death penalty cases.
Oh,
there you go.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
that's wild.
you don't want to hear that.
Mm-mm. Exploding pagers. We know the truth. All right. We'll leave it at that.
She
Danny
said-
says, all right, I got this one. Yeah, you're good. She said DNA degraded on the screwdriver and towel. Why? She said received like the next day or two was DNA intentionally transferred onto those items, 4 or 5 people. Yeah, I'm not sure because it was a sunny day. I would assume DNA wouldn't be degraded that fast off of but maybe just the open environment. I don't know. Again, I wish I was a DNA expert, but I'm not. Much respect and love from a fan of all you gentlemen. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Catherine. All right, I got about 5 minutes left in me. Then I gotta get some food and hit the gym. Thank you, Dilbert. It's a good looking Rottweiler you got there.
Holisticology. Please summarize. Is TR's DNA in lower ratio deteriorated partial? Tell me like I'm 10 years old. Yes. So all the DNA was degraded in some kind of way, deteriorated in some kind of way. The screwdriver was worse than the towel.
But wasn't ratio-wise, though, Tyler had a higher
95% versus
Lance.
5% for Twigs.
But they're both still on it.
Correct.
Correct.
And they're both on everything so far.
Yeah.
And one destroyed evidence. Just saying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Come on.
Yeah. The guy who destroyed evidence just happens to have his DNA on all of the items.
And
That's
a big
And the one
bag
that-
of cash.
and talk to the feds first,
Limited
yeah.
immunity.
It's kind of weird. Yeah.
You know?
AJ says, I just know about pie call. I don't know what that is. You were talking about Cash Patel? I don't know what you're talking about, AJ. Eric says that we are all like puppy dogs, thinking the kid court is going to throw the ball. Real justice of some type. Jokes on us. I mean, I don't have a whole lot of faith we're going to get real justice, but why do I get the impression the DNA expert witness is really the office intern and nobody else wanted to show up to trial? Yeah, that's funny.
All right, this is the last 3.
AJ says, prosecutor, your honor, please don't tell them to destroy, please don't let them destroy my argument before it even starts. Uncle BB, friend of the show, says, good point, your honor. Let's call Drewski to the stand. That would be, but in full Erica Kirk.
Yeah.
And then Noreen says, I wouldn't want to watch this with other people. Just wish Baron was here. I think, is Baron live today? No, he's got a funeral to go to, right?
Yeah.
With a buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to his next one, getting caught up because he's the actual legal expert, you know.
We're going to see if we can get him on Friday before his Actually, usually Fridays he doesn't do a show, but
No.
yeah, we'll see if we can get him come on sometime Friday just to kind of do a recap of the week with us.
Yeah, might be able to bully him. All right, we did it, guys. Sorry we didn't get to all of them, but I mean, but at some point we have to go home, and it's 10 hours into the stream. We love you guys. Appreciate it. Make sure you go, if you're one of my subscribers, make sure you go subscribe to Bays and Matt. And
vice versa.
Vice versa. Thank you very
some
much.
quick PSAs for whenever we can all give them. I will do my day 2 recap in the early afternoon tomorrow, so that way I don't have to try to do it tonight, because my God, that was brutal last night. And then we'll be back right tomorrow. What time, Matt?
Now tomorrow is at 1 Mountain, 2 o'clock Central. So it's not going to be a morning stream. It's going to start in the afternoon.
Thank God.
And of course, thanks for being here. Thanks for all the supers, the ones we couldn't get to. Hit the like on the way out, and we will definitely see you guys tomorrow.
And thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, absolutely, man. All right, guys.